I knew I did it again, John. Let me get off of the screen. I did it again. I didn't mute my other stream. I hate it when I do that shit. What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? Welcome back to the Raging Atheist. This is going to be an open room. We will throw the link in the side chat in about 10-15 minutes. Me and John are going to shoot the shit for to begin with. But then we'll open it up and it's bring a topic. So whatever you want to talk about is what we're going to talk about. And I will have to take off roughly around 7 o'clock for a brief moment. John will be here to moderate, to continue the conversation. I should only be gone 30-40 minutes at tops. But I ended up making an appointment an hour after the stream started. And that is definitely a weed appointment. So, what's up, John? This is going to be fun. I'm going to do this every Wednesday night. I'm going to try to make this a Wednesday night thing. We're going to have the conversation. We're going to have an open room. Some nights will be topics. Some nights will be bring a topic. Tonight's bring a topic. What's up, John?
Hey, Knock. Yeah, just so everybody knows, Knock's using the avatar tonight because he's got a moon-sized zit right in the middle of his forehead.
Or I'm not wearing any clothes.
Yeah, something like that. So yeah, I mean, I was on Godless Granny stream last night, and then today I watched over on Nate Brody's channel. They did a watch party for the McRae v. Curtis hearing that was today in a North Carolina courtroom. And that was pretty interesting. And I went on Nick Suter's channel afterwards for a little after show he had with Laura, whose rest of her name I can't quite think of. Hi Jake 4D, how you doing, buddy? Yeah, the Kyle Curtis Steve McRae thing was kind of interesting. It was just the lawyers and the judge. Neither Steve and the judge asked both the lawyers at the beginning, is your client here? Is your client, in the room? They were doing it like over Zoom or something like that. And neither of them were there for it, which I was kind of surprised by that. And so, surprising. Yeah. And the upshot of it is, so if, people may have heard that Kyle's former boyfriend changed his story. And he actually claims that his original story wasn't his story, that the paperwork Kyle has, is false or doctored or whatever. But now he put a statement out or did a deposition or something like that he says that, no, Kyle wasn't living with me, and Kyle had provided like bank records and stuff that showed that he was paying this person money, and that his mom, I guess, signed an affidavit that he wasn't living there or something like that. But so the upshot of it was that the judge now has, because there's so many conflicting statements, and conflicting statements from the same people who said one thing one time and saying something different now. So now the next step is he wants to talk to both Kyle and his boyfriend's last name Potts, I think it is.
Ben.
Yeah. And so he's gonna cross-examine them under oath.
Yeah, like the drama of the non sequitur show never fucking ends, man. And Nate is doing some great work over there. I need to get Nate back on the channel because he I really like Nate and he likes coming on and having conversations. So we need to get Nate on a lot more. I should send him an invite to an open room one of these nights.
And he's very thorough in his analysis of all this stuff.
Yeah.
Somebody commented during the stream. I think it was on his stream. Somebody in the chat or it might have been when I was on Nick's, but somebody had commented, by the time this is all over, the court case will have been longer than the actual non sequitur show channel lasted.
Well, yeah, it's been what, like almost a year now.
It's been a year.
It seems like fucking forever.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean,
the funny story is, my first appearance on the non sequitur show was like 2 or 3 days before the non sequitur show exploded. So I finally got on the non sequitur show. I was so fucking pumped, right? That's the show everybody wanted to get on. It was the hot show. I finally get on it, and then 2-3 days later, tops, show fucking explodes. There's no more non sequitur show.
Yeah, you caused all that.
Yeah, it's all my fault.
Correlation is causation. Isn't that the way it goes? And then some of you might have been around the other night when I mentioned that me and Steve had a Twitter battle here like last Friday or Saturday, and then I think it was Tyler Durden that commented in that thread, boy, isn't it funny every time Steve has a disagreement with somebody, the same stuff comes out of his mouth about how, this person's lost their mind, or they've been hanging out with that McCrazy crew, referring to Drag and all them guys. And he trying to say that, my mind was polluted by hanging out with those guys. The way I was talking to Drag earlier today, and the way he put it, he's like, yeah, that's the way Steve is. Hey, guess what, John? You're so stupid you can't make up your own mind. We had to pollute your mind, and it's just not the case. I mean,
well, and I can attest to this. I don't go on Drag server a lot like you do, but I've been in rooms with Drag. He's been in my channel plenty of times since his beef with Steve started. And Drag has never tried to sway me against Steve McRae. Never once. That's not his style.
I mean, to be honest, man, nobody over on that server ever tried to do that. I mean, they told me their thoughts. They told me stories and stuff like that. But, that's not the way it is. I mean, and when Steve and me started going at each other, I'm just for the benefit of those that weren't here the other night for the other stream. There was a stream with Cheshire and Steve and Atheist Pastor, Chris Hatley. And somebody put a little clip out of it. At one point, there was a post.
And for the audience, just to know, I'm a fair interlocutor here. Chris is a good friend. I like Chris. So yeah, like me and John.
I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying. Me and John have always maintained we are able to voice our opinions freely. What John thinks isn't what I think. Blah blah blah. You guys know, you understand. But so continue, John.
So,
damn, my shit's going off.
there was a live, the live chat there on this stream that somebody put a clip out of on Twitter. And they had said to Steve, hey, Steve, when you get non sequitur back, don't get another partner. Just if you need like a co-host for particular shows, just pay them per the show, And Cheshire said to Steve after reading that post, you want to tell him the bad news? Because she thought Steve was going to announce live that she was already his partner for non sequitur. And he did not do that. He went on to say some other stuff about, we'll have to decide, and, we'll talk and figure this out. And you could just see her face fall, So, I mean, I was tickled by that. I'm not going to lie. I mean, because I don't particularly care for her. But I don't actively go out of my way to say things about her or go after her. But so what I did is what some people, everybody on Twitter, not everybody uses their own likeness. They put avatars up and pictures of other people. So I changed my profile pic to the screenshot of when her face was falling and she realized it wasn't going the way that she wanted it to. And then I changed not my tag, but my name to Crestfallen Vic. And shortly after that, Steve came after me. And I say all that to say this is, as far as he was concerned, because we haven't really been in contact, he thought that this was a new thing. First he came in and why are you going after Cheshire? What the hell, man? And then we exchanged some naughty words, and to him, this was something that just happened. He thinks that I don't particularly care for him, and that happened right now. But the fact of the matter is I saw what he was months ago. Matter of fact, anytime people were posting shit on Twitter, I'd be going in there and I'd be liking them comments, and I'd be commenting, and different shit like that. But the thing is, from that hearing today, listening to what the judge said, there is a chance that, if that Ben Potts guy goes in there and he shits the bed with his testimony, the way I heard what the judge said today is I think he's leaning towards throwing it out in saying that Kyle's right, he wasn't properly served, so start over again. And so
wow, so the whole thing starts all
over again. So it could be like another year. Okay, and then even if he doesn't decide in Kyle's favor, the way Nate explained it was, and the judge alluded to this when he was talking, that Kyle would maybe have grounds to appeal. So even if whatever the judge decided, and he was, in my mind, the way the judge said that, this is my take, and it was a take of a few other people, is that he didn't bring that up just to say that there could be a chance of appeal. He was speaking like a lot of judges who speak that don't want to make a decision that can be appealed. So I read that to be, yeah, you better, as far as like Ben Potts or whatever, he better convince me that he's not lying now, because that's your shot to convince me not to find in Curtis's favor. And I think ultimately, from what I've seen of that Ben Potts at different shows I saw him on, he doesn't impress me as somebody that I think he's gonna crack like an egg once the judge starts questioning him, and I think it is going to get thrown out, and they're going to have to start the case all over again.
Yeah, that would be insane. That would be absolutely insane. I have intentionally kind of stayed away from it and tried not, I don't not pay attention to it, not get involved in the drama aspect of it. I have dipped my toes when I've really felt like I needed to. And me and John has talked about this, and we both pretty much share the same opinion on it. But I've never wanted to, my thing is, Steve's going to do what Steve does. It's his thing. I'm going to do what I do. So I try not to get involved in that. And I think that I've missed some pretty good content, because I know it's never going to, it seems at this point, the non sequitur thing is never going to go away. And, we have modern day debate now, but it's still not quite that replacement for non sequitur show. I don't think we're ever going to get the replacement. We're never going to get that non sequitur show back.
Yeah. I mean,
and it's sad. It's really sad.
I mean, James picked up the mantle of the debates, and I think
did that really well. Yeah.
I mean, and he's up over 30,000 subs now. I mean, as far as that aspect of the non sequitur show, James has got that covered.
Yeah. But the other aspects, the broad conversations, or even, I mean, I don't know. It was one of my favorite shows. I tuned in every chance that I could. I miss it. I miss the chemistry between Kyle and Steve, and even when you knew that Kyle and Steve didn't like each other anymore, they still had fucking chemistry together.
Yeah.
So I miss that. And I know it's irreparable and it's never going to fucking happen, but I still wish it would, you know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Just real quick. Jake 4D, welcome. Athena, Goddess of Wisdom. Who else we got in here?
Yeah. I think it's time to open it up. I'm going to throw the link.
Yeah. Put the link in there. Mr. Parker's here. Tog is here. Sergeant Slim Jim's here. Saxy Calzone is in the house with the. The avatar was really small on my screen. I thought he had a picture of Kyle Curtis up, and then when I looked at it, nope. Red Fang's here. How you doing, Red Fang? And the Daily Atheist Morning Show is here. What's up, Chris?
Oh, John, look who shows up first.
Yeah, don't let him in here.
I'm not gonna let him in for long. I just want to be like, damn douchebag. You're even showing that pretty face.
I'm beautiful.
Real quick before you go, I forgot to tell you the other night. I was in the live chat. I wasn't in the stream with you, and I saw Chris, the Daily Atheist Morning Show. I gave him a wrench knock.
I used to be obese, and then I found Jesus Christ, and now I look like this.
So you found Jesus Christ, and now all you do is drink grape juice and eat wafers, and you lost a lot of weight. Is that what's up?
I learned, like, take care of your body is your temple for God, right? So, like, good Christians gotta be healthy.
Really? Why is there so many fat fucking Christians then?
Because Satan infiltrated the church, and he was like, "You're saved by grace alone. You don't have to do anything," and that's a lie.
It's because cheesecake is good.
I wish I could eat cheesecake, but I love Jesus Christ more than cheesecake.
What do you eat now? You got like a big lollipop there? Oh, that's your mic. Okay, never mind. So
I always think it's like a little mini fan that he's got up to his face.
So come on in, Chris. Come on in, Geo. Anybody else who wants to get in here, because we can't make a stream with just P Mars.
Well, we can. I mean, it would be interesting if Ranty Chris would come up in here, because you've been trolling the Daily Atheist Morning Show lately. I don't know if you're following me or if you're just finding different atheists to try to troll.
I like talking to atheists. So,
well, so what about atheists? And I'm gonna really quickly. I'm gonna unplug my headphones so I'll be able to hear you. But I'm gonna go check on my daughter, make sure she's good. What about atheists do you really like talking about, PMARS?
Well, I kind of like, I believe we're in the society of lies. Like, Satan is the master of deception. So,
do tell.
Yeah, everyone's believing lies, even Christians. And the more lies people believe, the more the truth will make them like
What's
mad and upset and emotional and stuff. So I think it's funny, kind of just to tell.
What's an example of one of the pervasive lies in society that you think Satan has perpetuated?
A big one right now is this idea of white privilege, of the fact that just because I'm born white or something, I have some benefit that like I can get ahead without working hard.
Well, no, it's not. That's not the point of the idea of white privilege, that you automatically can get ahead just because you're white. It's that in some instances you are afforded more opportunity. You're afforded more of a equal playing ground than people of color. And you're absolutely right, though. Jake 4D popped in, then he popped out. Oh, there he is. I mean,
there's Puff. I'm sure Jake will be back.
So the thing is, we did it again. I'm sorry, Knock. I thought you said you were going, and we just did it again. Go ahead, Knock.
I'm gonna. You push the button.
All right. I thought you were AFK anyway.
Yeah, I just got back.
I mean, because the thing is it's not that white privilege means that all white people should feel guilty about the fact that they have more opportunity than people of color in certain instances. It's a recognition of the fact that there's a societal problem that we need to fix. And that's not true of all. Like, I know many successful black people. I mean, we had a black president. There's, captains of industry, doctors, surgeons, business owners, entrepreneurs. So black people have had opportunities, but in certain economic strata, they don't have those opportunities. and they get treated differently by the cops and by other institutions. And then what happens is even some black people that really get ahead in the world, like there's black lawyers and black doctors that have been pulled over by the police just because maybe they were in a part of town that normally you don't see black people, or because the cops are just so headstrong in their head that, we're going to stop a black person if we see him.
And P. Mars isn't alone. I recently had this conversation with S.J. Thomason. She thinks that it's fake as well. And I had to explain to her, that you can be poor, be white, and still have white privilege. White privilege isn't about, you're automatically going to be rich, living in this lavish lifestyle just because you're a white dude. White privilege is the ability to get into a car and not worry about if that's the day you're going to die. That's white privilege. To a T. You cannot sit here and say honestly that you have gotten into your car one time in your life, P. Mars, and said, this is the day I die, just from getting in my car.
Given the same set of circumstances, the same social situation, the same economic situation, the same location, a white person is much less likely to be targeted or harassed or arrested or killed, especially by the police, than a person of color.
I think that's a lie. It has nothing to do with skin color. It has to do with family values and the lack of moral character.
Not at all. Yeah, I mean, you just whiffed that one big time.
That's just your racism.
That's right. That's one of the reasons why we call you a piece of shit racist, P. Mars. The thing is, I think that Skylar put it well. I was on a stream of his here like a week or so ago, and like he talked about when he was like a teen, and he was younger and doing bad shit. And Skylar said, the fact of the matter is, he goes, I've gotten pulled over before, but I was always able to escape, because look at the color of my skin, Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Officer. And, maybe he had some weed in the car or something, but they didn't search it. If in the same situation, if they stopped a black person for whatever, a moving violation or something, damn well, in most cases, they're going to try and find some way to search that vehicle.
No, they're not. Cops aren't racist. That's a communist lie.
Wait. What about what I just said entails that I was saying cops were racist?
I don't believe it. I think your brain.
No, wait, stop. Listen to the question I asked you. I said, what about what I just said before you started speaking entailed that I was saying cops are racist? When did I say cops were racist?
Didn't you say people got off getting in trouble because he was white or something?
Well, no, what I said is that a white person that I know, Skylar Fiction, said that when he was younger and maybe not doing some good shit, that if he got pulled over by a cop, he was able to, talk to the cop and get away. And what I said was, in the same situation, if it had been a black man, the cops would have found whatever excuse they could to search that vehicle just because of the color of their skin. And that's
not true.
Okay, how is that not true, though?
Cops don't treat people differently based on the color of their skin. They treat people differently based on crimes they commit.
I can prove you wrong. Wait a second.
I want you to get him, Puff, because this is a big issue of Puff's. But I just want to say real quick, what fucking planet do you live on, P. Mars? Because you don't live on Earth if that's what you truly believe. Yeah,
you're a victim of communist propaganda. If you read communist manuals, they talk about taking advantage of people's distrust in the police, and they specifically mention the differences in race and using this to tear apart the social fabric of society.
Cool. So I think we might be going about this the wrong way. I sat back and I listened for a little bit of your brimming commentary, P. Mars. And so you at first stated that a biblical character, namely the devil, was actively spreading lies. So a supernatural entity is entering the corporeal world and is lying to people, spreading pervasive lies, and you've connected it to communism. And I wanted to ask sort of how are you observing this happen?
I don't know what you're talking about.
He based his question on something you just said a few minutes ago.
Okay, what was the first thing that you said when you entered this hangout?
How am I observing Satan?
No. What was the first thing that you said when you entered this room?
I don't remember.
It was not even 5 minutes ago.
I don't remember a minute ago.
Yeah, PMars is not very bright.
Okay.
Wow. Yeah, I don't even really know what to say. I think he's trolling. But go ahead, Drag.
Okay.
Well, I'm better looking than Drag though.
Okay. Yeah. If he's just trolling, then that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, I was going to ask too. I asked you this the other day. Are you a Poe? You're a Poe, aren't you?
No.
So I think what Drag is asking you, PMars, is what information do you have that this is all a communist lie?
They wrote about it in their manuals. There was a black guy I'm trying to think about. He wrote a book about this. This black guy who's a part of the. I can go find his name. I have to look it up. He was a part of the civil rights movement, and he found out that the civil rights movement in the 60s was working with communists, and it's all a fucking lie and a scam.
And you believe him.
And they don't even care about black people. They're actually destroying black people because you think about people like Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton, they don't profit off success of the black community. They profit off this lie of like, oh, black people are being oppressed, blah, 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 right? And so like they're making money off of this lie of black oppression. So there's financial incentive for these people.
What are they selling?
To keep black people down, and that's what they do. People like LeBron James and they're trying to keep the black community down.
Right. So how is Jesse Jackson keeping the black people down? I'm very curious.
By spreading lies like the white people oppress black people and all this stuff.
How did they do that exactly?
You know, Jesse Jackson, Martin Luther King Jr. didn't like him.
That's not what I was asking.
And
that's fine. So how is Jesse Jackson spreading lies?
He pretended to have like blood on his shirt and told the press
that's so cool. So
that he was holding Martin Luther King Jr. in his arms while he died, and it was all a lie.
Oh, it's all cool.
He wanted to position himself to be a civil rights leader so he could take advantage of black people. And so that's why he was associated with Martin Luther King Jr. And he lied about like holding him while he was dying, and he put fake blood on his shirt.
Okay, cool. So how is Jesse Jackson? Is he passing around memos? Is a text message? How is he lying to all the black people?
Well, he's been, he's a propaganda. He's a talking head for the black community. He's being used.
Okay. When you say black community,
wait, real quick. You said he's a talking head for the black community. Just a minute ago, you said that he was using the black community for his own purposes. He
profits off the lie that white people oppress blacks.
Okay, cool. So I've never met Jesse Jackson in my life. How is he disseminating any of this information?
How are they even profiting off of it? What are they selling like a fucking booklet? What?
I don't know. None of this makes sense.
He's pretty wealthy.
Okay, so I've never met him in my life. How is he disseminating any of this information, this propaganda that you speak of?
Through his buddies with the CIA and their propaganda machine.
It's a CIA op that he's.
Yeah. Have you ever read the book, The CIA in the World of Arts and Letters by Francis Stoner Saunders?
No, I was too busy getting an actual education. So
it's a pretty interesting book.
The
CIA are behind all the entertainment.
Cool.
Hey, PMars, let Drag talk.
So the family members that I have that have never met Jesse Jackson ever in his life, how are they being impacted by this mysterious CIA op that none of us have ever encountered at all? And mind you, most of my family have been involved with the Department of Defense for the last probably 40-something years.
The whole environment is propaganda.
That doesn't answer my question. What was my question,
Education,
PMars.
Religion,
PMars. What was my
cinema.
question? PMars, listen. What was my question?
Bertrand Russell said education was the most influential form of modern propaganda.
PMars, what was my question?
I don't know.
I know. I'm aware.
Hey, Puff, you want?
Hello.
John Peterson doesn't believe in God, eating healthy, or exercise.
Oh boy, this is why I'm pro-choice.
All I'm gonna first of all, I'm gonna say the troll level is over 9,000. Man, if this is your troll face, if this is the face you use for trolling folks, if you straight face it like this, I gotta see what your poker game is like. It's gotta be over the top, dude. You're straight facing
eating healthy
good.
or exercise.
But
why don't atheists want to eat healthy or exercise?
Because they want to troll people with their troll faces.
Why do atheists think it's cool to just be like fat, disgusting slobs?
Well, I don't know how at 5'9" and 145 pounds I'm a fat, disgusting slob, but all right, all right. So I heard you say, that you don't believe there is a bias in our culture that favors white people, right?
Right.
Okay, so simple thing. You said the cops don't treat people differently, right? I get pulled over for a brake light that's out. The cop comes to the window. I hand him my license and my registration, or license and insurance card. I'm sorry, and he goes back to his car. He runs my license. He runs my insurance. Everything comes back clean. Everything's good. He comes back to the car. Hey, get that fixed, and I'm on my way. My wife gets pulled over. Same thing. Minimum 30, 45 minutes. Minimum.
Is she a person of color? Because for reference here.
Yes, absolutely. She's a black girl. So
couldn't figure that out.
With it's same exact thing, right? And I've had the cop harassing her, like, threatening her with other stuff. And then when I come up on the scene, oh, hey, yeah, it's just a brake light, man. Just don't worry about it. Go ahead and get it taken care of, right? So,
but is the only difference your skin color? Like maybe you're respectful and she's up.
No, my wife is one of the most respectful people. I'm an asshole, and I have like a sailor's mouth. No, it's not me. But it's just the color of my skin. I have red hair, blue eyes, and parchment white skin.
He's trolling.
This man is trolling you.
He's
trolling you guys hardcore.
I'm going to call it right now, just by the use of that word. You're a fucking po. You're just trying to get a reaction out of people. Nobody uses that word unless they're a dead-up racist or trying to get a reaction. And
you're a troll. Yeah, he's a troll.
I'm not. Is that a new word you're not allowed to use?
That's rude.
All right, so
I'm
I
entering so many words now. I lose track.
All right. I put P Mars backstream. So let me take over real quick, John. I knew this, like when P Mars was the first one to come into the room, I knew what this was going to be about because I banned him from the channel and John banned him from the channel over his racist remarks. So he is here just being straight, as racist as he can be without being obviously racist. So that's what he's doing. Anytime that anybody wants P Mars gone, he's gone. And I would like Skylar to jump in. Chris is here. Jake is here. Please feel free. But like he is trolling, so I just want that to be apparent.
If he was just genuinely being an ignorant ass racist, I'm fine with that. I mean, I'm used to people of low intellect like that. But if he's just being like a really shitty troll, then it's not even a challenge. It's not fun at that point.
Well, he is genuinely a racist, I believe. I think that he honestly believes this shit. He's not prepared to have the argument, obviously, because like if you're gonna make a claim like it's all communism, you'd at least come with some actual things that you could reference towards that. But I will put him back into the room. Anybody that just if you just get tired of him, let me know or let John know, and we'll bounce him.
Yeah, I'm going to take off. My IQ is lowered enough dealing with.
Yeah.
Good seeing you, Drag.
Later, Drag.
I'll catch y'all later.
Yeah, thanks for hopping in, Drag.
See you, Drag.
Oh,
see what you did, P. Mars?
You ruined everyone.
I mean, we could quote data and stuff if we wanted to, but I don't think he'd believe the data if we showed him.
Yeah,
so what's the relevance?
It just don't matter to people like that.
Yeah. You guys, NASA,
if white privilege is real, shouldn't you put him backstage instead of me?
Oh my god. All right. So
I don't think you understand what white privilege is. I'm guessing
Yeah.
you just don't really understand. Or, well, no, this is troll move. He knows what it is. He's just being a troll.
Yeah,
It's a waste
yeah,
of time. This is almost like having
Yes.
Darth Dawkins come on your channel. He's just trolling and wasting your time to suck whatever's going on the channel to him. Look at him. Look
Well,
at him.
and yeah, it's
Just
why
living in it.
it's why he's actually on screen. So you know what? It is an open room. P Mars, hang out in the backstage as long as you want. I want a healthy conversation though.
Wait, before you get rid of him, I got to ask him a question.
I'll let you do it, John, because I'm gonna text my brother real quick.
All right, yeah. So you alluded to communism a few times. Could you define communism?
Red.
That's a good question. I'm not really good at defining things.
Well, if you don't know what communism is, how can you compare things to it as you do?
I honestly, I don't think there's a difference between capitalism and communism because they both.
God, you're fantastic.
both capitalism and communism support sovereignty of the state.
There's no way you're huffing that much paint before you came on the stream. This has got to be
Bro.
troll level five
Mars,
You
million.
need an ideology that opposes the state. The state is out of control.
Mars, your blood is red.
I don't see
Communism
the
is
thing
red.
about it is I don't even think it's good trolling in a sense, right? Because good trolls, like they actually kind of convince you that it's real. Like Jill is a good troll. Like you can kind of buy into that Jill is actually a troll. Like I don't buy for a minute PMAR is like this at all. Oh yeah, you're not a troll. You can't even wipe the grit off your face, bro, as you're saying
You
this
really
shit.
can't.
Yeah, that's the funny thing.
Yeah, no,
like you're not gonna
that's
troll a troll, bro. Like you can't do
That
it.
is the hilarious thing. Like he's got that smile on his face that I used to have when I'd prank call people.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's a book about the video game Rage.
Yes,
No,
yes, you could buy
I'm not
you could buy a
troll.
book.
I read about this stuff. Like I got.
I don't believe you.
P. Mars,
That
who,
is-
who reads it to you?
Yeah. If you
Did your
can't
mom
remember
read it?
something that someone said a minute ago, but you're reading books like that, there's some kind of contradiction there, right? Because you wouldn't be able to retain the information from those books if you can't even remember what someone says 2 minutes ago.
Listen,
So we know you're full of shit. That's why we know you're trolling right now.
Well, I don't retain the information, but it provokes thought. Like I like to think about things.
You wouldn't remember it. It would be gone in 2 minutes.
It doesn't matter though.
It doesn't matter. I just like,
Yeah,
feel like,
TJ.
what isn't it like fish that like
Come on in,
goldfish only
TJ.
remember something like 7 seconds or something?
It's in my unconscious memory.
Yeah. Yeah.
I will
is
say
it
this:
just the
you are
feeling-
pretty. You're pretty, P Mars, but you're not bright.
I was gonna say, is it just the feeling of the words sliding off over your smooth brain that's like the book is for, or like?
No,
See, I think he is smart.
about
That's what I'm saying. I think he is smart, but he's just not a good troll. I think he probably knows his shit. I think if you were to get him in a room alone and he wasn't playing this part right now, he's probably an intelligent person. But I think this is completely an act. That's what I
think we're
find
giving him
hilarious.
what he wants.
I
Yeah.
think
Next
Skylar's
time.
onto something.
Yeah.
I really do.
We're giving him what he wants.
I'm a conspiracy person. Like I was a 9/11 truther back in the day.
So, do you really think that your body is the Lord's temple?
Well, look at it; it's
Well,
amazing.
you've got it backwards. You're supposed to offer up food and sacrifice, giving the sacrifice to God.
He's
no,
offering.
no. Because Jesus Christ, we don't have to make sacrifices anymore. He was the sacrifice, so we don't have to sacrifice to
B
God.
Mars, you make all my brain cells want to commit suicide, dude.
Guys, I think you think about it. He's actually good, right?
I will say, and I'm gonna let John kick. I mean, please have fun with P Mars. John will keep him on as long as you guys. I mean, I will be stepping out. CJ, you are in the chat. I would love for you to come in and
CJ,
have a conversation.
And CJ, let me put it to this way: please come in, and we'll get rid of P. Mars. P. Mars will be gone as soon as you get here because oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Chris.
I just want to say I gotta go away for a little bit. I want to say bye. I'll be back in an hour or so. It's nice to meet you, P Mars.
Yeah, nice to meet you. I like your
it
show.
is. You know what? I've seen you. We do our thing in the chat. It's like a game, you know. But it's nice to meet you. Have a great night. I'll probably see you whenever I get back. The rest of you guys, see you in a bit.
Yeah. Thanks for stopping in. Hopefully we'll see you, Chris.
All right,
B
Chris.
Mars is a himbo.
And if CJ does come in, please, let's not be too gangy up on him. But like PMARS, so we banned you because of consistent trolling. You've been excommunicated now from your little Christian group because Smokey kicked you out. So do you think that this whole strategy is working for you?
I'm honestly not trolling. I understand my views are radical and heretical. So like I can get why you think I'm a troll.
Okay, but wait. What about what Skylar brought up a few minutes ago? You say something kind of shitty, or with that has some, import to it, as far as racism or other topics, and you can't keep the smile off your face. That's why we're convinced it's an act, man. Like you don't say shit you say and smile while you're doing it.
I have a sense of humor. I consider myself a comedian, but like my views are crazy. Like I'm an anarchist and then a Christian at the same time, which is kind of like.
All right, I'm going to take one more stab at asking you a real honest, deep question here, man. How much wood would a woodchuck chuck if a woodchuck could chuck wood?
Not a fucking enough.
How many boards would the Mongols hoard if the Mongol hordes got bored?
That's actually clever. I like that.
Yeah, I never heard that.
I've never heard that before.
That's
what I'm talking about. That's what I told you guys.
That's from
Calvin.
That's from Calvin and Hobbes.
I love it. Let me ask you, P-Bar. I'll ask you. This will do it here, right? So if I were to quote a study about the city of Ferguson, done by the Justice Department, right? And it was in between 2012 2014. It says black people in Ferguson accounted for 85% of the vehicle stops, 90% of the citations, and 93% of the arrests, despite only comprising of 67% of the population. And then I were to add to it, not only that is a fact, but they would be 26% less likely for them to find contraband like guns or drugs in their car. How would you explain that disparagement in the numbers?
I believe that these are facts. I think there could be, I don't know, there could be factors outside of skin color that were like, I think really a big factor is family values and moral character. I really think that's a big factor.
Sure, but that wouldn't have any. A cop wouldn't know someone's moral values or anything before pulling them over.
Well, I mean, these cops are probably going to places where crime occurs. So,
but remember the statistic I said, right? The statistic said that black people were 26% less likely to have drugs and contraband in their car. So obviously, if the cops are going to want to pull over the people who have the most drugs or the most contraband, so it doesn't really statistically make sense. And Ferguson isn't necessarily doesn't have a high murder rate by any means, right? It's okay just to say I don't know to the answer instead of trying to make up something on the spot.
I mean,
it's perfectly
I don't know. But I think like science is being used to push policies, and I think when politics and science intermingle, that there's a lot of corruption going on there. So I don't really trust like studies that support with like something that's about the political climate.
Well, let me give you an analogy, right? Let's say you owned a business, right? And somewhere you were losing money somehow. Somehow your business is losing money. So what you do is you obviously want to use some type of scientific method, right? Come and figure out, have somebody look at it, do test, study the data of what's happening to figure out how you're losing money, right? How does that corrupt the system in that sense?
Well, I think power corrupts, and even like science, it was designed to be anti-dogmatic and a pursuit for truth, but inevitably an institution forms, and it becomes more about power than about what the original.
Just stick with my example, though. Like my example would be great. Like how, like that's what, like you're kind of just making a blanket statement, but without justification for it, right? And that's my point. Like if there's some form of justification for that, that's fair. I'm not saying that people of power, power doesn't corrupt people. I totally agree. But we're not necessarily talking about power in this situation. We're just talking about study and data and the science of it, right? Science isn't necessarily the power in the context which you're using it here.
Well, that's my thing, though, is I believe we're living in a scientific dictatorship. That's what I think is the current system right now. Eisenhower, when he gave the farewell address, he actually warned about this scientific elite
No,
that
he
would
didn't.
use science.
You're talking about the military-industrial complex.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
also warned us about science. Politicians use science to manipulate us.
Can you share your screen and show us where it says that in the speech?
Yeah.
And just to really point out, though, but this is really a diversion on your part, and I don't know if you're doing it intentionally. I won't blame you and say you're doing it intentionally, but you've diverted from the actual point, and that was what the data says. And you just dismissed it by saying there's corruption, but you've connected no corruption to that particular data point. You're just saying that it's corrupt.
I believe the data, like the way modern propaganda works, is they'll give you facts, right?
Uh-huh.
And the facts are true, and you can go look up the facts, and they're accurate. And I believe that and everything, but like the lie is in the narrative, that's the lie. So like this narrative,
there's merit to that. What you're saying here, I'm not saying that you're right. People do that with the racism stuff, right? They do the FBI crime statistics, and they'll say like black people by percentage kill more murder, right? You can manipulate that data to fit a narrative, right? But like what I'm asking for, if that's fine, but you need to explain how that is actually happening and what I'm talking about. Because that would be fair. If you could point out, hey, this is how they're manipulating the data to push a narrative, fair enough. I'll correct myself. But right now, you're just saying they're manipulating the data for a particular narrative and not explaining what the narrative is.
Yeah, I don't like my research. I haven't looked at specific studies in science. Like I more look at philosophy in the overview. I look at I've looked at Aldous Huxley gave a speech at Berkeley titled "The Ultimate Revolution," and he thought the future societies would be controlled by a scientific dictatorship where people would be brainwashed by pharmacological methods, which would enhance the brainwashing to make people love their servitude. And I think that's what, like, the future we have right now is kind of like the Brave New World pattern he wrote in his book.
I think what's more realistic, because I am actually, funny enough, I'm reading Brave New World right now, but I think what's really actually happening is it's more like Animal Farm, where we have people like Trump, who is Napoleon, the pig, right? And it's, they claim some type of like moral authority, but in action, they're contradicting everything of the morals that they claim, right? So it's kind of like this. The book Animal Farm?
Napoleon, was he the one that got assassinated?
No, that was Snowflake. Is it Snowflake? What's the name of the other one? Snowball.
Oh,
Snowball.
The old mayor.
No. The old mayor was the prophet. So old mayor was the one, the prophet. And remember, you had Snowball and Napoleon, which always argued with each other. And then Napoleon, took the puppies when they were very young, right? And trained them to be able to attack at the right moment. And they ran Snowball off. Right. Now, the prophet was the one who came out and said, hey, these are the moral laws. All animals are created equal. Like you can't wear human clothes. You can't do human things. Right. But then the pigs, because they're the most clever of all the animals. Right. They're the ones who exploit it. And eventually what happens is because originally Snowball was kind of like the good character. He tried to teach people to read. He taught animals how to write. They had written all the laws on the barn wall, and slowly, because of greed and selfishness, which reminds me a lot of Donald Trump, basically he's a hypocrite. He does all the things that they originally came up with, the revolution was about. But now they live in the house, the pigs live in the house, they eat the human food, they do all the things. And then you have like they have Squealer, which is Napoleon's voice, right? But it's this whole idea, even like 1984 in a sense, where truth is lies and lies is truth. And when we have a president like ours, they're constantly, he's claiming things that haven't happened. Yeah.
Animal Farm's about the Bolshevik Revolution. And I feel like we're going through a revolution right now with like Black Lives Matter, and the pandemic is totally changing society. similar to like a revolution.
Sure. But yeah, there's a
And-
revolution happening.
I would agree with that.
But it's not this. That book isn't. It was written at the time. That book is way deeper than just about the Bolsheviks, right? This is about power. This is what I'm kind of like. I'm kind of adding to what you're saying. Yeah. Well, it's not absolute. It's this idea of like the hypocrisy, right,
and
of our
not-
leaders.
That's true. Like they would do the things that they would go against the rules that they created, and Trump is guilty of that. But I would say that people on the left too. I seen a story where Nancy Pelosi got her hair cut, right?
Sure.
But she was pushing rules to ban people from getting their hair cut. So that was hypocritical. Another instance of Animal Farm.
Sure.
Now.
There's a hypocrisy all over politics. There's no doubt, right? But I would argue though, for anybody out there, I mean, Trump is beyond like what we're talking about here. Like this is someone
I would agree.
Just like this is a guy just literally they had him on audio saying he's downplaying the coronavirus, and then he literally last night in a town hall when someone's like, "Hey, you said you downplayed the coronavirus," he's like, "No, I never said that." It's like I upplayed it. It's like it's literally 1984 where truth is lies, and the fact that like people support him and are going to vote for him, like the things that I find that people that complain about the left all the time are like, oh, the left are trying to do this and that. Literally, the leader they're voting for is the person who's committing all these kind of actions. It's insanity.
Well, yeah, I was talking about that the last couple mornings on the damn show, to where, we heard all of these things for 8 years about Obama running up the deficit. He's working with the Muslims. He's trying to start a revolution. He's gonna run for a third term. All of these things, right? Trump is doing all of those things, and those people that were saying that about Obama are literally stroking the asshole of Donald Trump right now. So I mean, it's complete hypocrisy.
Gun regulation. They said Obama was where you got first president since Bill Clinton to put a gun regulation in place was Trump.
Yep.
Right. So I mean, this campaign is so corrupt. They're out of money because they spent so much money on like giving people cars and bullshit. I got agreed. So yeah, no. What I would say is like you can't be more. And I don't know if you're serious or not. You seem to be a little bit more serious now. But like this idea that like racism is an issue in this country or like people aren't racist, it's just ridiculous. The data says otherwise. Human interaction, you could just see it everywhere you go.
Yeah,
I think we're the least racist country.
All
in the
right,
history of the world.
P-Mars, did you ever play guns as a child? Toy guns, right? Just toy guns.
Probably.
So you got your toy gun, right? Did you ever worry about dying because you carried a toy gun?
I mean I remember there were kids getting shot.
Did you personally ever worry that you would be killed for having a toy gun?
I don't think so, but I don't think it's because I'm white.
All right, so Tamar Rice is dead because he had a toy gun. The police rolled up on him, and 5 seconds later, he was shot and killed. So I mean, the data is there, my man. You're talking a bunch of bullshit in the face of all this data, right? White privilege is a thing. Now, we're not sitting here blaming. I'm white, dude. Like, so I talk about Native American issues a lot. I have Native American industry, but I've always maintained I am a white guy. I am a dude that grew up in privilege, and I didn't know it. Right. And I'm not a rich man by any means. I'm a working guy. I work 40, 60 hours a week and I barely make it through. But I have privilege and I can see that because I get into my car and I don't worry that I'm going to get pulled over and I'm going to breathe my last air of breath. I don't worry that my child, who's 10 years old, is a girl but happens to like toy guns, that she's going to go outside and the police are going to roll up on her and fucking murder her. That is white privilege.
Yeah, my cousins posted a meme on Facebook. They're Trump supporters about white privilege. The white privilege is a myth. I worked hard and got everything I earned, and I'm like, yeah, but you don't understand white privilege, right? Yeah, it's if you both work hard and you and a black person are standing there for a job, they're going to hire you because you're white, not hire them because they're black. That's white privilege. It's not that you can get it. You have a job because you work for it. I can understand how people don't understand it.
Yeah.
I think you guys are ridiculous. Like, I'm not a Trump supporter.
But wait a minute, though.
right?
Wait. And it was like I was trying to tell you before, too, like with the example of that I was telling you about that Skylar gave on his stream about how he could, and then Puff, gave the same kind of example. And with what Bob just brought up, about jobs, about your chances of getting a job, are different. And that's not to say, we're not trying to say that everybody in society is racist, because that's not the case. Even in the situation with the cops scrutinizing a black driver more than they would a white driver, that doesn't necessarily entail that even the cops that are doing that stop are themselves racist. They're doing racist things because it's part of the system they belong to. Now, there are racist cops out there that are doing it just because they're dirtbag racist.
Wait. What law the system created that only affects white people and doesn't affect black people or vice versa?
That has nothing to do with it.
PMars, don't make me pull up my list of Jim Crow laws, please.
Yeah. Well, but he's trying to intimate that happens now, and it just doesn't.
Yeah, it's a serious misunderstanding.
You guys are ridiculous. You guys are totally ridiculous. Like, okay, I'm not.
PMars, hold on. It's just like the other day when you were here and in chat, you said I was calling you a racist for the shit you were saying, and you said, "When have I ever oppressed a black person?" Okay, I know. There's some people out there that make the argument about the power dynamic, but you don't have to personally have oppressed a black person to be a racist. Just like you asked about laws. Who cares what the law is? It's about interactions between human beings, irrespective.
If I'm not hurting black people, who the hell cares if I'm racist? I'm not hurting anyone. And you guys are totally off base and out of line. America, it's not perfect. It's corrupt. And I'm an anarchist, and I hate having to defend America. But we're the best system, the world's the most free, the most liberty. We have a nice thing here. You guys are like lost your minds. That we've created the most freedom, the most equal opportunity. This idea that we're racist is insanity. We let O.J. Simpson kill a white man.
You're so dumb.
What are you even talking about right now, dude?
Just by being racist.
Money. If the system is racist, why did they let O.J. kill white woman and white man?
Being racist is hurting other people because your racism affects the people around you and affects the attitudes of people around you. When do you think racism stopped in this country?
I don't think racism is a real thing. I think it was invented by communists.
Was antebellum slavery
America.
racist?
You guys are victims of communist propaganda, and you're destroying.
Just right back to the Mars. Right back to the troll. Mars.
History.
Dude.
I don't know why. There's some angry. You guys are angry.
Well, Mars. All right. God
that's
damn it.
the trolling mode. Yeah.
Let Jake talk. You gotta let the other person get a word in. Mars. I understand you're trolling, but you've got to let the other person get in a word, or we'll just put you in the back room and we'll get our words in and bring you in to laugh and put you in the back room and get our words in. All of that shit.
Okay. Do you think that antebellum slavery was not racist? Is that what you're claiming?
I don't know what that is.
Antebellum, before the war, pre-Civil War slavery. Is that racist or not?
Fucking American slavery, PMAR. Stop being stupid.
No, it's not racist.
You're a fucking idiot.
Would you consider?
Yeah, well, there was free black men.
Wait a second.
So it was racist.
In the Constitution, when it was originally written, the way it was written, a black person only counted for 3/5 of a person.
No, that was a slave. There was free black men.
Okay. So, all right, shut up. You're talking about free black men in the North, second-class citizens that were still 3/5 of the vote. What Puff is saying is exactly true. And you did have a lot of really shitty people in the North sending slaves back to the South. You had a whole system where they were kidnapping free black men and sending them to the South. There was a movie that captured it brilliantly. I think it was 7 Years a Slave. this is all documented history, P Mars. I mean, you're just literally either being a troll or just really stupid.
I don't think it was
Those
right.
are not mutually
It
exclusive.
wasn't about skin color. If there was free black men, then it wasn't about skin color, was it? It was about slavery. Why are you making slavery a skin color issue?
So,
I don't
You
realize
are the
what's
one who has been
Dude.
You are the one who is obsessed.
Wait a
with skin
second. Wait a
color.
second. Wait a second.
You guys are
So-
obsessed with skin color. I'm
Hold
saying
on.
it shouldn't
Hold
be
up, P Mars.
considered
Hold up. Yeah, P Mars, be quiet.
So then, okay, let's move on to Jim Crow laws, right? So in the Jim Crow laws, it specifically said that it was against the law for black children to learn to read, to know how to read. Not only that, it also was against the law for an of age black person to be unemployed. It wasn't illegal for white children to know how to read, and it was not illegal for white people to be unemployed.
Yeah, those are immoral things. They're not. I wouldn't call it racist, right? I would say it's immoral.
It's based purely on the color of your skin. One of your parents could be. It could be a situation like my marriage. One of them's pale white guy, the other one's a black girl, right? So you could be the lightest skinned black person. If they say you're black, which we used to literally have a single drop rule, which was a single drop. If you can tell at all, you're not white, right? You're something that's not white. Our country was literally.
Bro, you're not going to convince him.
I don't believe him. No, I'm not
he's
trolling.
not
I don't
worth the
believe
time.
in race.
I
don't
are
believe in
trolling.
race.
You don't. Yes.
Yeah.
Just because you don't believe there's a thing called race, or you don't believe there's a concept called racism, doesn't mean it's not true, right? You can believe or not believe whatever you want. I'm not going to take you seriously because I think you know damn well that the South, the people in the South were racist. I mean, they did enslave black folks. I think
What
you know
they did
damn
was
well
they were
right.
immoral. They were
It's
immoral.
It can be immoral and racist.
Call
at
them
the same
immoral.
time.
Don't call them racist.
Yes,
Well,
it's
how-
racist. Hold on, no. It's okay. It's immoral. Hold on. It's immoral to kill somebody. It's also murdering somebody. You can use both terms, and it's still the same. Just because it's racist and immoral doesn't mean it can't. It's not one or the other, right?
No, that's the trick.
logic fails. Your
No,
logic
no,
fails.
look.
That's the whole trick.
Look,
though.
wait. P Mars, shut up. Racism entails immorality.
That's the trick. That's the lie.
No, it's not the lie.
Explaining why something's immoral, you just label it racist. And then the definition of racism can expand to all this stuff that's not immoral.
All right,
What do you define as racism? What does he even mean by racism? That's what I don't understand. I don't understand what he's referring to as racism.
To make things that aren't immoral are immoral.
What the fuck are you talking about? What is racism, Pmar?
It's a trick. It's a made up word.
No, it's not.
All words are made up.
He's trolling. You might as well put him in
right
backstage,
and
man.
wrong.
He's really trolling. At this point, it's bullshit. Yeah. It's bullshit.
A castle is a house, but a house is not necessarily. A castle is a house, but a house is not necessarily a castle. All racism is immoral, but not all immoral things are racism.
I didn't know. Did you? I
tried
you
to
put
put him backstage for a minute, but somehow
yeah,
he got
I did
way
it at the
back
same
in.
time. I did it at the same time.
Oh, we were both trying to put him back there. Okay. Look, P Mars, we won't put you backstage if you'll just shut up for a minute.
Well, I put him backstage. So
Okay, all right.
hey,
Well, here's the thing I want to find
just
out.
a second, John, just a second. All right, just a second. I am going to take off briefly. I would like people to have a good conversation. P Mars is a troll. Put the link in the chat while I'm gone so other people can come in.
All right.
And I want the audience to understand that this is not a serious conversation about race. P Mars is not a serious interlocutor. And he's only here so long as the room wants him. And I heard Skylar say put him backstage. I want good conversation tonight. And we can have our laughs so long as it's funny. But you know, P
Well, I
Mars
don't
is
know.
he's only funny for so long. But yeah, John, you're running the show. I'll be back in like 30
Well,
minutes.
And it's
I
not
don't
my
know-
channel, guys. Do what you want. I don't want to like feel like I'm
No,
telling
and
you guys
here's
what
the
to do
thing.
or anything.
I wonder if you got that trick from Skylar like I did, because I thought that was beautiful when I watched the stream with Jill. It's like anytime Jill wouldn't shut up, he just put him backstage and let him cool off for a minute and bring him back.
I from what I saw of the Joey Cockroach show this morning, I mean that shit was fucking funny. So
He got so mad.
Yeah.
He was so mad. He did not. I don't know if he didn't think I was going to be able to do that, but like the fact I control it, and you know what? He deleted most of those videos about me afterwards. Like,
Oh,
he completely
really?
backed off.
Wow.
Yeah, like all the 5 trash talking videos. So I think it did something to him. But
yeah,
anyway,
that was great. But I will be back half an hour
All right.
tops, John.
All right. So here's what I'm trying to find out from you, P. Mars. I'll bring you back into the room and let you answer, and you better directly answer my question. Is your argument that racism, because of all these conspiracy theories you bring up, racism doesn't exist, or I'm sorry, slavery, you say that's immorality. So does racism not exist, or do you think that racism is okay? That if someone feels like they hate a particular ethnicity or group of people, you don't find that to be immoral? I'm bringing it back in.
Yeah, I'd like to ask him a question too. Like, all right, there are two things.
Let him
First
answer
one,
my question. Let him answer my question first, though, please. Unmute yourself, P. Mars. You must be AFK. Go ahead, Bob.
No, I'm here.
Yeah,
I'm back. What's up?
All right. Did you hear my question?
I got to run later. He goes,
No, sorry. I was.
All right. So is it that you're claiming that there's no racism because of all these conspiracy theories you bring up, that they're just making us believe that there's racism? Or is it that you don't think racism exists?
Okay,
I mean, and actually, I said that
I
wrong.
believe.
Are you? Oh, wait a minute. No, that was. I said that wrong again. I fucked up. Or that you don't believe racism is immoral?
No, I think there's angry people that do hate other people because of the color of their skin, but I don't think it's like a huge issue. I think it's inflated to be this big issue. I think it's probably a very small amount of people that feel that way, and the people that feel that way get like demonized and attacked by everyone. So
you do understand. You do understand. You just described racism. When someone hates someone else because of the color of their skin, that is racism.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
But,
so you agree there is racism?
well, the problem is racism has become this like political ideology thing that I don't agree with. So like I think there's either right and wrong, right? I could say someone shooting someone because of their skin color is wrong or whatever, or shooting someone for any reason is wrong. But it's just like I think it's better to describe things as either right and wrong, and leave the whole like we should ignore skin color.
All right, describe the Jim Crow law when black kids couldn't learn to read. There was a law saying they couldn't learn to read. Okay, but white kids were allowed to learn to read, right? Explain how that is. There's two different opposing sides there. So it should be wrong for both sides. So if you're going to make it wrong for black kids not to read, then it should be wrong for white kids not to read. But you can see a clear difference. Explain that.
Well, I mean, it's wrong to create a law based on skin color. It's wrong to oppress people. Like
That's racism. Okay, that is racism. I don't know why you keep saying this. There's not this thing called racism when you keep telling me racist things. With the law.
Because like the system, I don't think the system is racist. Like I think the
system made the law. What are you talking about? The system made the law.
But not anymore. That was a long time ago.
Yes, that's because more people stood up against it, right?
Right.
And then your whole thing about the slaves and the antebellum slavery, how there were free black men. How many white men were slaves on those plantations?
But I don't think it was about. I don't think slavery.
There was zero. Okay? So your free black man thing is doesn't debunk
Slavery wasn't
being
about
racist.
race. Slavery was about economics. It wasn't about skin color.
Then why didn't they enslave white people down there?
I'm just talking about history, not this like made up
Okay,
history.
no, listen. I'm sorry if you're saying it's about economics and jobs. Why didn't they enslave white people down there?
They did.
No, they didn't.
No, they did. There's
How
a
many
book.
white
There's a
slaves?
book. Do you like books? There's a book. They were white and they were slaves. They enslaved. White people were enslaved too. That's why I'm saying slavery isn't a race
Hold on,
issue.
hold on,
Slavery
PMARS,
is an
slow down.
economic issue.
PMARS, slow down. PMARS, just relax, take a breath. What book?
They were white and they were slaves.
That's the name of the book?
Yeah, it's about the white slaves in America.
All right. Were they Irish by any chance? Do you remember?
Probably. I don't remember.
All right. All right. Carry on.
I just don't think slavery is there are people that hate because of skin color, but it's like such a small amount of people and they get demonized. Like I don't think it's an issue in society, and the system, if anything, supports people of color. Like you're more likely to get into college. I think businesses are, especially with what's going on with Black Lives Matter, they're probably looking to hire black people in like managerial positions and I don't look at
Do
sports.
you know why? Do you know why you're more likely to get it? I don't think you are, but you think that black people are more likely to get in college. You know why? Because they passed a law, right?
Yeah,
What's that? What was that law? What's that? Affirmation.
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action. Yes. So black people were not getting into college. They were not allowed in college. So they had to actually pass a law to get people to let them in college.
But that's stupid because now we let people in that don't deserve to be there. Like you should be able to go to college based on how hard you work, not on your skin color. Like why
everybody should go to college. Everybody should go to college.
It should be based on no, I don't agree with that. I think no one should. I think college is a waste and just brainwashes you to believe stupid stuff about racism.
Yeah, that's all they teach you in college is
That's what it seems like these days. It's like the
Have you ever been to the doctors?
Yeah.
Well, that's college there.
Yeah.
Okay. A doctor doesn't learn that stuff in high school. You go to college to be a doctor.
You ever
So
talk to a doctor? They're
the
morons.
doctors that Okay. So no doctor's ever saved anybody's life in your family or anybody you know, right? For morons.
No, my mom died. The doctors
all
couldn't
people
save
die,
her
yes.
because They must have
Yeah,
needed more college education, and then they could have saved
My
mom.
dad
They're
died
too
too
dumb.
from cancer. There's some things they just can't fix. They're not miracle workers.
They must need more college. They're too dumb.
The book "They Were White and They Were Slaves" was about the Irish that were supposedly the early slaves. It is, from the brief amount of research I've done, is a self-published book by a conspiracy theorist in 1993. So it holds very little weight. No weight.
Yeah, anybody can write a book. If you can put papers on that, that would be nice.
Did anybody come in the room with the intent of bringing up another topic? Because it's an open room. You can bring a topic and talk about anything. Was there anything did any of y'all want to talk about any specific issue? Bob?
I could talk about all kinds of things. I mean, I just watched the debate. I just watched that debate with Batman and Jim today. Oh, that was funny as hell.
Oh, I want to hear about that. Yeah, because here's the thing. I'm tired. We're gonna do that. Hey, P. Mars, I'm not going to be bringing you back in, so you might as well skedaddle, buddy. Yeah, tell us about that debate, Bob. I'd really like to hear that.
Oh, well, Jim. Jim was. I think he could do better. He could learn a little bit better, but Batman with the same old precept. The Bible says it's true, and the Bible, says it's true, and basically that's all he had for it. Was on Noah's flood, evidence for Noah's flood. Right?
Okay, yeah, I remember hearing about that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So Batman, I mean, basically all he kept saying was, it's all true, because the Bible says it's true. And then he brought up the Grand Canyon, how that was, I don't know how they can. That's been debunked too, right? The Grand Canyon, if it was a catastrophic flood and it's a washout, it would have washed out in a straight line, not zigzag like it did and backwards. So, but he didn't. Nobody brought that up, and he just kept bringing that stuff up. And then he got stuck on morals for some reason. He wanted to switch it to morals because, he's got to run his precept script, and he kept asking Jim, Majors, why is pedophilia okay? Why are you a pedophile? Why do you think? Why is it wrong for you to be a pedophile? He kept asking Jim that. Why is it wrong for you to be a pedophile? And I'm like, holy crap.
So he actually shifted the topic just so he could continue his script, so he could use the same script he always uses. That's insane.
And I don't know why Christians bring that up. There's nowhere in the Bible that says anything about sex with children is wrong. There's not one verse in the Bible that says it's wrong. If anything, it says it's okay because Mary was supposedly only 13 years old, so she was underage. So God had no problem with impregnating underage children. I don't know why Christians bring that up. There's nothing in the Bible that says it's wrong. We know it's wrong.
Well, I mean, not only is there nothing in the Bible that says it's wrong, there's instances of it in the Bible that you can point to. I mean, and then if you want to talk about Islam, which the Quran has a few books from the Bible in it. Supposedly, Muhammad married a 6-year-old, and there wasn't anything wrong with that, and consummated it when she was 9. So,
yeah.
So
he wouldn't let it go. Go ahead.
Well, no, I was just going to ask Puff. Did you see that stuff with Trump doing the town hall, and somebody brought up how the audio that came out of him, saying he was downplaying the virus, and then he went on to say that, well, no, I wasn't downplaying it because my actions were upplaying it. Did you see that clip? Puff must be AFK.
Yeah.
No, I had a stupid button pressed. Sorry. But I saw that, and then I saw him double down on it today. And then he said today that the director of the CDC, when he testified, that if that nationwide use of masks could be as effective as a vaccine, and that the vaccine wouldn't be ready until early to mid next year. If they got any in, it would just be for like high risk cases and the elderly, right? So he said, he's like, no, he's like, he didn't understand the questions. He didn't hear them correctly. He didn't understand them. He's like, nah, he wouldn't have said that. He would have told you that he doesn't believe that. And I'm like, what the hell? And they were like, and then the one of the reporters he's a British reporter. I don't know his name, but he was like, he got him because he was like, do you have faith in the director of the CDC? And he's like, yeah, I do. He's like, then why did you just say that he couldn't understand the only two questions, or the two main questions he was asked? He's like, oh, and he just went on to say, well, just gotta ask him now. He'll tell you that he didn't understand him. I'm like, he just bulldozed right past that. Yeah, so he doesn't give a crap, because they brought up more quotes from the thing, right? And he was like, oh, well, do you have a date for that? And they're like, no, we don't. We don't have an exact date for that. And he's like, well, then it's just hearsay. And I'm like, no, we heard you say it on tape.
He's
yeah.
he is the ultimate gaslighter.
Oh yeah, because he was like, yeah, I'm actually bringing the troops home. I'm like, no, they're still going out and coming back in like they were before. We still have a presence in the Middle East. We're not leaving or anything, and we're steady picking little battles with Russia and China all over the place. No, it's crazy. To me, it's like like this game Just Cause 3. Basically, the dude is like, he's at the same time he's like, no, everything's all right, and stuff is getting destroyed, right? So like, same time he's like, no, I'm bringing the kids home. He's sending them out to war, and they just believe what he says regardless of what's really happening. It's sickening.
Well, I mean, we were talking about this last night on Granny's channel, Godless Granny, and I think one positive that can come out of Trump's years in office is to maybe it'll cause us to reanalyze our political system, because the fact of the matter is we need a lot of reform, because if you look at like England, their election cycle lasts for 25 business days. It works out to be about 5 weeks with the weekends. They don't have these protracted 2-year-long campaigns. They don't have as much money. There's a pool of money that both parties can draw from. It's like $25 to $40 million or something like that. Each average person that is running for office, they get an amount of money based on how big their constituency is, and the average person running for office over in England spent I think it was like $15,000 or 15,000 pounds for an election cycle. They're also not allowed to have campaign ads. They're all given a certain amount of time on TV, on public channels, or they can go on and make their case or put their ad up or whatever it is they want to do. So, just the idea that Trump was able to get voted into office, I think he was able to get voted into office, not just because of this, base of people that, they think he's his messiah, and because there was a lot of people that didn't like Hillary, he was enabled to get into office because of our system, because of the way the system works. Over in England too, if they elect a prime minister, and then the party decides that the prime minister is a schmuck, they can remove him from office. It's not like an impeachment process. It's just that if the party decides he or she is not doing their job, then they can take steps and remove him or her from office. Help me out here. Oh, go ahead.
It'd be nice if we had something a little bit like that, at the very least, first past the post, where it is get rid of the Electoral College that only hurts us today. It kind of made sense, or it seems like it made a lot of sense back in the early 1800s. But today we have the internet. Today we have TV. Today we have radio. Today we don't need an electoral college that only hurts us and serves to put people in power. And we don't have things like maximum age or cognitive verification for judges who are in there for life. The reason judges are in there for life, you guys were talking on Granny's stream last night, it definitely makes sense that to help prevent them from being politically motivated in their decisions. But for shit's sake, when they get up to 90 years old, if they can't pass some sort of cognitive ability, or they can't physically do their job. Why the heck are we still allowing them to stay in that seat?
Hey, folks in the live chat, I just posted a link again. Anybody that wants to come in here, it is an open room. You can bring whatever topic you want. Nakasuchi will be back here in a few minutes. He had to step out for a little while, but he will be back. Did you guys have any? Oh, here comes somebody else. The fifth trumpet.
Oh, I was gonna say what you're saying. I mean, ideally that's true, right? But like all the things that we have to kind of like balance our government, right? They all are being weaponized by the Republican Party. So like they weaponized the fact that judges are appointed for life, right? Federal judges, right? So like they're just stuffing every position they can with really super conservative judges. Right now we got to deal with them for their entire life, right? It's crazy to me that the way that they're doing it, but they turn everything that's supposed to be a safeguard for democracy, they turn it all into weapons against us.
Did you hear what Granny had to say about that last night? Her what the reasoning was behind the lifetime appointments. So I was wondering what you thought of that.
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because the reason for lifetime appointments.
No, actually, I was asking Puff, but go ahead, Jake.
Yeah, go ahead, Puff.
But, well, maybe I'm fucking up. Was it Puff that was just talking, or was it you, Jay?
Oh, no, it was Puff that was just talking.
Oh, okay. He had said something about Granny's stream. Actually,
I said that about Granny's stream.
Oh, okay, yeah, and okay, yeah. So go ahead. Then.
Yeah, the reason that we have lifetime appointments in judges, at least the Supreme Court, is because it prevents them from having political motivations. Because if they have to run for their seat every single year or every single term, it means that they're more likely theoretically to be politically motivated. They have to please their base, they have to please this person, so they're more likely to make legal decisions based on that. But what we see with the Supreme Court, like with this the judge, I think you had mentioned him last night, who made the decision that Trump appointed. I can't remember his name.
Kavanaugh.
Yeah, Kavanaugh. He has been apolitical. He's really seemed to be upstanding, even though he was a Republican judge appointed by a Republican cabinet. It really seems to help that they don't need to worry about re-election.
I think you're thinking of Justice Gorsuch. Kavanaugh hasn't really been, what's the word I'm looking for, more on the impartial side since he's been on the Supreme Court. Gorsuch has, but Kavanaugh's stuck pretty much to the typical conservative stuff that they usually always do. I did want to ask you guys a question, just because that might allude to some other things. What do you guys think?
Yeah, but real quick, I want to ask you a question. Everybody in the room a question. Does anybody here know who the fifth trumpet is?
No.
What?
I'm right here.
No, I don't know who you are. And
oh well, I'm just your average guy. I mean, I just wanted to check in. Did you want me to make a comment?
I just wanted to see if anybody knew who you were, because we don't want to have anything untoward going out over the stream, and you're kind of like got this smoky veil there instead of an avatar or a
it's a Band-Aid.
It's a Band-Aid.
Well, honestly, sir, I just wanted to ask Jake 4D something. I mean, if you don't want me to, I can.
No, if that's all you came in was to ask a question, you're perfectly fine and talk about it. It's just I'm kind of skittish when I don't know somebody and we're live.
Oh, okay,
go ahead.
Yeah, there's no problem as far as I know.
But can Leo get his question first, and then we'll go to you. You ask
go ahead.
Go ahead, Leo.
So, I was in one of Steve McRae's streams, and I posited this as an idea for at least attempting to eliminate a lot of the, what word do I want to use? I guess the partisanship in our political system. I think the best idea would actually just be to abolish political parties. Nobody seemed to be on board with that. I guess I didn't really get why, because I truly believe that not just in the United States, but in many countries, political parties just do more harm than good, because what happens is people get in that mindset of, well, I don't care about what this person, I don't care about their character, I don't care about their policy, I only care what letter or color is next to their name. So what do you guys think about abolishing political parties? Good idea or not?
In theory, that really sounds like a good idea. And like what Puff was talking about earlier is, the Republicans are really screwing us over. The thing is, we have to remember is when the shit hits the fan, everybody's covered in shit.
Yeah. I love that phrase.
Both parties, both sides are all doing stuff that's hurting us. You could make a case that one party is doing more than another to really hurt everybody. But the thing is even if we quote unquote abolish political parties, remove every reference to Democrat or Republican from all of our elections, that's not going to make a difference. You're just removing a name. It's a distinction without a difference. You're still going to have factions. You're still going to have people group together. You're still going to have people vote together. But by getting rid of the parties, all you're doing is making it a more messy process. A better option than just removing the parties is having a plethora of parties, like what the UK does.
Yeah, I can agree with that.
They have tons and tons and tons of different parties, so you don't have very strong individual connections. You have looser, more fluid connections between a wider froth of people.
And I would add to that, in my mind, we got to get rid of the money out of politics, and that's not to say get all the money out of politics, but go to more like the way the Brits have it. And there has to be congressional term limits. I'm sorry. I mean, if the president can only serve for 8 years, then what is wrong with putting like a 12-year limit on the two houses of Congress? Because
I think it should be 12
the House with a 12-year limit, the House could serve, that would be 6 terms. You could serve 2 terms in the Senate, or you could serve, 3 terms in the House and serve a term in the Senate. And there's 340 million people in this country. There's plenty of smart people out there that would want to serve their country for a couple of years.
I really like that idea. I'm with you. Is term limit on the House and the Senate. We don't want to eliminate the possibility of somebody going from like spend 12 years as a mayor, then 12 years as a governor, and then 12 years as a senator. But I never thought of it having like Congress having, a term limit for all of Congress, whether it be House, part in House, part in Senate. I hadn't considered that before.
I mean, it makes sense because, a lot of the corrupted system comes from, and I'm not pointing at one particular party, but it comes from the people that get in there and stay there for 20, 30, 40 years. How can you make changes to the system when it's the same people in there? And the ones that stay the longest tend to wield the most power. They're on the better committees, so I think that you have a nation as large as ours. There's plenty of smart people. There's plenty of people that might, if it was term limits, I think there would be a lot of, and we were able to change the system a little bit. I think there would be plenty of people that would want to serve their country and maybe serve 6 years or something in government.
The one thing that I wanted to say, John, that proves your point is that Chuck Grassley, who's a senator out of my state, out of Iowa, has been there since like the mid 80s, early 80s. He's been there for almost like 40 something years. When he first got in there, he was not a bad. He was Republican, but he was, because the Republican Party back then was actually a decent political party. He was not a bad politician. He actually got some stuff done. He actually did represent the people of the state of Iowa, but then he started to get there longer and longer, and then the money started to roll in. So I definitely think that the length of time that these politicians are in for, like you said, is really one of the biggest issues in what's corrupting them. And I think that at the state and federal level, across the board, 12-year term limits. So that's 3 years that you can be a president, 6 years, like you said, in the House of Representatives, 2 in the Senate, and that's for any position. So you might do a term as president, and then say you go to the Senate or vice versa. But once you've done 12 years serving in the state or the federal government, you cannot serve in any other elected position at any level in any state or at the federal level.
I could get behind
that. 12 years.
I don't like that idea.
Total. I do. But see, the thing is, I actually don't like term limits. And this is why. But I think that we should have them. So let me explain myself. I don't like term limits because if we had them in place, people like Bernie Sanders would not have been fighting for the things that he fought for almost 40 years. However, if we had term limits, people like Mitch McConnell, people like Chuck Grassley, Lindsey Graham, Nancy Pelosi, God, we could go down the list for probably hours, would not be in there. So I think that there are pros and cons to term limits. I think we should put them in place, but I think that at some point we might be able to get rid of them.
Okay, but hold on. Yeah, that's wonderful that Bernie Sanders has served for 40 years in different political offices and has fought for the things, you know, that you said he fought for, but he's just a man. Okay, he's not like Brainiac, smartest man on the planet. There's plenty of Bernie-esque type people out there that could take up the mantle if he was able to serve, so many years. Hey, so I want to go to the fifth trumpet and let him ask Jake 4D a question.
Yeah, hi there. I was just looking, and I Jake 4D, I noticed you had that Tesseract as an icon, and you call yourself 4D. And I just was wondering, because I've been recently looking into that, and I'm just wondering why are you interested in that? Is it just because you like science?
I love science. I love math. Math is my favorite subject. I was actually called Fourth Dimensional Jake, but to better align with my Twitch and other YouTube channel, I switched it to Jake 4D. Because the Tesseract is a fourth dimensional cube. And then also on top of that, I was thinking about creating a podcast called Voices from the Fourth Dimension, because some people kind of have like gods are from a higher dimension, and we live in a three dimension space. We live in a world of 3 spatial dimensions and a 4th dimension of time. At least that's one of the best ways to look at it. So some people kind of think of like logic and abstract objects and gods and things like that are of a higher dimension, like a 4th or above. So it all kind of comes together for me.
Right. Well, I mean, the reason I started looking into it, it helped explain a lot after I started to understand it as to, now biblically speaking, how you can like not see a soul, but you can see an angel. How certain people can, just as an example, walk through something solid. So it really helped to explain that. So you're right about that. Right?
Yeah. I mean, that definitely is a way people view things. I'd have to question what you're talking about by literally seeing angels and literally walking through smaller walls, though.
Right. Well, I'm just going biblically, and that may not be your topic, but I'm just saying for me, it helped explain a lot of those questions.
I did want to point out quick that it's actually, if you ran into a wall enough times, now granted this would be probably billions upon billions of times, at some point you will tunnel through the wall. It is possible. It's just the chances of that happening for classical level objects drops drastically. But technically speaking, there is, albeit infinitesimally small, a non-zero probability that if you ran into a wall, you'll tunnel through it and end up on the other side.
Yeah, exactly. That's totally correct. There is a literal quantum in quantum mechanics. It is possible that you could go through a wall, an object that we see as solid. Yes.
That protons actually do that in the core of the sun. Protons should be repelling. They don't repel. Well, they do, but some of those protons boop, tunnel, and then they can stick, and that's why fusion happens. So we actually, when you look at the sun, you're looking at something that exists because of quantum tunneling.
Well, so does I think I heard this or read this somewhere. Tell me if it's true. Is it true that each atom has more empty space than actual matter?
Yes.
No.
Okay,
Atoms
I got a
don't
yes and a
have
no.
empty space. You see, it comes down because you got to remember the nucleus is point-like, but not really point-like. It's a cloud of probability, and then the electrons are not literally orbiting the nucleus. There's a cloud, just a probability distribution of those electrons being someplace. Atoms aren't made up of empty space. There's just empty space between generally the point-like nucleus and then the first orbital, the ground state of electrons. There's a lot of vacuum between those 2 points, but that doesn't make up the atom. So it's colloquially speaking, yes. When you get more technical, not really. But we're
so basically you're just giving us a few moments of being pedantic. Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Thank you for
Physicists
that.
like to do that. I'm sorry.
Thank you for that. But hey,
the way I see.
Go ahead.
The way I see that is the model we have of an atom is a useful fiction. It doesn't actually look like that.
No, not at all.
If you view the atom, at least superficially, as a nucleus and all that, there would be more empty space than actual physical matter. Yeah. But as Leo was saying, these are probabilities. These are more like higher energy states in that place, and the electrons don't literally orbit the atom. So in a easier to understand useful fiction, yes. In a literal sense, no, nothing is as it seems.
Yeah, you worded that better than I did. Thank you.
Okay, so
surprise, I'm back, John.
Yeah, I wondered. I saw the freaking shit shift. I was like, "What the hell, man?" I thought I was.
Hey, and what's up, Andy?
Hold on.
Andy
I just
Hall
wanted
from
to
Laughing in Disbelief.
Say to the fifth trumpet, because you alluded to religion earlier, like, oh, maybe that's not your topic. This is open room. You can bring whatever topic you want, and we absolutely enjoy talking to religious people. So if you want to talk about something about religion, we have no problem with that.
You might get challenged, but everybody here is respectful in their discussions.
No, I mean, I don't want to. I don't want to talk about that. I was just wanted to ask Jake about the fourth dimension because it helped me explain a lot of these spiritual questions. That's all.
Yeah, and
so,
really
always
quick,
up for that conversation.
I'm gonna
too.
go shave. I'm gonna go shave really quick. I'm gonna jump backstage. So I'll be back.
All right.
Yeah, Trumpet. I am always up for that discussion if you ever want to continue it. I love talking religion and philosophy. I'm definitely a layman, but I am always up for a discussion.
So, Stupid Horror Energy's in the house now, and Tioga, Kent Hoven CPA, I noticed him a little while ago, Laughing in Disbelief, don't know who you are, but welcome.
That's me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's Andy.
All right.
That is Andy. I have it on very good information, though, it's Andy.
I just posted the link a minute or so ago. If you want to come in, please come in. Stupid Horror Energy, please come in.
Yeah, I'm sorry I had to dip out. I had an appointment, and thank you, John, for holding it down. I'm interested. How did the conversation with PMARS and
I'm not sure what happened to Skylar.
Yeah.
But at one point, I put P. Mars backstage and said, "You might as well leave. I'm not bringing you back." And then Skyler just all of a sudden, I look up, he was gone. I don't know what.
Skyler had his kids come up and tell him something. He had to.
Oh, okay. So he did say something. I just didn't hear him.
No,
Yeah.
he didn't say something. He just waved on camera.
Because his kids actually came on camera and grabbed him. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
all right, so yeah, I do want to thank Dragnot, Skyler, everybody for jumping in. Yeah, feel free to jump in, and John, take over, and I'll mute again. John, if you haven't met Andy, you'll like Andy. He's hilarious, and he's got some rage.
Did your errand that you had to run.
Oh yeah, I did. I'm here for good now. I'm just saying, I'm going to mute and let you finish what you were saying instead of over talking you.
Oh, okay. Well, no, all I was going to say is I'm so glad Jake brought that up, that he noticed, what it was that sent Skyler away, because at the point I put P. Mars backstage, he was being utterly stupid, like he's wont to do, and I had asked him a question, and then right about the time I told P. Mars to leave, I look up and Skyler's gone. I thought I pissed Skyler off, getting rid of the toy that the mouse was playing with, like that.
Yeah, well, I wish that, because P. Mars is not a serious interlocutor. If you want to talk white privilege, if you want to talk racism in America, he's not a serious interlocutor. CJ in the side chat would have been a much better person to have a conversation.
Before every stream, we have to decide, or else I just have to keep my hands off the damn people.
Yeah, when I'm here, I would say I'm probably going to do it.
And just real quick, something in my chat. Where is that? We were talking about a few minutes ago about how atoms are. The fact that there's a lot of space, more space than matter. Leo Filius kind of, told us why that's not true, but it is true. Why it's true and not true at the same time. And then, so this is, and for some reason, it's not coming up on my screen. Is it on the screen? I just put a comment up on the screen.
Yeah, it's
okay. But I just want to share that. And then he apologized a moment later. I kid, and I already knew you were kidding. So thank you so much.
People say I kid when they really.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's in Eminem lyrics. A lot of true things are said in jest.
Is the comment gone now?
It's still up.
Not. Could you please take it down, because for some reason my computer.
I remember having shitty computer problems. What happened to John?
Probably hit refresh.
John, your computer sucks ass. What's up, guys?
Good to see you, Mr. Rage.
Yeah, good to see you, man. Andy messaged me while I was out, and I'm like, I'll be home in 15 minutes. I was hoping that Skyler would still be here and the conversation would still be a shit show. But like with P. Mars, you guys can't take this guy seriously. Like the reason he uses his avatar, it's not like the same reason Smokey Saint does or a lot of these people. John, I really hit the button. He uses an avatar to cover his smile because he's just trolling and he doesn't believe half the shit he's saying. So today, when he's actually on camera and we could see that shit-eating grin not go away, it's just proof positive the guy's a troll. CJ, who would actually, CJ's in the side chat. He would actually argue those points with good arguments as opposed to P. Mars just coming in to troll.
Yeah. And I would say this: CJ's not going to come in here and try and make arguments for race realism. Okay. I mean, so, and make stupid, bigoted arguments. At least I don't think. Am I right, Knock?
Well, yeah. And when I first brought him in, like we were literally only going to bring him in for a minute, but then Drag jumped right in and then Skyler jumped right in. I'm like, fuck, I can't get rid of P. Mars. No.
Hi, Tioga. How are you?
It's so good to have you on the channel.
Hi, how's it going?
Oh, really good.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So why do you guys entertain P. Mars?
Well,
I usually don't.
I gotta tell you, I don't want to. I mean, every time he's come around lately, I've booted him off the channel, or timed him out, or I mean, I just and the thing is though is at this point now I know proof positive, like what Knock was just saying, is that he's just a Poe. He's a Poe. I mean,
I don't know if he's a Poe. I don't think. I don't know.
I think he believes it, but he's just
Right.
trolling. He's just having fun with it,
Yeah.
and he doesn't take it seriously.
Yeah, I
you
don't
know?
think he cares. Like, I just don't think that he cares to assess your opinion on things. I just don't think that's the trolley part of it. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah.
Sorry
And,
about my dogs in the background.
no, you're good.
No, that's
and
cool.
and with P Mars, like so when I brought him in, it was just like, hey, I'm gonna laugh, and then John, because me and John had talked, like he's banned for at least 2 months. And that's why he was like the first. I think he was literally waiting on this stream for like 6 hours ever since I announced it. Like, I'm gonna be the first one that hits that link. You know.
Well, you know something. I'm kind of pissed off now that you reminded me of that.
Oh yeah,
But
that we
actually-
were supposed to boot him. But I mean,
Well,
Drag
no,
came on, and you got to give Drag a moment to make a
Well,
fool look like a fool.
As a
you
matter
know?
of fact, I wasn't even aware of this because when I kicked him out of the room the other day, or kicked him out of the live chat, I warned him, if you come back in on one of your sock accounts, you'll be gone for 2 months. Did he come back on a sock? I didn't think he did. I didn't see him do it.
Well,
Did he?
I don't know. I implemented
right.
the 2 month thing regardless. So
All right.
just because it's P Mars, like the dude literally came on this channel just a moment ago and
outta
said
here, man.
white privilege doesn't exist because it's a communist propaganda lie.
Right, and look down, look in the bottom corner, dude. Look who's here as we talk about him. I saw that logo and I thought it was Richard Madsen.
Okay, but like
It is Richard.
Yeah, it is Richard Madsen.
Oh.
It's not P Mars.
All right.
It's not P Mars, John Peterson.
Sorry, this is bad.
But are you Smokey Saint? You have no sense of humor, John.
No,
Wow.
P Mars literally has an account that says not P Mars.
I know. I'm fucking with you, my man. I'm fucking with you. I would not put it past P Mars to use Richard Madsen's
Right.
icon to get back on the channel.
Yeah. Well, now what did he change it? Really is Richard.
Hey, Richard. Peace and respect, all. How you guys doing?
Good, man.
So far,
I'm glad.
so
I'm
good.
glad you're here. Because like I don't even know what I kind of agreed to today, but I agreed to be in a show with you next Wednesday. So
Yeah, I agreed to it too. Yeah, and passing. We got one of the passing boys, right?
yeah, I'm not sure, but I figured like if you're gonna be there, fuck it, I'll be there. I'm pretty sure like I might have agreed to it. I just don't remember whatever it was.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't even know what the topic is. I'm just going to come in and be myself.
The topic is bring your own topic, and we can please stop talking about P Mars. We can let like everybody introduce themselves. Andy is here. He's a co-host on the Damn Show with me every morning, and he's hilarious. So
Right,
we can
okay.
let and any topic. So Richard, I know you're always you've got a topic just ready. So if you whatever, man.
And then real quick, let me say, Marty Camijo, please come in if you have the time. Go ahead.
Oh, is Marty in the audience? Hi, Marty. Marty's awesome.
So the floor is yours, Andy.
The floor is mine. Why, thank you very much. My name is Andy Hall. You have probably read some of my stuff. I have vomited all types of satirical posts from Pathos, where I blog at, on the non-religious channel. If there's like some kind of silly post that you've liked about Iceland over the last 5 years, that's probably written, Iceland and atheism, that's probably written by me. And yeah, I'm kind of a jerk, to tell you the truth. I don't know why the rage hangs out with me.
because we both have rage. So
Oh yeah, well that is our superhero power.
Yeah,
if you're
so-
going to look in the Marvel index of powers and heroes or villains, we would have this a very similar power in
Yeah.
anger and the rage.
Yeah, and what I like about Andy is just that fucking sense of humor. Like you're an actual comedian. He knows how to land a joke. So yeah, he's gonna bring some lightness to any stream.
Well,
That's what I try to do.
He's got some nice self-deprecating humor, I noticed.
Oh yeah. Well, you know, the thing is, it's a defense mechanism, isn't it? And a defense mechanism, not in the I'm trying to protect my gentle ego. It's the fact that I just don't want people to hit me. So if I, make myself look like an idiot, then when I insult them, it's not that bad. It's
Yeah.
like,
So
look,
you're a professional comedian?
I've been on stage quite a bit, yeah.
Yeah.
In the Boston area, and a little bit outside of the Boston area. I haven't been up on stage for quite a while, but once the COVID disappears, then I think I'm going back on stage again.
Who did we lose? Oh, the trumpet dude.
Yeah, and anybody feel we will continue to link the link. You know, I know that it's sometimes intimidating for a Christian to come in to these really large rooms. Richard is never intimidated. He's got balls of steel. But please come in, and we will try to moderate. It's hard not to create a gang up mentality, but I want everybody to come in and be able to have a conversation.
Well, and speaking of moderation, I don't know if it was your idea, Knock, but somebody came up with a fantastic idea. Like if we, got a Christian in here that everybody had something to say to or a question to ask or whatever, instead of us all sitting here and, chopping at the bit to get our point out, what we might do, like if somebody came in that wanted to, have a serious debate over religion, is we would go ahead and put everybody backstage and then let people take turns coming in and talk instead of, because when there's a big room of us, the people when there's a lot of people on one side, they want to get the point in, and there's a lot of over talking and stuff.
I'm not sure about putting everybody backstage, but like when we do have Christians in, I think we should go to timed responses. That way they can speak, and then and it doesn't have to be even at all. So if there's like 8 damn atheists in the room, well, an atheist gets a turn, the Christian can respond, and then the next atheist gets a turn. You know what I'm saying, John?
Right.
To make it more fair.
Yeah, the Christian would get a response to each interlocutor.
I think that's the correct way of doing it, because you see a lot of these online debates. You see a lot of these debates where there is no clock, and you've got to have a clock. I've debated people in the middle of a bar, like a couple of pints in. It's like, listen, we have to pay attention to the clock here on my phone, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah.
So just real quick, let's do what Rage suggested a few minutes ago and just go around and let everybody take a minute and introduce themselves and say anything that they want people to know as far as channel or anything. Marty, you just got here. You go ahead first.
Hi. So I'm Marty. Everybody should know me because I hang out here a lot. Stop it! Sorry, I'm yelling. I yell at my dog. Sorry.
Genuine Marty.
I'm pagan, and I seem to be one of the only pagans that Knock is not having problems with right now. I don't know what's going on because I missed that episode, but yeah, I hang out in here a lot. Richard, I've actually been saying, I was saying it to myself the other day at work, and I'm like, shit, I need to email Richard. I haven't talked to Richard in a minute. So I'll send you an email tonight.
Yeah, we're about to do another conversation, aren't we?
Yeah, it's been a minute.
And I love how we have another absolutely not P. Mars in the house.
Who's P. Mars?
No, we're not bringing it back up. You have to.
No,
figure it out.
I legit don't know who this is.
Think Donald Trump, but not orange.
Yeah. So Sarge, tell us who you are really, and anything you want everybody to know.
That's Sergeant Slim Jim.
Or you're muted, Sarge.
Stop it.
Yeah, sorry. I was working on my coffee maker. Yeah, hi. I'm Sergeant Slim Jim. I am an observer of the great debate community, not really a participant. I am incidentally Catholic, but don't hold that against me. And that was my show you agreed to come on Wednesday, guys.
Oh, good, cool.
Shit. Awesome. That's great. Yeah, I'm glad I know now.
Just send me the link, man. I'll be there. I don't know.
Richard Madsen.
Yeah, I got a show, YouTube channel, Demolished Doctrine. And by that, I mean that I believe that all doctrines of all religions are misunderstandings of their own spiritual texts and should be abolished from the earth and are actually an abomination against what their own spiritual text is trying to tell them and is counterproductive in humanity. So look at some of my stuff and tell me how weird I am. That'd be cool.
Well, and I will. I'll say to Knock that I'll do it, but anybody that's appeared here tonight, if you have a YouTube channel or any other links you want in the video description, you can email them or DM them to me, and I'll make sure they get in the video description after we're done. Jake,
real quick, I will attest that you will find Richard weird if you subscribe to conventional Christianity, but you will not meet a better human being or a more genuine human being than Richard Madsen. He is one of my favorite people that I have ever met in my life.
I'll tell you what, plus one on that, buddy.
Richard's one of the few like Christians that I actually respect.
Yeah, I second that, Marty.
Jake 4D, tell us about yourself.
Hey, I am Jake 4D. I love having conversations about philosophy and religion. I have 2 YouTube channels. Jake 3D is tech and games and that kind of stuff. Jake 4D, I have conversations with pastors, priests, and moms. Actually, I'm having trouble getting them to email me back, so I need more pastors to talk to me. But that channel is mostly devoted to listening to what evidence that pastors have to say. It's not about countering it. It's just getting the evidence for people who say that who teach that God definitely does exist. I'm also on Twitter as Jake's 4D. I'm also on Twitch as Jake 3D. I'm all around. And yeah, anytime you want to have a discussion on any of these things, I am always happy to have that.
We just interviewed Jake a few weeks back on the Apostate Alliance. I say we, and I wasn't. I don't think I was there that day, was I?
You had to get some rest, I think.
Yeah. Tiaga, tell us about yourself.
Hi. How's it going?
It's Tioga, John.
Hi. I know I'm way meaner in chat, but I don't do much. I don't have a YouTube channel. I'm just super far left. I am an artist, and I make socialist propaganda so that I can trick people.
Awesome. That's fantastic.
Tioga is my absolute favorite moderator on Modern Day Debate. Yes, she is as far left as I want to be. So, yeah, welcome, Tioga. It's good to finally have a chance to speak to you because I've seen you in chats. You've been in my chat, and yeah, I love the way you approach moderation, especially.
Well, awesome. and one of the strangest things in this entire universe is the fact that I'm going to probably say it wrong again. That Tioga has a wrench on Modern Day Debate, and also Smoking Saint has a wrench on Modern Day Debate. Like that just doesn't compute in my fucking head. Like
we get along. We try to make it work, you know.
Yeah.
Well, it's because Smokey's such a leech. So no, don't get me started, John.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry.
Tioga, I gotta ask you, Menshevik or Bolshevik?
Okay, definitely not Bolshevik. So.
All right, that's the right answer. That's a good answer. I like that. Okay. Yeah. Right on.
Puff, you want to tell us about yourself? Are you there?
Oh yeah. Sorry.
You sound really high, man.
Oh yeah. Not only that, I'm fucking tired, man. So I just been in the community forever. I get in here and chop it up sometimes, but I'm also the guy that was stupid enough to do a full-time college season while I'm doing 50 to 60 hours of tech service calls. So that's fun. Yeah, so I'm working full time and I'm doing the full time college student thing now, and it's kicking the shit out of me, man.
That's tough. That's a tough road.
So you're not high, you're just exhausted.
Well, I am, but I'm also exhausted.
You're never too exhausted to get too high.
Oh, spot on.
So I'm sure I've said this before on this channel, but since there's a professional comedian in the house, I'm gonna take my time to tell a joke and see if I can make the professional comedian laugh.
All right.
So I finally decided that I need to address my weight problem. I'm an overeater. I got about 100 extra pounds on me. I got to get rid of, and I don't have any willpower at all. So I'm opting for a surgical procedure. But I'm not going to do any of the normal ones. I'm not having my stomach stapled, or I'm not going to wire my jaw. My doctor talked me into this new experimental procedure. He's going to transplant my taste buds to my asshole. And the reason that works is because everything you eat winds up tasting like shit.
Nice. I like that. That's good.
I did a little stand-up like 30 years ago.
Sure. That's sweet. That's nice.
I don't do stand-up. I just have a really dark sense of humor nobody gets except for my people.
So anyway, Puff's been here for a while. Jake's been here for a while. I've been here for a while, and of course Knox. So I want to throw it out to the other 4 people in the room to decide what we talk about right now. And if anybody wants to volunteer that has something they want to talk about, just raise your hand or give a holler.
I'd like to talk about large blueberries.
Okay.
They're evil.
Just large blueberries are evil, or blueberries in general?
Blueberries in general, but large blueberries, like say evil's evil and blueberries are evil. Large blueberries are the Satan of blueberries.
Are you carrying Mars's mantle now?
Oh yeah, I'm definitely I hate blueberries. Blueberries to me are the equivalents of pineapple on pizza.
But why? But is it a texture issue with blueberries?
I don't know. It could be like a Smurf issue. I loved the Smurfs when I was a kid. I don't know.
Dude, you get a good blueberry muffin or some good blueberry pancakes.
I don't do it. Nope.
Knock, you do have OCD. That's it. The Smurfs thing.
I do. I do have OCD.
Do you feel like the blueberries are mini Smurfs? And you're devouring these mini Smurfs?
I've never actually tasted a blueberry. Never once in my life. Never once in my life.
Oh, blueberries are good.
I think I see the baby Smurfs, right? You remember the baby Smurfs?
They were babies?
Yeah, they're the little kid Smurfs, right?
I don't remember them having.
They hung around with Smurfette. Oh God! You guys need to go back and watch those old school racist ass cartoons again.
It's Mandela effect for me. I've never seen that.
In the later years, there were they were represented as 4 to 5 year olds, something like that.
Yeah. They weren't babies. They were like little children Smurfs. The little Smurfs.
Are we really talking about blueberries right now?
No, we're talking about Smurfs.
Oh, okay.
Much better. Come on, John.
The blueberries and the Smurfs, so we could transition into a discussion about blue balls.
Well, I was going to ask
blue balls don't exist. That's communist propaganda, John.
That's right.
That's communist propaganda. Stop it. No more.
But your dislike for blueberries, it doesn't cross over to raspberries or blackberries or any other berries?
Generally, actually no, because I grew up picking. I don't eat many berries now, but I grew up eating raspberries and blackberries. So yeah, it's the blueberries.
No, you're about to talk about some childhood trauma their age.
Well, no, I think it's simply the fact that I grew up loving the Smurfs and I've always been OCD. So I equated the two as a child, and I've just never put one in my mouth.
Wow. But that implies that you put it somewhere else, though.
I don't speak to what I do with my butthole.
Are you talking about?
I do know that Smokey really loves those conversations.
Hey, are you talking about some Richard Gere shit there? Well, putting it somewhere else. I mean, blueberries are small, but they don't have little legs, man. So
another thing that I've never actually tasted. Is a raw tomato. I've tasted it cooked in food, and I hate it, but I've never put a raw tomato in my mouth.
They're so good. They're berries too. You just don't like berries, dude.
Maybe.
What about Barry White?
Everybody's got to love Barry White.
Yeah, you got to love Barry White.
Okay.
So that means you're religiously against BLTs.
Oh, never in my life. Nope.
That's the best sandwich. That's the best one.
Yeah. I'll do the BL, but not the T. No.
Not the T.
Boy, that sounded so fucking dirty, dude.
Well, and speaking of OCD, right? I went grocery shopping today, but I've been terribly busy, so I haven't had time to organize my fridge. I just went and poured a drink, and my daughter did it. So I think she has my same shit. And I mean, it's exactly how I would do it. And I'm so proud.
Let's see. Proud, disturbed. I'll take proud.
Yeah, like I hope it's not OCD, but man, she did a good job, you know.
Hey, there's the link, Immutable Destiny, if you want to come in. I didn't mean to shut the whole thing down.
Sorry, I was
too
hitting my
late now,
bowl.
John.
Yeah,
Jeez.
yeah. All right, I mean, I will give somebody a chance to come up with a major topic before I come up with one that's going to trigger the synagogue and force them to come into the room.
Do it.
If you,
No, the
if you
synagogue
post-
said he would come in eventually, but that he was doing something. That's what he told me a little while ago.
I could probably trigger them in now if I wanted to, but
Oh,
I'll hold off. I'll hold off.
I'll give you a topic.
Hey, actually, let me put something to the room. What did you think about the movie Cuties?
Haven't seen it.
Don't
Damn
wanna
it,
watch
John! That's what I was holding off on.
I know.
Is it about little tangerine
Yeah.
orange thingies? Is that what it's about?
No, it's not. I don't know.
It's
My opinion on it is that, like, okay, so different cultures do have different standards of filmmaking and what's appropriate, but I do think that the people who produced that movie were not thinking about how much pedo clickbait was in there, you know. Like, okay, so for instance, like, I am kind of young and I grew up like in the early 2000s, so a good movie that was like Cuties was like 13. Does anyone remember 13?
Yeah, that was an excellent movie.
It was good because
I
it
don't
showed
think I do.
it.
I don't think I saw it.
Yeah, it's about like coming of age and, you know, drugs and sexuality and things like that, but it doesn't show like gratuitous like
Well,
scenes that can be clipped. You know what I mean?
let me ask you something real quick. Like, for a pedo, wouldn't like the pictures on a diaper box be clickbait for that? You know what I mean? It's like, you know, it's not the movie itself. It's the fact that they get off on weird shit that nobody else gets off on. Like,
That's for sure, but you have to like be very careful what you're exposing children to, like especially
Yeah, well-
child actors. You know what I mean?
yeah.
You know,
Well, yeah,
I just think it was. I do think the movie was irresponsible, but I do consider the fact that it was probably not made for American audiences.
Yeah, that's what I've heard about it, is that it's a European movie. Is it French? Is it a French movie?
It originally was a French movie. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a French movie. So here, what I'm hearing about it, and I told the synagogue that I would actually watch it because I really had no interest in watching it, right? Because I have a young daughter. I did see the Netflix poster, and I was like, "What the fuck?" You know. But from what I've heard about it, it's meant to expose the sexualization of young girls. I haven't watched it, so I haven't been able to confirm that.
It's a cautionary tale.
Well, what I would, from what I've heard about it, what I would equate it to, I didn't see 13, but I did see, like, when I was coming up, we had a movie called Kids.
Yeah,
right?
Kids, dude. Kids.
It's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
You know what's funny is that my
that's-
uncle
yeah.
was in that movie. Yeah, but anyway.
Really?
Yeah.
Uncle.
It was either he was in it or he knows the writer, Ken Park. Do you know Ken Park? He was like a skater.
Oh, I
guy.
have. Yeah, I've heard that name. Yes, I have heard
Yeah.
that name. Yeah.
So Kids was great. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I equated to, because Kids was that movie that really exposed a culture that nobody talked about, right? So if what I think about the movie is true, then that I would equate it to Kids. Now, if I watch the movie and I side with the synagogue stance that it is like pedo bait, well, then that's a totally different story, and I would have to take a totally different stance.
Right, but what about what you said? You told me earlier is you didn't watch it yet, but you heard there's there's literally like 2 minutes of dancing in the whole.
Well, that from what I've heard, there's like a minute and a half to 2 minutes of the actual dancing, like that you get from like the Netflix advertising. So I definitely think that there's a conversation to be had here about how Netflix is advertising this movie. I definitely think that there's something to be talked about there. Now, as far as the movie itself, I haven't seen it. I'm gonna have to actually sit down take 2 hours out of my day, watch it, and then come to a conclusion.
You know, I was talking. I wasn't talking. I was listening to James Levine. He was a conductor over the BSO, the Boston Symphony Orchestra, and he said that whenever he encounters new art, he has to give it 3 passes. He has to give it 3 passes. So he has to see it once, he has to see it twice, and he has to see it a third time to really make an opinion. Because the first time you see something that's really new and different, there's just too much shock value to it. So you have to give it at least 3 passes, and that's a lot of time, unfortunately. And a lot of people don't want to spend the time really thinking and reflecting on what's new to them.
And you're exactly right. That's what I would have to do. Is I would have to watch it, and then I would have to watch it. I would think about it, watch it again, and then come to a conclusion. Yeah.
You guys
Now,
really
there-
want to know what the movie is about? Ask the French person who wrote and directed it, who said it's literally to bring awareness to the fact that this is going on. And
No,
by the way,
Yeah, and that's
there is
exactly
no
what I heard.
Female,
That
there
is
is
what
no
I've heard.
female breast nudity or whatever the term is that Ted
No.
Cruz used. That is false.
There's a lot of crotch shots, though.
Yeah, but I mean, shots of genitalia is not considered nudity. Nudity is generally
Well, no
full
one's
body.
talking about it being nudity. They're talking about
Well,
it being
Republicans
nudity.
are because they're
Yeah.
idiots just trying to use the movie to, you know.
Well, yeah, and
fucking idiots, but-
it does seem to fall in line with the QAnon. Me and John was talking about this earlier. It seems to fall in line with the QAnon conspiracy theories. And I was telling John, like, you know, the problem with QAnon and these conspiracy theories when it comes to pedophilia is that pedophilia is such a real problem that you want people looking at it rationally and looking at the real data instead of these conspiracy theories that kind of muddy the waters and muddy the conversation, because this might be one of the hardest conversations you can have, right up there with racism. Like
Yeah.
you know,
Let me ask this.
emotions get invoked immediately.
Well, it's like you
Let me
should.
hold on. I was about to let me ask anybody who's seen the movie. Tio, you saw the movie. Is there
I
any
didn't see
scenes
it.
in
No,
there?
I did see it. I've seen many.
Oh, okay,
clips
but if
of it, I
anybody
have not seen it.
is there any scenes in it that take place in a pizza shop basement?
Oh my god, John, be quiet.
Oh, John, you,
You brought up
don't quit your day job.
Conspiracy theories, like,
Oh no, man, I love you, dog. That was great. I'm not gonna lie.
No, but
They're-
Leophilius.
Leophilius is right that like it is like how I was saying before that it's not the same audience as an American audience, which we would consider not putting those scenes because we have the audiences that we have, you know. So I think that is to be taken into account. But at the same time, like you have to be very careful how you expose children. You know.
And yeah, I would agree with that.
Well, but I was just about to tell her, you know, please don't validate Leophilius by telling me he's right. I mean,
Oh my goodness.
No, Leophilius is right. He's right more than he's wrong. But no, and that's my thing. That's why I don't want to jump into this. And I think that the synagogue might have misunderstood me, because like when we started our thing, like, you know, he was kind of using this as like an excuse why Smokey might have said the things he said about Jen Aldridge. And I'm like, dude, you know, don't go there. If you want to have a conversation about the movie, I'll watch the movie and me and you can have a back and forth there. But don't use that as a justification for the shitty treatment of a particular person. But when in regards to this movie, you have to, if the intention is to expose the over-sexualization of girls, then you do take into account that culture. But if you're going to have a movie that's going to be released on a worldwide level on Netflix, you know, I at last count, I think we're over 200 million streams, 200 million streams, I think it was. You should take into account that maybe crotch shots, you can tell the story without them, despite it being a cultural thing.
Here's
You know
the
what I'm
thing,
saying?
though. I mean, I heard. I was at the Museum of Fine Arts here in Boston. I guess this is just me talking about Boston, but and there was a person who was organizing the Islamic section of the Museum of Fine Arts, and her philosophy was that art has to be like a whip. It has to like strike out at the person engaging with the art to make an effect. So I think when you're an artist, there is a real incentive to really strike out, to get people's attention, especially in today's world where there's so much content. And so, yeah,
that's why those things are in there. That's why the
no, actually,
genital
yeah, you
shots
just
are in there.
changed my
It's
mind.
supposed to make people uncomfortable. The reaction that we're seeing to this movie is exactly the point. Exactly the point.
There's been
I think you just changed my mind because I mean, I do like if you're truly trying to make that statement, if that's the statement, then you make it. You're right. So
yeah, but you don't do it by exposing children.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to watch. I have to watch this movie now.
I had a discussion with somebody here a couple days ago, and I can't remember who it was. I think it was Kitty the Atheist, but I was, or no, it was Faye. And I said, boy, I'll tell you what. She said, what have you been doing? I said, well, like the last hour or two, I've been watching Dave Chappelle clips on YouTube. I said, he's just the funniest damn comedian. And then I commented to her, I said, you know, and I hate that word. I don't begrudge black people using it because they took possession of that word long ago. But he says the N-word so much, and even though I'm laughing my balls off at him whenever he says it, I feel some kind of way. And she said, well, that's kind of the point of why he says it.
Yeah.
Just like, you know, Andy was just saying, you know, yeah, you found it distasteful. Well, guess what? It's going on in the real world with real children that are doing that shit. And there's people sitting there watching them dance, and they have, like, somebody just put, you know, they're showing themselves. I'm a kind of swayed to what Andy was saying too, that, you know, that's the point of it. You know?
Like, all right, like I have a kid. I don't want her to be like, I do not want her to be the pariah that made the statement. You know what I mean? Like, I do not want to expose her to that. You know what I mean?
I think I agree with what Tioga just said exactly. Like me, the father, right? I want to be outraged. Me, the artist, I want to see it and see if I can appreciate it. And the father, though, the father is what has always come first in my life. So my main thing when I watch this is, are the children protected? And if I come to the conclusion that the children haven't been protected by the projection of this art, I really don't care that it's art. I only care at that point that the children weren't protected. And I think that that's a very consistent stance with what I've always maintained.
It's a fine line too. Sorry, Marty, go ahead.
I was just going to say there's been a rash of cancel culture. If you keep your subscription to Netflix, you're now supporting pedophilia. And it's like, is it though? Like, you know, I kept my Netflix subscription. I haven't seen this movie. I'm not a supporter of pedophilia. It's not like there's little girls being like, there's not like there's adults having sex with little girls in this movie. That's not what that's about. And like,
yeah, I don't agree with cancel Netflix.
Yeah,
like, even though I do think that Netflix made it a lot worse with their advertising.
You know, their advertisement of it was horrendous. Go ahead, Andy.
You know, as skeptics, I think we always have to be careful or be mindful about moral panics, because moral panics run like crazy through this country, whether or not it's the satanic panic of the 80s or this crazy Pizzagate, you know,
or gay men pedophiles, that kind of thing.
Exactly. So we have to be at least mindful about whether or not what we're experiencing culturally is a moral panic or not.
Well, and you know, it's funny, that Pizzagate shit, to this day, I still see comments in social media, people saying, you just wait, the indictments are coming down soon, you know, like all that pedophile.
The same thing about Wayfair, like that people that like if you go on Wayfair and there's like a cabinet with like a weird name, that's actually in a price, that's the child's name that's being sold, and I'm like,
okay, that shit was weird though. Like,
what? Yeah, I mean,
it was a little weird.
But like, I mean, that's Wayfair. They did literally. I mean, come on.
I don't know. I know there's some bad fucking people in the world, dude.
That's true, but I mean, like. Like that shit would have been caught on quick. Like, oh,
I don't know.
Bob is missing, and Wayfair's selling a cabinet called Billy Joe Bob for $10,000.
But that's what they were doing. So, like, why? Yeah. Why were they doing that?
I mean, it's I don't think that whoever's in charge of Wayfair is going around picking up children and.
Well, not who's in charge of Wayfair, but it's just a platform that is easily accessible to the public. I'm not saying that was like a child pedophilia ring that was going on Wayfair, but it was fucking weird.
That's a conspiracy theory.
In my experience, marketing people aren't the brightest people in the world. I mean, in any organization.
So they would just use like child victim names. I don't get it.
Well, really quick, just to bolster Andy's point, back in the mid '80s, there was this diet pill that came out, and they named it AIDS. They named it was a different spelling, but they named it AIDS just as the disease AIDS came into the limelight. Go ahead, Andy.
That's super funny, but like that's not the names of children. Anyways, I don't care about the way. It was weird.
But I was thinking Andy's point about how advertising people aren't too bright. Go ahead, Andy.
I guess so.
And also, I made this. What's that?
Sorry, Iron Chair Tier. I didn't mean to hide your comment there. I accidentally deleted it. Sorry.
Way to go! Wow.
It was a good comment too.
I'm just.
Oh, you were trying to share it, delete it.
I'm just going to paraphrase what I heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say one time is that if it's either a question of malice or incompetency, more than likely it's going to be incompetency than malice.
So they were just really fucking stupid and chose missing children.
Our species is just given to like colossal amounts of stupidity.
We're not really all that.
Wow. Well, that's sad.
Well,
I mean, I'm just gonna say Wayfair was sad. Even if it wasn't a child trafficking ring, it was sad.
Well, and let me cut it, John.
I gotta leave, so I just wanted to say goodbye to everybody. And real quick,
I gotta leave in like 5 minutes.
On this channel tomorrow afternoon at 3:00, it's going to be the third episode of the Women of Atheism Roundtable. It's an entire panel of ex-Muslim women. Please show up for that. And then this Sunday, of course, our weekly episode of the Apostate Alliance.
All right, yeah, thank you, John, for coming in and definitely for holding it down while I was away, man. Yeah, check out the stream tomorrow. It's going to be a good one.
All right, everybody, thank you so much. I love
Before you go, I need to say one thing to steal a line from the Brotherhood. Much love to you, brother.
Shalom.
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 So I was trying to jump in there just to say, I stepped away to check on my daughter for a moment. But like when me and John was talking about this before the stream, the thing that I worry about is that the right wing and the QAnon conspiracy theorists are using this movie to perpetuate a very, very serious problem, which is pedophilia, which is human trafficking, child abduction. This is a thing that is a phenomenon that isn't being talked about much. And if we're going to expose this thing in our society, the last thing we need is the conspiracy theorists doing it. So that's what I worry about most with this. And that's what I really would like, if and when me and CJ have this conversation in voice, person to person, instead of on Twitter, that's what, because a lot of his arguments are those QAnon right-wing conspiracy theorist arguments. I want to have the real conversation about not just the children being abducted and sold into sexual slavery, because that is happening on a crazy scale, but on sexual molestation, on how it's across every single demographic in every single religion, non-religion, on Indian reservations. It's everywhere, in every culture, in every country, and we have to start talking about it, but nobody wants to talk about it honestly, and these QAnon conspiracy theories just really fucking muddy the waters.
Well, what's remarkable is that we've been talking about pedophilia, and we haven't talked about the Catholic Church.
Exactly.
And that just shows you how much our consciousness has been managed and controlled by these QAnon fanatics, and the fact that we haven't even like broached the topic about the real pedophiles, the real international conspiracy that protects and nurtures pedophiles.
And it's not just the Catholics, because the evangelicals are just as corrupt and they do the same shit. Islam does the same shit. Buddhism does this. I mean, they all do the same shit. They use their power and their authority, and they abuse children, and not just children, women, men, people that are under their authority. And it's time that this shit is exposed. And I understand that the right-wing Christian narrative want to focus on this fucking movie because they don't want to recognize that this shit is in their house.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pure projection. That's what it is. This is pure projection.
So, like, it is the right wing that's saying this is like a leftist thing.
Oh yeah,
That's exactly what they want. That's what the whole QAnon thing is about.
Yeah,
They're trying to
it's all
associate the whole
Democrats.
pedophilia problem with specific. Oh, well, this is a leftist problem. That's the only reason that they're being so vocal about it, is because it's another tool for them to use to smear the fucking left. That's all.
It's a leftist democratic problem. That's why. That's why they're all. It's the religious right trying to gang up on like, dude, look in your own fucking house. Are you kidding me? Like,
yeah, for sure. I did not realize that it was like a right wing, religious thing against leftists. I thought it was just like a general like outrage thing. But
well, no, it started as that. It really did, Tioga. It was like, I think it was KC, GE's wife, that shared it on Twitter, the poster from Netflix. When I saw that shit, I lost my fucking fatherly shit. Let me tell you. I'm like, what the fuck? I would kill a motherfucker.
And it's not even it's not even real outrage. It's like, stop licking your feet. Sorry, it's not even real outrage. It's
I like licking my feet.
That's what my dog.
Don't shame me. Don't shame me.
It's not even real outrage. It's outrage to divert away from the fact that they have that shit going on in their own house.
It is meant to energize their base. It is meant to energize that base in an election season. That's what they're doing.
Well, and it's that overall demonization of the left, right?
Yep.
And I think people fail to realize that QAnon, these pedophilia conspiracies are actually dangerous. I mean, we saw it with Pizzagate. There are a lot of crazy ass right-wing nutbags that have their a fucking arsenal at home, and they're itching to use them. And they, when you perpetuate these lies and not talk about the truth of it, that this is everywhere. It's even in the left. Like, I mean, fucking Bill Clinton was on Epstein's island. We can't run away from that shit. We just fucking can't.
And there's nobody that I know, and I lean left on some stuff, but I'm kind of in the middle. I mean, there's nobody that I know that goes, oh well, Bill Clinton gets a pass because he's a fucking shitbag. And you know what?
No, a lot of Democrats give Bill Clinton a pass. A lot of them. Yeah. I don't either. Fuck Bill Clinton.
If you have Democrat friends, you shouldn't be friends with them.
And guess what? Donald Trump hung out with him too. Well, guess what? Donald Trump fucking hung out with him too. And he knew what was going on and did fucking nothing. So he's just for being there.
We have Donald Trump. We have Donald Trump a lot. Sorry, I'll let you go, Tioga. We have Donald Trump with Epstein way more than Clinton visited the island once, right? Trump was like buddy. Go ahead, Tioga.
I was just saying, I didn't mean to say fuck all Democrats. I know some good Democrats. I'm just saying that some Democrats are oblivious to some things.
Fuck most Democrats. I left the Democratic Party. I am no longer a Democrat.
That's why I say fuck both parties.
I mean, I'm voting for Joe Biden, but this is fucking bullshit.
I'm voting for Biden too, but I'm gonna swallow vomit as I do it. I mean,
once again,
the box, you're gonna be.
There's no moral equivalency between the Democratic Party and the Republican Party at this point in our nation's history. They're in two different categories in terms of the Trumpian Republicans and the Democrats. They may not be, they are just in two different moral categories.
Well, and I will give the Democrats this, right? The Democrats, there's a faction of us that are trying to make that change. And the right, you don't have that. The right is fall in line. So, I mean, at least, it might end up fucking us this election, because we are at each other's throats right now.
Even though there's infighting between the parties, and in the parties, there's infighting amongst the people in those parties. So nobody has their fucking shit together. Nobody.
Well, but my point is that the Democrats, the progressive movement anyway, our goal is to transform the Democratic Party. I'm no longer a Democrat until we transform it. Once it's transformed, I'll be a Democrat again.
The Democrats from back in the day.
I think the progressives should take over the Republican Party. Did anybody see about that transgendered Satanist that won the Republican nomination for
I
sheriff?
loved it.
I think the
Loved
progressives should just take over the Republican Party because Republican politicians follow whoever gets the most votes so that they can stay getting elected. So Democrats just don't give a shit. So I think
That's
that the
a good
progressives should just
point.
go take over the Republican Party.
I think
That's a good point.
I think what gives the Republican, and I could be wrong, I think what gives the Republican Party their oomph is the fundamentalist Christianity. We don't have something like that in the leftish side. We don't have there's no fundamentalist pagans out there trying to push the Democratic agenda. So I think that's where the left or people that lean left.
I would disagree, Marty.
I mean, there's no
I'm not going to start a dumpster fire, but there are some fundamentalist pagans out
Yeah,
there.
but they're not in charge. They're not in charge.
Right, that's what I mean. They're not like they're not in positions of power.
Forgive me.
I know you have a beef with some pagans, so I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about there's not like a fundamentalist pagan senator that's fucking pushing some shit.
Yeah, well, they definitely don't have no power, and I don't have beef with pagans. I really don't.
No, there's some issue you have with certain.
I have beef with some individuals.
Right,
so.
that's what I said. I have to go back and watch that thing, but I mean, there's no, as a pagan myself, there's no, and I'm glad for it. I'm glad that there's not a pagan going, okay, well, let's put the religious, let's link the religious with the political. No, politics is one thing and religion is another thing. I'm separation of church and state. Period. You can do what you want to do at home, but once you set foot in that, whatever thing for your office, you leave your religion at home. In general, that's just.
Yeah, and that's just the problem with Christianity in this country, or I would probably even argue Islam for the Islamic people in this country, is that their religion dictates that they vote based upon their religion. So whatever laws or standards this country wishes to have, the fundamentalists of this country are going to do what fundamentalists do.
Well, what the oligarchs have done is been able to weaponize religion. They've been able to use it to separate us and divide us and to energize it, like 25% of the population to vote against their own interests.
I 1000% agree with that, Andy. I think that they use religion to make poor and middle class people
religion wasn't
vote against
really
what would make them
tied
richer
to
in
the
life.
Republican Party until the Tea Party movement.
I would probably no, because I mean in the 80s you had Newt Gingrich and that whole evangelical swing. They were employing the Southern strategy, which was utilizing Southern conservative Christianity to its core and those old white supremacist ideologies. So I mean, I think that it became out in the open with the Tea Party, but I think it was there for a lot longer.
Yeah, the politicians used they were in office. They weren't talking about religion.
You're botting. We missed a little bit of that, Leo.
As a tool to get elected.
Leo, you might want to leave and come back because you're botting pretty badly. Yeah. For those that don't know, as far as I know, Leo, he lives in the middle of nowhere.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, he said he's from Iowa.
Our small town has fiber optic. Yeah, no, our small town has fiber optic. It's not that my Wi-Fi is shit. It's that the signal does. I'm right on the edge of the signal where it.
I'm looking at my shit too. Maybe I can clear some shit out that'll make it a little easier as well.
So.
All right.
Because for whatever reason we can't, I guess, expand. I've been bitching and bitching and bitching and bitching.
Well, it's interesting. The only reason why the whole country is electrified is because of the New Deal. So if it wasn't for the New Deal, rural areas wouldn't have electricity. You can make a case that.
Good.
No, I think, Leo, I think you're on a delay now or something. Yeah, I think Leo might be on a delay now. Go ahead, Andy.
Well, the thing is, the only reason why rural areas in this country are electrified, in other words, they have wires and poles carrying those wires, is because of the New Deal. If we don't have something similar to that, then rural areas aren't going to get good internet.
Yeah, well, and we need massive infrastructure rebuild in this country, and Trump had a chance. Like, had Trump just placated, if he had just been placating the base and been like that secret liberal that some people thought he was, because he used to be a Democrat, but we kind of like booted his ass. If he had come in and been smart, he would have immediately broached a bipartisan infrastructure deal that might have done half of what we actually needed to do. So we need like 20 trillion. Maybe we spent 10. And he would have had broad bipartisan support, and he could have started his presidency as a uniter. But instead, he chose to lie about his inauguration size, right? Like, so, I mean, what we need in this country is a vast restructuring of everything. We need green energy businesses and housing. We have concrete now that is green concrete that we could be pouring our streets with. That would only help the environment. We have all of these things. They choose not to do them because of the concrete lobby. They choose not to have real prison reform because of the prison lobby. We have to change this country, and we can't be on the status quo. That's why, like, I totally agree. I don't want to dump on people that are just so cynical of Biden and going back to the status quo. But at the same time, we are facing the worst threat as a country we have ever faced in our lives. So you are literally faced with that decision, the status quo or fascism. And that's the dilemma we live in right now.
Well, what I always like to challenge people with is that the country is either going to go towards Norway or towards a failed state. There's no middle ground to this. We either make real efforts for social democracy, or we're going to be, and we already are in many ways, a failed state. And Trump is just going to accelerate that.
Yeah. The progressive movement in this country, and it's not even like a true leftist movement if you look in regards to the rest of the world. All we're simply saying is, hey, it doesn't have to be all capitalism. It can be that New Deal. It can be we can really help everybody be a part of this economy truly. And we have a few people that run everything, and unfortunately a lot of them are old Silicon Valley leftists, supposedly, that are now like just funneling money to Trump, allowing Trump to fucking lie. And I don't know what we do about that, but what we can't stop doing is keeping the pressure on.
Well, we
speak of that, Andy.
We
have to keep it up.
We keep the pressure by being out in the streets.
Yeah, we have to be in the streets.
That is the only way. I mean, voting is great, but what politicians feel is the heat, and the heat is from the streets. You got to go out there. You got to protest. It's either Extinction Rebellion, Black Lives Matter, some other major group that causes good trouble, right? That's what you want to be involved with besides voting. It's about being out there and creating a pressure where fascism does not thrive.
Yeah, I mean, we're literally fighting for the soul of this country at this point. And to pretend that is anything otherwise, I think is foolish.
Yep. No, completely right.
When you say it's a dilemma between fascism and what was it again?
Status quo.
Social democracy.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, with Biden,
Right
we
now
have that.
it's the
It's status quo with Biden or fascism with Trump.
Yeah.
So when you look at those two choices, though, you would think that it wouldn't be a dilemma. You wouldn't think that people would ever choose fascism.
Well, the thing is, people don't understand what fascism is.
No, they don't. And right now, the authority that they don't mind being an authority is the person they agree with. That what's it going to be like in 5 years? Let's say Trump, swindles his way into a third term. If he wins the second term, and so because he's already talking about it, he's been talking about it for 2 years.
No, that cannot happen. That cannot happen.
We say it can't happen, but
No, it can. We cannot allow that to happen.
I mean, yeah, it can, and he's trying to negotiate that right now. But
Yeah.
I agree with Tioga. We got to march on fucking DC. I mean, it's got to be everybody. It's got to be conservatives, like conservatives. Where is
The
your
thing is-
constitutional integrity, right?
Yeah, they have to actually honor what they're supposed to be honoring and to break away from their loyalty to Trump, because right now they're loyalists to Trump. They're not, being even the Republican Party. They're being, I've even told Trump, supporters, you're no longer American. You're Trumpian. You're not American. Don't fool yourselves.
They sell pro-Russian shirts at Trump rallies. I mean,
Oh yeah, I've heard Trump
just
people
take
say
it in.
thank you Putin, thank you for getting Trump
Yeah.
elected, flat out.
Yeah, but you telling them that it's not going to change their mind, though.
No. And then you tell the people that walk past those stalls, hey, Russian merchandise right there. And they just look at you.
They don't give a fuck.
Fucking snowflake.
The harder the pendulum swings in one way, the harder it tends to swing back the other way. If Trump does win a second term, you're more likely to get a progressive in 4 years.
I would like to challenge that thought because there are points in history that the pendulum swings in one way, and the other way is so smart, they hold it that way. Like when Augustus took over the Roman Republic and became the empire, like when the Bolsheviks took over Russia. They just took it and they just ran with it, basically. And
you're totally correct. It's a trend, not a rule.
Yep.
Well, and I think that's the really scary thing about Trump is he's only really dabbled with fascism at this point. Tantalized his base with it. What does he do with a second term? I don't think. I mean, we can speculate. We don't know because he's not that bright, and there's like a lot of turnover in his administration. But as long as Stephen Miller's there, I think that he's going to utilize that fascism well.
I think that's dangerous to not give Trump his due credit. He outwardly plays the fool, but he's certainly smart enough to get into office and to potentially stay in office.
I usually I fight against that narrative to a point. Like, so he's a what's the word I'm looking for? An entitled smart dude, right? So like he's smart because he was given everything and he was given the best education and he understands real estate. He understands how to make money. He understands how to hustle the government, but he doesn't understand human beings.
He does not know how to make money. He knows how to take money.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Yeah.
The genius of Trump is that he knows how to drop the mic. He knows how to work the camera. He knows how to work a crowd. I've talked to a bunch of different comedians about this. You'll hear it. Anyone from Joe Rogan podcast to just like street comedian. They'll say like, this guy's a roast comic. He shrugs his shoulders. He works. He does crowd work. I mean, this is where his if he is going to be a genius, that's where he's really good at.
I definitely. He's smart because he was given everything, but he just doesn't understand the reality of the world, or he can't live in it. I mean, to me, anybody that like actually takes Alex Jones seriously, I cannot take you seriously as an intellectual. Like you can, somehow hustle your way into this lifestyle that you've always lived, but you're not like somebody that I'm going to intellectually respect.
So if you assume that Trump's if you assume his goal is to make America great or to help America or to help people, then he's the biggest freaking fool ever. But if you realize that his goal is only to give himself a boost in the here and now, he's at least intelligent in doing that specific thing.
Totally agree with that.
He's like a selfish con man, he's a good
Yeah, but I mean, maybe, but like there has to be some documentation. I understand that they're probably getting rid of everything, but like, the chickens are going to come home to roost eventually. Like Donald Trump is an old dude. He might not pay for his crimes, but I mean, he's going to leave a legacy to his children that I don't think they're going to want to have.
That's if the law is, enforced, like the Republicans of the next few years are going to decide whether or not they're going to let Trump do what he wants. And, we may just see him not doing a third term, but trying to like appoint a family member president instead of actually having an election. establishing some kind of false monarchy in this country. Republicans have talked about it.
I agree. It's a concern. I always have to hedge my bets on that because every election cycle, every time, especially going towards the middle end of a second term, we always hear, oh, Obama is going to declare himself king and stay in presidency, or Bush is going to stay king and declare himself president, or Clinton. So in my view today, Trump is definitely way further on that than anybody else has been, at least since I've been alive. But we have to be careful when making those kinds of.
You should, every once in a while, people will tell you who they are in the world. You look at Hitler with Mein Kampf, 1923, 1924. He's like, hey, I'm going to invade Russia. I'm going to like wreck Europe. These are the things I'm going to do. Mm-hmm. They're like subhuman. And Trump will tell you who he is. He's like, maybe I will be here for a third term. Maybe that's the right thing. And these are just trial balloons. These are just balloons he's putting up there and try to get traction with his base. And now you have 25% of the population, of the voting population, saying he should be here who knows how long, until he does what he needs to do.
Until he's done God's work.
Well, and that's the scary thing about Trump, because it's really not political anymore. We call it a death cult. Some of us do, and we call it that for a reason. And it has become that cult mentality. No matter what he does, he could, at this point, like, it was a joke at first, but at this point, he could stand in the middle of New York City, shoot somebody, and his base will not care. They will not care.
COVID is the example of that, and it didn't just take one person. It's now 200,000 people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And tonight has been a case study, because we kind of talked a little bit about me and Chris has on the damn show, like why I got away from politics, because people hate me talking about politics on this show. That's why I go to the damn show. I'm not saying stop, but earlier we're talking to P Mars and we got Scholar. We're going hardcore Christian kind of shit, and everybody's watching. Start talking about Trump. Fuck this. We're going to watch Modern Day Debate.
One thing I'll say though, if we're not going to talk about politics anymore.
No, please continue. I'm not trying to stop it at all. Please, fuck it. Like I like talking about politics.
I just had one thing to say. Somebody brought up, Hitler earlier, and it's my thought that Hitler probably would have never become powerful if he had not been able to speak to crowds the way that he did and was broadcast over the air. Mm-hmm. I think the same is for Trump. If people always had to read what he had to say, his speeches are totally incoherent when you read them on paper. If he was only bidding his position on, but if you had to read his position on paper, and it was a transcription of what he said, people would never ever give him a look.
They do. It's been 4 years. They do.
Yeah. But this is with the effects of him speaking to them and them passively bathing in his voice, saying exactly what they want to hear.
No, I agree with you 100%, because if you actually look at how Hitler rose to power, right? So he did it with his charisma, he did it with talking to people, but he also did it by using people's religious motivations. And he got the 3 major Protestant leaders of Germany to support him. And the moment that happened, the people gave that man legitimacy. And we have seen that time and time and time again in this country with Donald Trump, with the major religious leaders just backing him blindly and shamelessly despite his non-Christian behavior.
Yeah. And if one disagrees, people automatically say, oh, they must be like a left-leaning person. They're just putting their personal politics into it. They don't really believe, the true work of God is in action here, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, like the thing that really scares me about Trump isn't like his policy or even his grasp for fascism. It's the way that he placates to the religious and then acts unreligious and they still follow him. That's what terrifies me. Like you would think that this family values, very conservative base would denounce this man for his behavior, but it doesn't matter because he just placates them. Well, yeah, because he placates them on abortion and guns. It's what
Well, and also they really do think. I mean, I don't know about all of them or what percentage, but there are a percentage that thinks that he truly has been appointed by God, and that they look at this flawed person, this person who has done things to lie and cheat and abuse power to get what he needs to get done, and they think now those things are okay. Those things are okay now because that is who God chose.
Well,
Okay?
and
That's who God chose.
yeah, and I want you to speak, Tioga, because I think me and you are on the same page because I don't understand it either. I don't understand why conservatives follow him, but I know that there's always that element of society, and they're usually the ones out there screaming, "Hey, I'm alpha," and they're like, "I'm that big alpha man." They need to follow somebody, and it's usually a man that portrays himself as this big strong man, and Trump does that, even though we all know he's like the biggest bitch in the world.
I don't find it difficult. I see that Trump is the logical conclusion of what the country's been going through for the last 40 years. The idea that we become dumber, the fact that we become poorer, the fact that that now the families have to have two jobs. Each person has to have 2 or 3 jobs, maybe a side hustle on top of that side hustle to make things work. That the number one cause of bankruptcy in this country is healthcare costs. Yeah, people are desperate. And when people are desperate, they do stupid things. And when they do stupid things, they elect despots. That's what happens.
Well, and we can't forget that, like, Donald Trump stole Bernie Sanders' populist talking points in 2016, and a lot of idiots still think he's going to follow through with it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's never going to happen.
A lot of it is a fear of the left, a fear or a hatred for the left. Like in 16, I voted against Hillary, not for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
That was a fucking mistake. But the point is that this is how they see it. Is Donald Trump is either this really good person or he's the better option over Biden. And on the left, it's we fucking hate Biden, but at least he's not Trump. It's a very similar mentality, and I think a lot of it just comes from a fear of liberal values.
Brother, Jake Forty.
Go ahead, Andy. Yeah.
Jake Forty. I don't know you. This is the first time that we met, but brother, if you voted against Hillary in 2016, then how are you making that right?
How am I making that right?
In other words,
I mean, I'm trying to be actively supporting progressive values now. I've changed quite a bit. Back then, I was still calling myself Christian. Back then, I was still not sure whether or not I believed in evolution, believed in old Earth. Like I've had a very radical change in.
I think he's asking, like, will you be voting for Biden this time instead of making that same rebellious vote?
No, it's vote for Biden. I would rather vote for Bernie.
Yeah. So would I. So would I.
So would I.
But so here's the point, and I think this is ultimately this is the discussion when it comes to Trump. And again, I am not somebody that's ever going to tell somebody to vote for Joe Biden. I'm just not. I'm a progressive, just like you are, my man. But the problem with Trump is whether you see him as a fascist or not. That's not part of the discussion. He has degraded the institutions of this country within 3.5 years, and we did not think that would be possible. We thought he'd do some damage, but he has done great damage to the institutions of this country. If you give this man another 4 years, we no longer have a country. That's the choice.
What I liked about what Jake had, what you said, Jake, was that you're actively doing something, and that beats the crap out of just sitting and not doing anything. And so that's what resonated with me.
And one of the hardest things is trying to be active politically, and not just actively supporting better candidates, but actively trying to stay informed. It's very difficult, and it's something that I was a very apathetic person about politics and religion.
Mhm.
But the last 4 years have really opened my eyes, like what the F is going on.
Good for you. Good for you.
Yeah.
And yeah.
I will say this: a vote for Biden is not a vote for 8 years of Biden. A vote for Biden is for 4 years, and then progressives, we have 4 years to get our shit together.
Yep.
And find our. I'm putting forward Nina Turner right now to primary the fuck out of Joe Biden in 4 years.
Yeah. One thing about like Trump and what he has brought out of the woodwork is whenever, like when Trump goes away, if Trump goes away, I think that there will be others, like other Trump-like people ready to step into, slots of power, be elected, et cetera, for all in all levels of government, from city mayors all the way up.
I would say to the beware Paul Ryan once
yeah.
Trump exits. Beware that man.
Well, the government is primed for fascism, the society is primed for fascism, and the economy is primed for fascism. That's a heavy lift for us to fight against now and in the next 4-8 years.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. But we do have a couple people. We got Andy, we got our friend Chris here, and we got CJ. CJ, welcome back. CJ is never afraid to come in and have a conversation. It's one of the things I like about him, despite us arguing on Twitter. And what's up, James Henry? I see your comment. We can keep talking about politics because I really don't care. Like I don't talk politics enough on this channel. I know Chris probably has some shit to say on politics, and CJ is an actual conservative. So when CJ speaks up, let him speak, and we can combat him. Maybe we'll go to some like time responses and let people combat. What's up, CJ? What's up, Chris?
How's it going? Go ahead, Chris.
How's it going? Y'all having a good night so far?
It's been fun. It's been we had P Mars earlier. You were here for a bit of that. Skyrim Fiction. That, yeah. Drag came on. Drag quickly saw, hey, this is not even worth my time. Fuck you, P Mars, and left. That was pretty funny.
Yeah. I was kind of feeling a similar. Yeah, I was a little similar. But I didn't have nothing better to do, and then the wife came home, so I went and cooked dinner with her. So.
Well, and P Mars is seriously somebody nobody should ever take seriously. So.
Right. Get that. Awesome.
But
lots of new faces. Hello to Richard Madsen. Nice to see you again. Need to visit with you, get you back on the show.
Chris.
Yes, sir. Peace and respect.
I want to do that, man. I want to do that.
Awesome. Hey, Andy. Ain't seen you in a long time.
I know. This is me without my hat on. You may not recognize me without my baseball cap on.
I got some serious hair envy going on.
I'm jealous. I'm not going to lie. I'm jealous.
Me too. Yeah. For those of you who don't know, Andy Hall and The Rage are my co-hosts on the Daily Atheist Morning Show every morning. So, yeah, we kind of get together. And then new faces. I'm going to try it. Tioga. Did I say that right?
Yep, that's right.
Awesome. See, I'm not as dumb as I look. I'd be in a coma. And then, of course, I've never met Leo. Hi, Leo. Leo Phileas. Awesome.
Leo,
Shakespeare fan.
Leo is one of the smart people I've come to know. So
I'm here again for like the 50 billionth fucking time, and if I drop out again, I probably won't be coming in because I drove my fist, as you can see, through a mirror yesterday because I got pissed at my phone, and I'm gonna drive it through this motherfucking laptop screen if I drop out again.
Yeah.
Don't
Leo,
do it. Don't
do it. Leo gets high strung, but
I have
Leo,
Asperger's, so when I get angry, I get fucking angry.
Yeah. So and Leo is brilliant as well. So got to always throw that in there. He gets.
So we'll have Leo on the show whenever we do the Shakespeare stuff.
I don't know.
Fuck yeah.
I don't know.
You don't know.
No,
of course.
Leo, we're gonna be talking Game of Thrones soon, I do believe, right?
Yeah, well, Yeah, I see. The thing is, my buddy.
Your mic. Your mic.
The Google
Yeah, your mic.
Bring your mic.
Duh! See, am I really that smart? Huh? I wonder sometimes. But so I bought the Google Pixel Go laptop. Let me bring this down so I'm not overwhelming. And I like it. It is a slick machine, but it's pretty much just an overglorified Android tablet. I mean, that's really all it is. So I can't do any at least semi-professional editing for YouTube on it. So I haven't started my channel yet. My buddy sold me his MacBook. I think it's like a 2012 or something like that for $100. He's just got to put a new battery in it and send it to me. So I probably won't be able to host it on my channel, which I wanted to, but I do want to have Mama Atheist and preferably Jen Aldrich in there too. Aldrich, I think it's Aldrich, because she's into Game of Thrones. So if you want to host it, just get a hold. I'm free pretty much whenever, except for very early mornings.
Yeah, we'll talk. And when it comes to editing, I'm not even going to tell you how much money I spend annually to edit my shitty ass fucking videos. So, fuck it.
Why does it cost so much money to edit? Can't you just get like?
It's because I use Adobe Premiere and it's expensive as fuck.
My buddy told me that iMovie would be for me, since I'll have a
Yeah.
Mac. I don't know what you use. He said, honestly, iMovie will be fine. You don't need to make this look like a
I'm one of
cinematic
those.
production,
I'm one of those poor dudes that's really, really stupid with his money. So,
And I wanted to. You stream using Streamlabs, correct?
well, I do different things. So right now I'm using StreamYards. I'm trying to get away from StreamYards. I've got to actually talk to MathPig.
And
But
the thing about StreamYard,
I use both. I use OBS and I use StreamYards. Yeah.
See, me dropping out, I've been in streams with Steve McRae on my laptop. He uses Google Meet and then Streamlabs to YouTube. I have no problems. Don't have any problems on Zoom. Don't have any problems on Google Meet. Only have problems on
Really?
Streamlabs. And Streamlabs, I actually should probably plug my laptop in now, come to think of it. Streamlabs StreamYard takes a lot of battery power too, I've noticed.
Yeah, I'm trying to get away from StreamYard. There's things
Yeah.
I like about it, and because it's like it makes it really easy.
Yep.
And there's things I absolutely hate about it. But I prefer OBS, and I'm eventually going to get a hold of MathPig, and he's going to really show me how to use OBS. Like really,
I think I might get a hold of him, but I was definitely planning on getting a hold of Steve because he uses it frequently, and I know he knows the program pretty well. But I might get a hold of MathPig too, just to learn from two different people, get different takes on it.
Yeah, but you want a good computer. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that it's like a slow computer or anything. It just, it's more that I can't find any at least semi-professional editing software that is compatible with Chrome OS, which is completely different from Windows or Mac OS. So that was the issue. And when I looked up all the reviews for this laptop, that wasn't something that was ever mentioned. That they don't have, there's not a lot of stuff that's compatible with Chrome OS, which now that I'm finding out is kind of fucking irritating.
Well, reach out to me, and I'll try to help out as much as I can, especially when it comes to the editing process. But so let's get back to the conversation. So CJ, you're conservative. You've been listening in. I want to give you a chance to kind of pipe in on maybe some of the political stuff we've been talking about, and let CJ talk. CJ's kind of like the conservative, Sokka's conservative too, but like CJ's the Americans' conservative Sokka count. So let him make his point, and then we'll let people kind of ask him questions, or I don't know, or other people go. So go
Brother
ahead.
Rage, before we do that, I want to wish you all adieu and a good night and peace and respect in your lives. And Chris, I'm going to get a hold of you. Rage, I'm going to get a hold of you. Jake 4D, I'm going to get a hold of you. We're going to do stuff, okay? You guys have peace.
Thanks for coming on, Richard. Yeah, I know
Richard.
politics ain't your
Thank
thing.
you,
So.
that's nice.
No, it's not. Have a good night, everybody.
Thanks, man. All
Bye.
Good talking to you, Richard.
right, but what's up, CJ? And you even heard our talk about the movie Cuties. So, talk about whatever you want, CJ.
Well, I mean, I probably have a lot more to say about Cuties. I'm not gonna lie, but
I watched that. I don't know if you would want any further comment on that, but I'd be willing to give my take. On some of it.
I have a pretty harsh view of that. I'm not going to lie. I'm of the belief that is an absolutely indefensible thing, and that the mental gymnastics that people use to defend it is just some of the craziest things I've ever seen in my life. Like, I never actually thought it would be possible that I would see these kinds of things in my lifetime, but here I am. Like, to kind of give an example, I've been using the puppy torture example, but maybe I should give a better example because I guess people have kind of been, so Rage, you used the example of kids, right? You kind of thought that this was similar to Kids. Now, I have not seen Kids, but to the best of my knowledge, Kids is a work of fiction. Is that correct? Like, not a documentary?
It's like a fly on the wall view of a fictional setting that is supposed to mimic real life.
Okay. So, and
it's like it's reality based on fiction, as far as I understand it.
Yeah.
Because it's looking at a culture, creating a fictional story to attack that culture.
So, and again, I did not watch it, so I'm asking actually. In the movie Kids or whatever it happens to be, were they actors, I guess is the first thing I should say. Like, are they actors hired or are they like?
I think they had a mix.
Yeah, I think it was a mix of it. Some of the actors actually went on to have very successful careers as actors, but the movie itself was kind of like half documentary, half fiction, right? Like, so it focused on this group of friends. I'm not sure. I can't actually answer that honestly. It appears to be somewhat documentary-like, but I definitely know, like, the Virginator, I can't remember his name, went on to have a very, very successful acting career.
All right, so
Virginator.
He went around and he slept with virgins. I mean, it was exposing culture and things that were happening in the culture.
Wow.
I'm gonna head out, everyone. It's been great. I've had a good time here.
Leaving Andy on the Virginator?
I'm sorry. You would think that that's my go-to topic is the Virginator, but I do have to bounce.
Definitely. Thanks for coming by, Andy.
Yeah.
Take it easy, Andy. I followed you on Twitter, by the way. Just let me know.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It's good meeting you, Andy.
Take care.
So the reason I asked is because, like I said, I do have to get an understanding of what Kids is. But there is some movies like that I am familiar with. Like, for example, who here knows of the movie? It's not quite as severe, but it does kind of show the dark underbelly of kids. Who's seen Mean Creek?
No, I've never even heard of it.
I haven't heard of that one.
Not surprising. It's not a hugely popular movie. It's one of Josh Peck's early movies, if you guys know who he is from Drake and Josh. So in the movie Mean Creek, to make a long story short, Josh Peck plays a bully named George. He's a very, very mean kid. And the kids get together and they come up with a plan that they're going to invite him on one of the kids' fake birthday parties so that they can play a game of truth or dare, strip him naked, take his clothes, and drive home and force him to run home as a prank, right? They eventually start talking to him, all this kind of stuff. They realize he's actually a quite troubled kid and he really just wants to be accepted. And so they decide not to do it. But he makes an offhand comment about another character's dad. Other character loses his temper, reveals the whole plan. So he loses his temper. Everybody fights. Lo and behold, he gets pushed out the boat and then he drowns, right? And then the kids want to kind of cover it up because we just killed a kid. Now, that is obviously a terrible situation. And one could make a whole bunch of points about, how this is a glorification of violence or bullying or something like that, right? Although the people who directed it said, no, what it's supposed to do is it's supposed to give you an example of like what peer pressure can do, right? It's supposed to be a message about peer pressure and revenge and bullying and things of that nature. Here's the thing, though. Josh Peck didn't actually drown. Nobody was actually bullied. It was all entirely a work of fiction. Now, I know what you're thinking. So is Cuties. Except for the fact that everything that they had to do in Cuties, actual 11-year-old girls had to do, right? Those are real 11-year-old crotch shots, real 11-year-olds twerking, real 11-year-olds talking about that. And I don't recall exactly the touching yourself scene, if it's an actual, like if they're just discussing it or if they actually do it. I'll be honest, I kind of rage quit at about that scene in the movie where they start, getting into the whole masturbation.
Is Cuties
thing.
acting, or is it actually them recording things that are actually happening?
It is acting.
Okay.
So, and that's the other thing. These people are being hired, and then this is being sold to a multi-billion-dollar corporation for a profit, right?
All right. So let me jump in. So when I talk about kids, Kids was a movie, and I would still equate it to exactly what you're saying. So Kids is a movie that follows around two kids. I believe it's New York City, right? You have Casper, and you have the Virginator. I can't remember his real name. I think it was like Tully or something like that.
That makes me laugh.
Well, yeah, but that's the whole point of it, Leo. So the Virginator, what he does is he goes around and he sleeps with virgin women. It's the only people that he sleeps with, right? You meet one of these women, one of these very young teenage girls, 14, 15 years old, who slept with this guy. And she learns that day that she gets AIDS, right? And so she's going through the whole movie dealing with learning that news, that this guy who's only sleeping with virgin women is going around giving all of these virgin girls AIDS. So
HIV.
HIV, yeah, HIV. So you get to the end of the movie, and through the whole movie, I mean, Casper does some things, right? But you want to like the guy. He's the chill guy. He just wants to smoke weed, and he's just like the chill guy, right? But everybody ends up at a party. And this girl that just found out she got AIDS from the Virginator, who's upstairs having sex with another virgin, giving another virgin HIV, this girl passes out because I think she took some ecstasy, something along those lines. And she ends up passing out. She's out cold. Casper wakes up right next to her and rapes her. That's how the movie pretty much ends, right?
Right.
And,
Was it an actual rape, though?
well, no, yeah, she was
He's
passed out.
unconscious.
No, I
She
mean in
was
real
unconscious.
life, though. Like, did the actor actually rape them?
No, it's acting. But that's what I'm saying.
Exactly my point. The nature of the acting in Cuties is of such a thing that the very thing you're criticizing is what they are doing. It would be the equivalent of me getting
That's
all a bunch
exactly
of
why I
brothers.
that's exactly why I equivocated it to the movie Kids. It's
You
the
just told me
same.
that there
it's
wasn't
the-
an actual rape, that it didn't actually occur. The
It's-
twerking and crotch shots and all of this stuff in Cuties did actually occur.
That's not rape. That's like I haven't seen the movies, but that I mean you're talking about little kids dancing, which is a phenomenon in this country. Was fairly
You should see the movie.
fairly exposed with Jean-Benet Ramsey. So this has been an issue in this country for at least a
Oh, I know.
decade
Believe me,
longer.
I've been on this since I was in.
And if you want to have a conversation about the over-sexualizing of children, I'm on your side. I haven't seen this movie, but
Beauty
when
pageant.
you're talking art, when you're talking about trying to expose that culture, trying to bring light to that culture, then that's why, when it comes to the movie, why I told you on Twitter and why I said it tonight, I have to make the 2 hours to watch the movie myself, because I don't know if you caught it, CJ. My thing is, are the children protected? If I watch that movie and I come out of it thinking, hey, those little 11 and 12-year-old girls aren't protected by this movie or by this interpretation of this art, I'm going to be against the movie.
Well, and to be fair, I welcome that, because I firmly believe that, especially considering our own agreement on things like child pageantry, I firmly believe you will come down on my side on this. I'm not worried about that. However, I do want to.
I'm generally against pageantry altogether.
Yeah.
Like I think
Agreed.
it's barbaric,
No
and I
disagreement
think
there.
it's
Should be
old
illegal. I'm
school,
sorry, it should.
old world thinking.
Completely agreed there. However, I do think like we really need to look. So let's just take a couple of hypotheticals really quick. Like, let's pretend I'm a director. I want to make a movie called Cuties, and I want to make it a documentary. So I record actual sexualization of girls, but I didn't really have any involvement in making them sexualized. The only thing I did was record what was already happening apart from me, like a journalist or a documentary. That's perfectly acceptable, because you didn't actually force those girls or hire those girls or pay those girls or anything like that. You're probably not making very much of a profit, because let's be real. I mean, documentaries just don't really make that much money. And you actually are probably going to be painting this in an extremely negative light, right? Now, on the flip side, you can make a work of fiction that perhaps I think you would probably agree that
CJ, you understand that fiction can represent reality, right? So it doesn't matter that
hang on. That's why
it can be like 100% fictional. It represents the mentality of the time. I grew up in this era, so when Kids was put out, that's how we were, right? I mean, it's how we were, and it was such an accurate depiction that it fucking freaked out America. Like they freaked the fuck out, dude. They freaked out, and it was an accurate. That's how we were back then. And if something is designed to expose a very serious issue, and that's what it's designed for, and if it does it well, I'm telling you, I'm going to come down on the side of art. But if I leave that feeling like, hey, these children were somehow taken advantage of, were somehow now their lives might actually and this is a very real scenario, because I actually think that their lives are put in jeopardy now, just from the narrative like that I saw from you, like pushing this as pedo porn, right? Like all of these people could actually be in jeopardy from that narrative if that's not actually the case.
Well, to be fair, I did rephrase, and like I said, I stick by my rephrasing. I think this is an example of pedocentric propaganda. Absolutely. I won't go as far as to call it porn, because porn does actually need
But a lot of people are calling it pedo porn. You weren't the first one, and it's probably why I reacted to you the way I did on Twitter, is because this has become that right-wing QAnon conspiracy narrative now. Instead of a real discussion.
That was only because certain figures on the left decided to defend it. When this first came out, everybody agreed. We were all sitting here like, what?
When we first saw the poster, we agreed. And we still agree that Netflix dropped. I mean, Netflix fucked up their advertising. I don't even think you can call it an accident. You know, like I really don't. They're the people you should be focusing your rage on, CJ. Is Netflix. But again, like canceling Netflix is supposed to be like what you're against. We had that whole statue conversation.
Well, to be fair, hang on. There is a difference, I think, in literally canceling somebody where like you're actually like removing them from a sphere or something along those lines, and just deciding not to, in a capitalistic form, partake in their product. But also, and further than that, I think that there is an argument to be made that what happened here was criminal. Honestly, I genuinely do. Like when you have 11-year-old girls doing the things that because let's just bear this in mind. They are actual 11-year-old girls, and every act performed in the movie was an act truly performed by actual 11-year-old girls.
So what were those acts? Were they dance moves?
So there are sexualized dance moves. There's
sexualized dance moves.
Naka.
All right, go ahead.
Yes, they are. They're very explicit camera shots.
Yes, very explicit.
I haven't watched it. I haven't watched it yet.
No, I know you haven't. And this is one of the reasons why as I know I probably sound like I'm losing my temper. I don't really know because
like I totally have to watch this movie now. Like fuck, and I'm gonna probably hate it, you know, because I have a 10-year-old daughter. So that's why I haven't watched it yet. Right.
And let me give you a perfect example that I think makes the point entirely. Everyone knows a Band of Brothers. Would Band of Brothers have been even remotely acceptable if Donnie Wahlberg went out there and actually killed a real German while being paid by people?
No, that's not how it is.
I'm not sure that's a good analogy.
That's not really how it is.
You're paying people to do it and then making a profit off it, and a lot of profit off it, right? Because you sold this to a multi-billion-dollar corporation, or they decided to film it themselves. I guess I don't know how.
I will give you that you're an honest interlocutor. You make some good points here on this movie, but does that justify Smokey Saint going after Jen Aldridge?
All right, so here's the thing. I'm going to be honest with you. I think in the heat of the moment, I did kind of associate things that were not related with each other. I wanted to go after Jen Aldridge, and I associated it with what I already knew about Jen Aldridge, namely what Smoke has said. And that was probably not fair of me because I went back and watched his stuff. He doesn't mention anything about that video. I don't even think he's seen it.
Yeah, he didn't.
So I
appreciate that, man. Thank you for that.
That was a mistake on my part. I do.
I'll drop it.
My going after Jen Aldridge is okay.
Well, yeah, hey, if you want to go after Jen Aldridge, she's a big girl, and you're an honest interlocutor. I have no issues with that. But when I saw that, and trust me, you know, me and Jen Aldridge.
I'm telling her you called her a big girl.
And I'm telling you, Jen Aldridge will tell you we're not friends, right? So, like, I'm not doing this because Jen is my friend. I'm doing it because it's the right thing to do. If you want to go at Jen Aldridge, you are an honest interlocutor. I think she'll probably eventually see that and have an interaction with you. But I think
What did Jen do? What did Jen do?
She
well,
didn't
no,
do fucking anything.
she didn't do anything. Smokey Saint chose to target her.
Smokey is highly attracted to her and masks that by attacking her.
Well, so, and
gotcha.
this is, like I said, this is my fault that I'm kind
Well
of
said.
associating my beef with Jen with Smokey's beef with Jen. So I apologize for that. But
All
to
right,
separate,
yeah,
them,
and I appreciate that, CJ. I will not I won't bring that up again. I mean, you acknowledged it. It's done with me. You know what I'm saying?
well, and I appreciate that also because that's an example of honest interlocutorship as well. But my beef with Jen is that she made a video on cuties where essentially she decided that she was going to approach this from a perspective of this movie is actually a very good thing, and the only problem is Netflix marketing, which in my opinion is insane. Like, I don't understand how you could possibly come to that conclusion.
Because that's
I have one
Can
thing
I
to say
Jen's
about
move,
All right,
video.
psychedelic.
that. No, I want you to go first because I heard you first. I just chimed in right after you. Go.
Well, like, okay, so is Jen coming from what perspective is Jen coming from again?
The same perspective I come from.
Jen coming
Right.
from the perspective of what she had been able to get from the movie a week before it released to Netflix.
Okay,
She's
can we be honest about that though? Let's put this in context. What could we get a week before? We got a very sexualized trailer, very sexualized descriptions on Wikipedia, IMDb, and very vague descriptions on things like Netflix. A quote directly
Sure.
from the director saying that the sexual liberation and going in between cultures, traditional and sexualized, was an example of being freer. And lastly,
No,
I don't think the
wrong.
director ever said that.
That's
I don't
not what
think
the movie was
director ever
about.
said that.
I'll give you the quote from the director right here.
Yeah, can I get a link with that quote?
Well,
No, just go for it. Say it.
Yeah,
Just go
and
for it.
CJ, this is why I combated you. I haven't seen the movie, but I've seen like the creator's intent. I've seen what they say that it's supposed to be trying to expose. That's why I said, like that's why I went from like I'm not going to watch this movie because I saw that poster. I saw the atrocious advertising by Netflix. I was turned off. I'm the father of a young daughter, but like because of this now, I'm going to have to watch a movie that I had no interest in watching just so I can have that informed opinion. I don't know. Like what I've heard is that it's trying to expose the over sexualization of children. And if that's the case, I don't know. I don't know. I have
All
to
right,
watch
so you can look at this for yourself, okay? The director's quotes talking about over sexualization all come after the controversy. The quote she has
CJ is
before
coming
the
in way too
controversy-
fucking late to this conversation. Way too fucking late.
I'm sorry, say again?
You're coming in way too late to this conversation we already had. Like,
Yeah, we're kind of rehashing the same thing, but I mean, I was trying. John was trying to use that to bring CJ in. I was gonna save it till about now.
yeah, well, CJ shouldn't fucking know. Like, CJ should know, like, what the deal is.
What was the
Okay,
quote?
what is the deal exactly? Because I mean, I don't understand what your point is.
Like, okay, so my point originally is that, like, CJ, you're an American, aren't you?
Yes, pedophilia
Okay,
is wrong in
very
every
cool.
culture. I don't care what your opinion is.
Very cool. Very awesome, CJ. So my original point was that it was way too fucking gratuitous with its scenes. But I also have to admit that as a person who is raised in many different cultures across the world, that it's a little bit different when you show shit like that. It sometimes it's meant to be bad, but I do think that it was gratuitous. But you're coming in here as an American being like, fuck all other cultures, like it's a little bit more contextual than that.
Absolutely not. No, it isn't. First off, the French
Oh
culture
my
is
God.
extremely
It is
perverted.
because
That's just
it
a
was
fact.
directed by a
Almost
French
all
person,
Western
and the way
cultures
that
are,
they
as a matter of
handle these
fact.
things is
We are highly sexualized in
let's
France,
CJ
Germany,
and then
UK,
Leo.
so on.
Here comes CJ again. Here comes CJ again with his little American right-wing bullshit.
Yeah, well, yeah, CJ, you do have some right-wing talking points, but go ahead, CJ, and then Leo was trying to
Hold on.
jump
What right wing talking points have I put forward in this? I need to challenge you guys.
CJ,
on that.
CJ, you're in your fucking screaming, and you hadn't even been here for like an hour and a half. So fuck off and listen to what people are saying.
Okay, cry
bitch.
about it,
Like,
please.
come on.
Boo-hoo.
Wah-boo-hoo, wah-boo-hoo, wah-boo-hoo. You can't fucking listen.
Cry
You
about
think
it.
you're so fucking important. You think you're so fucking important.
Holy fucking shit! Mitch McConnell's actually losing to Amy McGrath. Oh God. Oh,
All right,
please
I
let
think
him
we
go.
just
That'd be
lost.
beautiful. Please.
We lost Chris.
Newsflash.
I think Chris was trying to say goodbye. All right, so
Bye, Chris. I'd like to defend CJ.
I don't know
Go
who
for
I'm
it,
gonna
Jake.
defend
You've been
when I
here the
talk.
whole fucking time, but go for it.
If I haven't seen the movie, I'm going to watch it tonight. But if these dancing is actually potentially harmful to these children, like if it's so sexualized that it is actually going to harm them.
Ain't that what I've been saying? Ain't that what I've been
Then
saying?
it doesn't matter if it's for a French audience or an American audience. What is
Exactly.
harmful is harmful. If
Ain't that what I've been saying the
And
whole
what's your
time?
beef?
Yeah,
What are
well,
you crying about?
you're saying,
Because CJ,
hold on.
you come in 2 fucking minutes ago. You come in 2 fucking minutes ago, and you think you're the pariah
been
of
in
the
here for
fucking
like 30
chat.
minutes.
Like, chill
I'm
out.
not
Oh, have you? Have you actually been in here for 30 minutes? I don't think so.
I can give you a list. I can give you a list as long as my arm of movies that have harmed children that come from different cultures, especially French. I see a lot of these French movies that have done really, really horrible things to child actors. So
Ain't that what I've been saying?
you're saying that it's for a French audience, so get off your American.
No, I said, you know what, motherfucker? I said that it was bad. I said that it was exposing children, but y'all don't motherfucking listen to shit like that.
Like Tioga literally like has been probably the closest person in here to CJ's position. CJ, the position that's wrong here isn't the fact that the movie itself is distasteful or wrong. It's the perpetuation that this movie is pedo, right? So, and that's where the culture comes into it, because France has a completely different culture than America. And it is part of the conversation. It is part of the conversation. I often get told this by you and your allies all the time. I cannot look through my atheist or modern lens when I'm looking back at ancient Israel or when I'm looking at the Bible. You cannot look through your American lens at these things. Now, that being said, when I watch this movie, if I think it's harmful, God damn it, I am gonna fucking talk about it. But if this perpetuation that this movie right here is like the fucking Antichrist, or this movie right here is some like QAnon pedophilia scandal, that is not what I'm seeing, not just from the creators of the movie, but from most of the people that I have talked to that actually watched the movie. Now, Tioga has watched this film, and she hasn't. She's watched she's watched clips of it, but she has a different interpretation of what I've heard from those people, and she's been consistent with that all night. I think her problem is that you're coming in here and you're kind of like just condemning it all around when this is a conversation about nuance, right? And that's where I originally went at you at Twitter, because it was like a condemnation. And no, this is a conversation about art. It's about exposing and how far you're willing to go to expose a subculture that you're willing to try to expose. I get attacked for that, for what I do against the very fundamentalist Christians on this channel, much in the same way. So I think that's why you and Tioga are clashing right now, despite Tioga being the closest one to your position this entire conversation.
See, I don't understand how that is something that, because let me just see if I'm understanding you correctly. So you're saying that because of the fact that this is a French movie and not an American movie, there is some sort of cultural nuance I'm missing that may make this
No,
not
no.
actually what it is?
I am saying that Netflix bears the culpability if this is a cultural film of releasing it to a worldwide audience and sexualizing it as they have in their advertising. I've been very consistent with that from the very beginning. I need to watch the context of the movie to actually have a real opinion of the movie itself. And I've told you that on Twitter. And I'm getting involved, but at the same time, I'm trying to be consistent about that fact right now.
Okay, so would that same argument work for things like child marriage in Islam?
Can I talk to CJ before he goes on about his shit that he's going on about?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Okay, well, CJ, so my whole point about this movie is that like when you live in European countries, sexuality is like way more accepted. Like, I'm serious. When you live in Sweden, the fucking TV channels turn to porn at 10 p.m. So like sex is a different fucking thing. My whole point when I started out was that cuties glorified pedo baits. That was my point when I came in here, was that cuties glorified pedo baits. And maybe, but what you have to understand is that when people come from different nations, they were approaching these topics differently than how an American approaches them. CJ, would you approach this topic? You are saying pedophilia is wrong, which it fucking is. And when European people are approaching this topic, you have a different social dynamic that comes about when people want to talk about these kinds of things. So like you can critique cuties for its gratuitous amount of pedo bait that it has, but like you can't just be like, oh, Muslims want to like rape children. Like you can't do that.
I didn't say that. I see. This is the thing, Tioga. I don't understand what you're talking about. Like you're saying. First off, you said you're saying pedophilia is bad, which it is. The opposite of that is pedophilia is not bad. So you're either on my side on that or you're not. It doesn't matter whether or not.
She didn't say that shit.
Not what I fucking said.
All right. So pedophilia is not only bad; it's atrocious, right?
We have a raised hand.
Yeah, I mean, we all agree on this, right? So I think when it comes to this movie, what we need to do is watch it. And yeah, Leo, I'm going to let you go. We need to watch it, and we need to have informed opinions about it. And in fact, like I kind of regret that the movie ever came up because I don't have that informed opinion about it. I've only seen other people's opinions about it, and that's no way to argue any position. So this is kind of on me. My bad.
So, does anybody know the name of the woman who directed this movie?
I don't.
It is Maimouna Doucouré, and she wrote an opinion article in Washington Post. I'm going to post it in the private chat here. I would highly recommend you all read it. Give me a second here. There's a couple of things that I want to quote from this for you guys, and just give me some time here. It's not super long, but it might take maybe a minute.
Well, you might be informed a lot more than
people have found certain scenes in my film uncomfortable to watch. But if one really listens to 11-year-old girls, their lives are uncomfortable. We, as adults, have not given children the tools to grow up healthy in our society. I wanted to open people's eyes to what's truly happening in schools and on social media, forcing them to confront images of young girls made up, dressed up, and dancing suggestively to imitate their favorite pop icon. I wanted adults to spend 96 minutes seeing the world through the eyes of an 11-year-old girl as she lives 24 hours a day. These scenes can be hard to watch, but are no less true as a result. Like most 11 and 12-year-olds, our actors in the film had already seen these types of dances and more. Despite this, during filming, we were extremely mindful of their age. A trained counselor was present on set. There was no nudity except for a 1-second shot in which the main characters see the exposed breasts of an actress over 18 over 18 while watching a video of a dance routine on a grainy mobile screen. The project was even approved by the French government's child protection authorities. So you can interpret this film as being, appealing to pedos, but the director of the film is telling you you're wrong. It would be no different than saying, well, I know you wrote and sung this song. This is how I interpret it. And they say, well, that's not what I meant. You don't get to then tell them that they're wrong on the song they fucking wrote. So no, this is not trying to appeal to pedophilia. If you are outraged, hold on, please let me finish. If you are outraged and disgusted at this film, congratulations. You are reacting exactly the way the director wanted you to.
Okay,
because
can I point
if
something out,
people
though?
did not get outraged, we wouldn't be having these discussions. We would have brushed it off like everything else.
All right, so that's what she says September 2020 after there's a whole bunch of controversy. Here's
It's
what she said in
completely
January.
irrelevant to the fact that this is what she said and this is
No,
what
it's not irrelevant because she's trying to
it's 100% irrelevant. It doesn't matter
Well,
when
let him
she
talk.
said it.
Let
It
him
matters
let him make
what she
the
said.
point.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't
Leo-
want to hear points that are thoroughly irrelevant
make
to
a
what I
Well,
just
yeah,
said.
no. Let CJ make his point and then respond.
It's absolutely relevant. The reason
it's
it's
not.
relevant is because she is defending herself now. That is an op-ed
No,
trying
that's
to
not what
defend
she's
her
doing.
work.
That's not at all. This is a complete
What she said
misinterpretation
before
of
then
what's being what's
was
going on.
because I love to wear short dresses and at the same time when I go to a religious ceremony, I wear a veil. Just choose to be a woman. Who do you want to be? That was in the context of something she said earlier. In our culture, even today, I can say I'm not totally free. That is what the film was about when it was at Sundance and there was no controversy. She was
That's what
using
it's about.
protagonists as an
CJ
example of
said.
liberation of women because they could seamlessly go in between what was considered to be a traditional Senegalese culture and a more modernistic culture in France. That is
CJ.
before there was controversy about it.
CJ, this is like the whole QAnon thing that I'm really worried. Like, why you're coming at it this way? Like, all right, so what I want to do, and you guys can override me. Feel free. This is like if I had my dumpster fire icon, that shit would have been going for the last hour. I want us to watch this movie and then us to come back and talk about this movie again. And trust me, because I'm sitting here biting my tongue, trying not to talk about something I haven't even seen for myself yet. A movie that I told myself I wasn't gonna ever fucking watch. So now I have to. Thank you. But I mean, you feel free to continue this conversation, or we could try to move it into something like maybe biblical or something. I don't know.
Well, I just wanted to give one more quote from this article, and then I'm not talking about it anymore because I've already demonstrated that CJ's misconceptualizing what the film is about. Quote, and that's why I made Cuties, to start a debate about the sexualization of children in society today so that maybe, just maybe, politicians, artists, parents, and educators could work together to make a change that will benefit children for generations to come. It's my sincerest hope that this conversation doesn't become so difficult that it too gets caught up in today's cancel culture, which is what's happening in this discussion right now. I have a lot of respect for
Leo,
you, CJ.
no.
You don't get to tell a director what their film is about.
Yeah.
You
Okay,
interpret
then
it that
answer
way,
me this.
but your
Why-
interpretation is wrong.
No, answer me this, because I am quoting you, the director, just as you were quoting me, the director. She gave
Yeah, but I said
a
a link
completely
for my
different reason when there was no controversy. A completely different reason. She said she wanted to explore the question of whether we should have the right to choose which women we can be in the world. End quote, sir.
Where are you getting this quote?
Wait. Yeah. What's bad about that? Like, she could choose to
There's
be
nothing
the
bad
woman.
about that. What's bad about that is the context of the film. What are the women choosing to do? They're choosing to, at the age of 11, join a twerking troupe. Right? If this was something about a 21-year-old girl, I might have a problem with it from a sexual standpoint, but I'm not this level of problem.
A twerking troupe, like girls that dance. Now, I haven't seen this movie, and Tioga earlier called me out when I was like, like they're dancing, and they're like, no, knock, you need to watch the movie. There's some crotch shots, right? So like no, I need to watch the fucking movie. But like my daughter's 10, she dances, and sometimes I want to tell her to stop because I'm like, damn, I'm no, girl, don't do that, right? but I don't want to
No,
stop her
no,
from being
stop.
her. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but you wouldn't
I know,
let her
I
at the
know.
age of 10 go out and dance in public in a sexual manner for men, would you?
And see, CJ, that was my original fucking point. But you come in here all balls to the fucking wall, and you don't ask anybody about what they think.
I mean, I'm fully aware. I know where Leophilia stands. Being Rage, I've already talked about this. I'm honestly still not really sure what your problem is with me. I got to be honest with you, but that's not.
Because you don't ask me what I fucking think. You're just coming in here being a fucking pariah.
Okay, I wasn't addressing you, so who cares if I didn't ask you what you thought?
Yeah, I know, because you're scared.
Scared of what exactly? I don't even know who you are.
I know. You can't ask me anything. You just
Okay,
can't
what would you
ask
like
me
to
a
be
question.
asked, Yoga?
I don't know, maybe what I think about the issue since I've been fucking talking to you this whole time about it.
So I know what you think about the issues. Why is what you think about the issues somehow causing you to be like? I literally don't understand what your issue here is.
Well,
If
I
anything,
think
you should be
CJ
on my side trying to convince people if you truly have.
Yeah, but you're the one bitching at me.
Yeah,
You
CJ.
literally came at me sideways. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. I didn't even
Because you
address-
came in here bitching.
So, do you have a problem with what I'm complaining about or not?
Yes, because you came in here bitching at me when I have the same fucking
I
opinion
literally
as
didn't
you.
say a single word to you.
Yeah, no, like CJ, you did kind of go at her a little bit, and yeah, like I was trying to tell you, like she's like
I want
really
somebody to
close to you.
show me exactly, because that's just ridiculous. Okay, I did not address Tioga. I don't know who Tioga is.
Yeah, I
Right.
know you didn't. Like you didn't. Like, can you do that?
I've been trying. I've been trying to ask you right here. What
Well,
you
then ask
keep
me.
saying your problem is that you didn't address me. I'm addressing you now, and I didn't address you in any way before, so I don't understand why I would be forced to address you if I wasn't actually criticizing you in the first place.
Because
Right?
we're all in the same room together, and we're all human beings, so we can all talk to each other, right?
CJ is hot. I haven't seen you this worked up before, CJ. I like it.
It's the subject matter, bro. I got to be honest with you. It drives me up the wall.
Well, just ask me because Knock already said that like I am basically on the same page as you. And anyways, we have a hand up. So
Well, there was a question that James Hogue asked in chat. I just wanted to clarify for him. He asked, "What the fuck is my name?" That is the time-dependent Schrodinger equation.
What?
Yeah, that's what I say. Like Leo's a smart guy, dude.
Essentially, it's F equals ma for quantum mechanics. That is the best, it's the most simple way I can express it.
Leo be blowing my mind sometimes. I'm like, I have to go and like look at like words and be like, oh, that's what he meant. Okay.
Make notes while he's talking and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, smart. I love smart people. All right, so CJ, I think I think what Tioga is asking you right now is for you to simply ask her position on this movie, and then you can, I think, find some common ground to come at us, ignorant motherfuckers that haven't watched it yet.
I did want to say, though, I do definitely appreciate CJ's passion on this. And I understand where he's coming from. And if I felt that that's actually what the purpose of the film was, I would agree with him. But I think that, as I pointed out, and the director of the film has pointed out, that wasn't its intention. And I think people are trying to make it that intention. I don't know why. But I think it's just a mischaracterization of what the film was supposed to do.
Like, I'm totally serious. This conversation can go on. I still propose, even if it goes on in a month's time, we come back, we revisit this conversation. All of us watch this shit and then have our own conclusions. I mean, we could also talk. I mean, CJ doesn't think the whole party switch thing ever happened, so we could talk about that or anything else. But please feel free. I mean, this is Bring Your Topic, and so far it's been cuties and PMAR's racism. So
I think I'll wait maybe until you guys have all seen it to say what I was going to say. Since you've put that out there as a
well, you might as well say it. Most of us won't see it, so
you don't think so?
I have to watch it.
I don't know if I can
have
watch
to.
it.
I don't know if I'll make it through
but
all
not
of it.
through Netflix.
I'm expecting that I probably won't like the sexualization of children. I can go into that, like, understanding that. That's why I didn't want to watch it to begin with. But I'm going to have to watch it now in the context of what is the statement that's trying to be made, and then were the children harmed? Can they potentially be harmed from being a part of that statement. So as Andy said, I'm going to have to watch it 3 times. That's why I set it for a month away. Like I want to give us time to watch it, consider it, come back and talk about it.
I can predict that you won't want to watch it more than once. That's just my prediction.
I probably won't. Yeah, probably won't.
No, go ahead.
I do just want to say really quick, Yoga. I did call you a bitch earlier. I apologize for that. That wasn't really called for at all. So
That's okay. Just don't call me a bitch ever again.
I certainly do want to apologize for that because I was a little out of there. So I apologize.
I forgive you.
I am totally a bitch. You can call me bitch all you want, CJ, because like I like it.
Well, if I do it to you, Rage, it might become your Twitter handle.
Is
true.
the
true? Yeah, true.
I gotta say, I love that about Skylar too. With he played the whole Hobo Santa thing for like a month. That was hilarious.
All right,
I'm gonna change it back to something normal soon. But I did in my new Bible is Stupid video that should be coming out soon. I did refer to my brain being addled like a pickle quite a bit. So.
I'm waiting for Speed of Sound of Gravity to change his Twitter name to Speed of Sound of Pudding. Or Pudding Brain or something.
I am interested in seeing what happened between Religion is Bullshit and Smokey Saint on Math Picks channel today. We started streaming at the same time, and I did not know that Math Pick was doing that, or I might have started this later.
I did not know that either. I'm subscribed to Math Pick. I'm not going on YouTube.
I'm gonna have to go and see what the fuck happened there.
Okay, I think I would go ahead, but I think Psychedelic Dream wants to say something, so we should let.
Oh yeah, jump in, please.
I think she's a female. I can't remember.
Yeah, I am.
Yep.
I'm just like I don't want to milk that conversation past its due, and I think we're already kind of done with it. So I don't know. I was just thinking maybe I should just save it until you're actually going to do your follow-up thing. I think I did have a slightly different opinion than both Tioga and CJ. Is it?
Yeah, CJ.
I think I might have a slightly different opinion from. I'm not sure about everyone in this room or not, but when I watched it, I thought that the dance scenes were very purposefully made to make the viewer feel uncomfortable. I think that they were really purposefully gratuitous. They definitely didn't need to be. I think it was on purpose to show kind of what's going on in social media. When you look at Instagram, and you look at TikTok.
Go back in. I think I damaged a nerve here.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. I'm talking to myself. Let me.
If I don't know if you've ever scrolled through TikTok, but if you just look randomly, just on random stuff there, you will see a huge number of girls that are underage doing all kinds of very suggestive sort of dance moves and wearing very skimpy clothes and stuff. And there's a huge there's a lot of it, and I know there's a lot of that stuff on Instagram too. And I don't really think that parents are fully aware of this social media culture and how young it has reached into society. And we're talking second and third graders posting their stuff on Instagram and stuff, and I think that it exposes it to parents. I think that it's exposing it to people in general, because I think it's a fine line when you look at something like pageantry or dance troupes, when all the girls are wearing makeup and sparkles and sort of skimpy clothes. There's a fine line between it being just a normal thing that's wholesome versus a sexual thing. And I think that when you look at something like this movie, I think that it's just I really did think that it was overdone a bit. I think they could have backed off on the shots because they were kind of close up on some of them, and I think that it was to make people uncomfortable, because it's just it definitely kind of dances the line and goes over it. But I really do think that it's there to expose it to people, just in social media especially.
It's supposed to outrage you.
it's a hidden world a little bit, you know, that TikTok and Instagram world to parents, to adults in general.
Yeah.
Well, and real quick, it's been a struggle in my life. Like my daughter's 10 and she's on TikTok, and I see some of the things she puts on, and it's like I just said earlier, I'm like, fuck no. And then, but as a parent, you don't want to limit your child's imagination or expression.
Think about
you
the
know,
pervious.
Can I talk?
and yeah, well, and what she does isn't even close to some of the things that I've seen on that channel, right? So it's like, yeah, like how far do you go to expose this? I think, yeah, that's what I think is the conversation here.
Yeah, so okay, so like I literally was like a dancer when I was a kid, like for many different genres of music. And like, yeah, dancers are sexualized like a lot. Like they're like all
Right,
my,
because they're doing like adult moves, you know.
and they're wearing adult clothes. Like when I was dancing, I had to wear things called spankies, which were basically women's underwear. That you know, that was being
They're supposed to like accentuate the butt, right? They're supposed to like make the butt like look really good or whatever.
It's not supposed to be about the butt. It's not supposed to be about the child's physique at all. It's about mimicking the.
Oh no, I meant the underwear. I thought that's what those were for, you know.
Well, it is, but it's. I mean, like children's butts aren't that sexy, aren't they? So
No, but I know what you
about
mean.
mimicking the behavior.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you guys? Hello. Have you guys seen JoJo Siwa? She was on. I think she was on some reality show, and now she's like some kid. Like my girls watch her. I don't think she's sexual at all, even though she is also a dancer and a singer.
For sure, and that's what's the difference, right? Like, and that's the point of the movie. But I don't think you have to gratuitously show. Like, and that's why I brought up 13 before, was that 13 was the movie that showed gratuitous drug use, gratuitous sexuality, but it never actually showed them having sex or doing drugs. You know what I mean?
Right. And like somebody brought up kids too. Like that movie opens with a shot over the shoulder of some girl that looks like she's about 12. You know, getting nailed by this scumbag, you know, this kid that you end up kind of hating through the whole movie.
I would say that's, yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I equated it to that, and that's why I'm going to have to watch this movie even though I don't want to. And that's the thing, like, because this is a serious issue. I think we all agree on that point, right? Like the over-sexualization of children. You know, I know, but Christians wanted to go back to this purity culture, and they blame secular society for that. When a lot of times it's actually Christian parents that are forcing their children into that sexualization. I just have to point out the John Benet Ramsey case, right? And most of the parents in these pageants are Christians, and you go down south, they're the most fundamental of Christians, because that's all a woman is good for is her beauty, her aspects of a wife, you know. So this is a huge problem in culture, and that's kind of why, you know, CJ, our problem about this movie only came because, and you did redefine it, because you called it pedo porn, and that's why we had issues. I mean, this. It might be racy, it might be distasteful, it might be made to make you very uncomfortable, but to say like the intention is to
like provide porn,
yeah, like to feed pedophiles, you're off on that.
I think that's not accurate either. I think that people who are you know, that have those tendencies, there's no doubt in my mind that they'll watch it and like it, right? Even though it's aimed sort of against them. I have no doubt of that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Unfortunately, but you could
reality. That's reality.
Yeah. I mean, you could put like a lot of different movies with children in front of them, and they'll like it. They will sexualize it themselves if it's not sexualized for them. You know what I mean?
They probably all watch the children's beauty pageants too.
Well, yeah. I mean, children. I mean, pedophiles are gonna get off of this shit. I mean, all they got to do is tune into like whatever children's network, right? I mean, it didn't. I mean. again, and CJ, it really goes because what I saw from you also, I did see cancel Netflix. It goes towards this cancel culture, and I'm like, if you're gonna cancel somebody for like endorsing pedophilia, all right, I might be on board with that. But I'm just not sure this movie does that, right? Like
I think they probably did it intentionally to catch that audience or something. Like, obviously they know, because like I just saw the description on Netflix. It's like the little girls are, I don't know, finding their sexuality or whatever. I mean, of course, it's it's gonna attract all these people.
The Netflix advertising is despicable. It's horrendous.
Obviously, they are buying for that. Like, they are probably trying to get that demographic to watch.
I mean, but also outrage is great for advertising. I mean, look at how much of a conversation this has started across a huge blanket of society. And this is because partially of this, kind of gratuitous artwork that came out before the movie,
And again, yeah, that's kind of like what the director or what they have now stated the entire point was. Again, I have to go watch this movie because I'm probably going to have a different position after I do, just because the nature of me,
I have heard a lot of people that have that whole view such as mine, and they're disgusted by it. And I'm like, okay, so it is whatever is in the description. And I think Netflix did it intentionally because like there is a lot of conspiracy theories going on about pedophilia, and they're just trying to like
catch the bus,
make money. Yeah, that's like really disgusting. But I think
that's a good point. Is Netflix trying to capitalize on the QAnon movement?
That's exactly what they're trying to do.
Yeah,
They're trying to capitalize on the controversy that's been created. That's why they advertised it in the shitty way they did. Because they said, you got to remember this thing about these big multi-billion-dollar corporations, like Netflix, is that they do not give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about your kids. They don't give a fuck about your pets, your job. They don't give a fuck about any of that. The only thing they give a fuck about is how much cash you got in your pocket and what they can do to get it from you. So Netflix doesn't care what this does to people. They only care about how much money it's going to make them. And they'll do whatever they can to maximize that. That's capitalism.
Do you really think they gained viewers with this? I think they probably lost a lot more than they gained on this one.
The movie's trending at number 7 on Netflix right now.
Yeah.
So
It's
I think
not
the
about the
controversy
viewers.
alone is driving people to watch it.
It's not about the subscribers. It's about how many views it gets.
Well, and I would point out, too, I do think we would be good to separate certain, quote unquote conspiracy theories from other conspiracy theories. Not all conspiracy theories are the same, right? Certain conspiracy theories are true. We all know that.
It's not a conspiracy theory.
Well, no, I know that. But what I'm saying is, like, so for example, when people bring up stuff like QAnon, that's obviously a bunch of nonsense, right? At the same time, Jeffrey Epstein was a real figure who really had links to a lot of bipartisan figures. And that is a real weird and uncomfortable fact, right? Harvey Weinstein was able to do what he was able to do while being personal friends with the Obamas, with the Winfreys, with numerous people all throughout Hollywood. And while there's obviously people who have bogus examples of this, like Pizzagate and QAnon and all that other stuff, we do have to acknowledge that there is some very weird things going on in our country and abroad in regards to pedophilia, right? Like things that we would not have expected we'd be talking about 10 years ago, like Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, but that's how QAnon gains respectability and validity, is by mixing itself with something valid and sort of capturing, the valid argument and applying it to part of what they have to say. That they get people's ear that way, and they will gain people. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's like a little bit of truth and a lot of bullshit. Because pretty much now all I hear and see is every Democrat is a pedophile, child rapist, something. And this is all their argument, because I see that on the right, and I don't want to be a partisan or anything, but I do think like nobody's coming up with any solution to anything, especially with Trump, because he, I think, doesn't care or anything. So all they can do is, what can they do to gain voters is just say like the other side is evil.
Right, and that's the most despicable.
Yeah, let me
things
jump
that
in
we
real
can
quick,
think of. Yeah.
because CJ, what you're saying is true, and I've said that through this entire conversation, this entire stream, and that's my problem with it, and that's kind of my problem with some of your talking points because they are those QAnon conspiracy talking points. This is a serious issue. I've talked about it several times on my channel. People always kind of look at me sideways when I bring up the Coreys, right? So the Coreys, Corey Haim, Corey Feldman, very popular movie stars when I was coming up as a teenager.
Yeah, Corey Feldman was in Goonies, wasn't he?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah, he played Mouth, I believe.
They often spoke of a very powerful pedophile ring that they were victim to. Corey Haim is now dead. He committed suicide. And we've seen what happened with Epstein. This is a very serious issue that needs to be taken seriously. And what these conspiracy theories do, or hype over a movie that might not quite deserve it considering nuance. Now, I haven't watched the movie, but what these conspiracy theories do is muddy the fucking waters of something that's very serious that really needs to have fact and absolute truth and true investigation behind it. And that's on our media. Like, our media is so obsessed with fucking Trump, they don't look at anything else anymore. You know, so I mean,
well,
that's
see,
the
that's why I
bigger
say we need to.
discussion here, right?
Sorry, say that again.
I'm just saying, like, that's the bigger, like, I've said it the whole stream. The bigger discussion is the reality of how serious this is, but yet the waters get muddied by conspiracy theory, by untruth. Look at Pizzagate. You know, I mean, just look at Pizzagate. We need, when you're talking about this is a very hard subject. This is a subject that goes across every demographic. It happens in every single society. People like to point the finger at Catholics, but they don't point the finger at the evangelicals that hide the fucking rape of the children in their congregations either. Atheists do it. Everybody fucking does it. So this is a conversation about society, and it needs to be taken really seriously. And the conspiracy theories muddy the waters.
See, I would agree with that, but I think it's that we have to distinguish, like I said, some theories from others, because there are some of these conspiracy theories that are facts, right? The Epstein one, there's a long period of time where Epstein is in the realm of conspiracy theory, right? And then Epstein became somebody who was in the realm of fact. People started to figure out, hey, no, that's actually true.
Even after he was fact, the powerful protected the man and let him go. So I mean, I think that just getting the Epsteins and his girlfriend, right? Like just getting them is a great injustice to what has actually happened to the people that were abused by those two human beings. We need to go after everybody that turned their fucking eyes or let them go.
Oh, I completely agree. And you know what? Here, I got a controversial take on you that I've been parroting for 3 years now. Harvey Weinstein is a patsy. Harvey Weinstein is a patsy. Harvey Weinstein did I think he did what he was accused of, absolutely. But they want to pin all the blame on him so that they can take all of the
who is
points
they
off of themselves. And when I say they, I mean very specific groups. It's not everyone. It's not a global cabal or anything like that, but very specific groups of very rich people in certain political circles and entertainment circles. Corey Feldman talked about it a lot.
Harvey Weinstein he wasn't a pedophile. He was just raping women.
Yeah, well, I don't know that that's necessarily true, but I think when you do look at the Weinstein case, what it showed, because the thing that is, I think, a little bit surprising to me about the Weinstein case is what it shows. You know, one of the things that people often like throw at conspiracy theorists is, well, do you really want me to believe that all of these different people kept it under wraps? What the Weinstein thing showed is, yes, actually, they can for a long period of time. And then Epstein showed it again. And my point
Weinstein, there's nothing showing he abused children. He was attracted to young, very attractive women that were susceptible to his particular brand of authority. Him being a movie model that could make their entire career.
To very, very prominent ladies, and they were not underage or anything. They were just Hollywood actors, like Gwen. What's her name?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. It's like Brad Pitt's
You're not talking about Gwen
she's on the
Stefani,
Avengers.
Uma Thurman.
Gwen Goop.
Paltrow. Gwyneth Paltrow.
Gwyneth Paltrow,
yeah. Gwyneth Paltrow, yeah. That, and he even tried to do it with Angelina, some other actresses there. Yeah, he tried to do it on several. Even Angelina said, yeah, she kind of like probably fell into that. So very, very successful ladies. But the thing is that he owned a very big production house, and the guy who caught him was also running in those circles, and he had heard it, but they didn't have like evidence to catch him. And the guy who did it was Mia Farrow's son, right? Ronan Farrow. He even got an award for it.
Yeah, so
I think the thing is,
Weinstein is a different case of a similar issue. So when we're talking about like this over sexualization of young girls, that's one issue. Weinstein abused his authority to take advantage and harass and rape grown women. Now,
hang on though,
like maybe he has links to the child pedophile thing, but that from what we know from fact, that would be just speculation and conspiracy theory. Now, I'm not taking away from the horrors that Weinstein did, but like until you have fact behind that, I don't think you should link him to pedophilia, because I haven't seen any fact behind that.
Yeah,
well, he has been accused, just to be clear, Weinstein has been accused, and in one of them, it has actually gone to court, at least one of them, of sexually abusing underage girls as well. That is actually a fact. You can look that up on New York Times.
There is accusations against Donald Trump by an underage girl too. So
I'm not a fan of Donald Trump.
CJ is not a Trumper. Although I think CJ, are you just not going to vote, or are you going to vote for
I'm
the
not
Supreme
saying
Court?
it's Trump. I'm just saying there are allegations against a lot of people.
I think CJ might vote for Trump. I don't know. I just have a feeling.
And so my typical rule of thumb is to vote third party. I'm not going to lie. I am quite disgusted with both of the mainstream parties.
But don't you want that Christian Supreme Court judge, that replacement for RBG that's going to change the country into a theocracy?
Well, no. So here's the thing about a lot of the judges, right? There are certain things that conservatives want from the courts that I think are good, and certain things that conservatives want from the courts that I think are bad. Now, I understand there's virtually nobody who's going to agree with me, but just to give an example so you guys know where I stand, I'm very firmly pro-life. I think that Roe v. Wade should be overturned. So that's something where I would agree that a judge should do that. However, at the flip side, I kind of think the idea of Citizens United staying is that's ridiculous, in my opinion. Money is not free speech. It just isn't. Right.
God damn it, CJ, don't make me like you.
Dude, here's the thing you have to realize, Rage, and I say this to all of the people who are on the left. There is, and I'm not going to say it's just you guys, because it happens to every group and every demographic, but there is a lot of echo chamber going on. The first people who I ever heard abolish ICE and abolish TSA from was Alex Jones when I was 12 years old. The first people who I heard talking about defunding the Federal Reserve and getting us out of foreign countries was Ron Paul, a Republican from Texas, right?
I know about Alex Jones. Right? He didn't used to hate Muslims, but now he does. He didn't used to hate immigrants, and now he does.
Alex Jones once. Here's the thing with Alex Jones. I used to be a big fan of Alex Jones as a teenager.
He's crossed the line of sanity, like.
Well, it was really Trump that pushed Alex really over the edge.
CJ, no, Alex Jones tried to be serious, and nobody took him serious. So he talked about gay frogs.
I don't think
and everybody gave him views, and shit went to hell, dude. Alex Jones is a poison on American society, and I hope you see that.
Yeah,
like I said, I was a fan of him as a teenager, but I do want to be clear.
Bad, though?
It's what he inspires in the stupidest among his fans. You know, like those people that were going to that what was the name of the place where that first shooting took place, where he was denying it was true. Yeah, his fans or whatever were going there, physically going there. Yeah, and like going to the people's houses where they had people who had been killed, and basically telling them that those people never existed, that those people, it was just all a hoax.
Okay, so he did, but did it stop people from being stupid? Like, if you deplatform him and like a lot of people cannot hear him now, did it stop people from being stupid and conspiracy theories? They went on to QAnon, they went to Flat Earth, and then they went to QAnon or whatever. They moved on.
Well, and what we do need to point out is there really was. I know that you probably only know of Alex Jones from the outside in a lot of instances. Maybe you don't, but you guys do need to understand there was a reason the guy got popular. He had a lot of. He was calling out Jeffrey Epstein back in the early 2000s, right? Like
I used to listen to Alex Jones before he went beyond the pale. Like it was back when I think he wasn't. I don't know if he was popular on YouTube or not, but I think it was 2012 and 13. I used to listen to him.
he definitely went a little bit off the pale in 2012, 13, but when he got really
CJ.
crazy was when he actually had Trump on an interview, and then after that, it was like
No, CJ, no, you're fucking wrong about that. All right, so I literally said earlier, so I am very familiar with Alex Jones. I've been watching Young Turks for a very long time. They have an extensive history with the guy. I've actually been watching Alex Jones for a long time, ever since the whole gay frog thing, just to make fun of the guy. All right, you're completely wrong. I literally said that Alex Jones at one time tried to be serious. He tried to. And you're right. He called out the Epsteins, and he was trying to really do something good. He was. I give you that. And it didn't work. Nobody watched him. So he started talking about gay frogs, and everybody watched him. And once he figured that out, he just went fucking insane.
Well, but the gay frog comment is after his interview with Trump, isn't it?
Yeah. It's after Trump. He's right. The gay frog thing happened after Trump started campaigning.
Like when he's president?
Like he went crazy slightly after before Obama, end of Obama's second term, I think.
Well, Alex Jones went crazy. Yeah, I would say like mid Obama to like definitely Obama's second term.
Well,
but you give him credit that he single-handedly exposed that place where he went, the Bohemian Grove. Like he kept talking about it, and you know,
I have watched InfoWars. It's like for the last almost, I would say, 8 to 10 years. What's his name? The Paul Thomas Watson, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, Paul Joseph Watson.
Name is. I mean, ever since those two peas got into the same pod, that show is nothing but conspiracy theory bullshit. Like Alex Jones InfoWars. Dave Rubin, right? Like so, Alex Jones fucking shilled himself for money to the conspiracy theorist preppers. That's what Alex Jones did, right? So like Dave Rubin sold out his progressive soul to the fucking coaches of the world. And you add that on top of the decades of conspiracy theory from Rush Limbaugh and blatant fucking racism, go back to the Donovan McNabb days, right? You add that to the Sean Hannitys of the world, who pretends to be this serious reporter, as he says, I'm not a reporter and I'm going to tell you a bunch of lies. I mean, dude, this is a whole layered nuance of the bullshit talking points you get fed, instead of looking at actual policy on what's going to benefit the American people. And that's why conservatives get sucked into it, right? Because all they hear are talking points. Instead of
to be fair, though, I think that's a dual issue, honestly, because I'll give a perfect example, right? I can't tell you how many people who I knew in high school and in their college days, because I didn't go to college, who were extremely liberal based off of like 2 or 3 decisions. Namely, they supported gay rights and wanted legal weed. And as soon as they started thinking about it,
I'm just going to go ahead and tell you, all right, I'm going to cut you off just to tell you, if you use the wordage of liberal, you are not speaking to me. I am not a liberal.
Or me, neither am I.
Well, to be fair,
I don't consider myself a liberal, but psychedelic says that we would, since if we're on the left of conservatives, we'll fall into liberal. But I am actually to the left of classical liberal. I would consider myself a left, like actual program, like not even.
I'm a libertarian.
I've come out actually once before saying this, right? And I don't feel confident enough to talk this point. I am a socialist.
Yay, comrade!
Well, I am for socialism as well, but I don't know if I'm.
I did the 8-point political compass, and it said libertarian socialism, which means like as opposed to authoritarian, right? Like I would want all the things that socialism is, but I wouldn't want to be an authoritarian figure, and I would want it to happen naturally.
Yes, me and you are on the exact same page, Bronzy.
Most
Exact
people
same
don't know what the word libertarian means in terms of the overarching term that is used within the realms of political science and political theory. People hear
Yeah.
the word libertarian and immediately associate that
Yeah.
with specifically American libertarianism,
No.
which really isn't very libertarian at all, to be, if we're going by
Yeah.
what the word means. And that's why when people say, how are you both a libertarian and a progressive? I'm like, because you don't really understand what the word libertarian means. It means opposite, like liberal, libertarian, liberty. They all come from the Latin root liber, which means to free, to open, to set free, liberate. So if you believe in individual liberty and freedom, congratulations, you're a liberal by definition.
Yeah, like if I read the
you're
definition
exactly
of
right.
classical
When
liberal,
I say I'm not a liberal, I'm talking to CJ, who's talking to the American liberal.
He's using a more nuanced term of liberal, and like American liberals, which are left of center, whereas progressives are in the center of the left.
Yeah.
Well, and liberal has become to be like a dirty word now. You know, you're like a
Well, that's
not
because
just a liberal, but a libtard. You know,
And that's why I prefer the dirtier words. Like
They care about superficial.
They care about the buzzwords. It's all about the buzzwords. The conservatives will hear, oh, well, he's a liberal, so that means he's automatically
No,
bad.
now they call everybody a socialist. Now everybody is a socialist.
Well, I mean, come on, guys. Let's be honest here. That's
Liberal
just a human
Nancy
trait,
Pelosi,
right?
so
That's
they're
just a human trait. Like people that throw out
Go ahead,
terms.
CJ. I can't hear you. Go ahead, CJ.
Well, I'm just saying, let's just be fair. That's just a trait that all human beings share, right? The liberals have their, and by liberals I mean the Democratic Party, right? They have their buzzwords also, right? Everybody has buzzwords that they like to throw at other people. I mean, a lot of times, let's just be honest, people don't know stuff. Humans are smart, but they don't really like to go figure shit out, right? They like to kind of just stay in their area and accept whatever it is they want to accept. There is a select amount of people who like to go out and, pursue political dialogue, philosophical dialogue, religious dialogue, whatever it happens to be, and want to learn these things, right? But most people really don't care. And their opinions are really at that level, not because they're stupid, but because they just don't care.
No, I disagree. It's because they're stupid.
Well, and maybe that is right. Maybe I'm giving people too much of the benefit of the doubt. You know what I mean? But
they're stupid and therefore they don't care.
Yeah, that's a better one. Yeah.
But yeah, I would agree with what CJ said. I think both sides do. The Democratic Party. I would argue the Democratic Party it's not on the left.
Well,
if you look at the Democratic Party and then you look at the Conservative Party in Australia, or the Tory Party in Canada, or the Tory Party in the United Kingdom, or the Conservative Party in Germany, they look like our Democratic Party.
Well,
our Democratic Party is a center/right
That's
political
what I'm
party.
saying. So CJ, is Nancy Pelosi a liberal?
Well, so hang on. Let me separate for a minute because I'm
just asking for
actual terms, right? Not American terms. So let me not use American terms. If we're using what the terms in political philosophy actually mean, then my understanding of liberalism is classical liberalism, which is sort of the Thomas Jeffersonian idea and the Enlightenment era.
I mean, I hear classical liberalism, and I just automatically think Dave Rubin, and fuck that guy. He's a traitor.
Well, to be fair, Dave Rubin is a pretty good, and Jordan Peterson is a better example, but they are what you would call.
Well, fuck Jordan Peterson
liberal,
too.
right?
I mean, sexist motherfucker and homophobe. Yeah.
What is a classical liberal? What do you think is a classical liberal?
A classical liberal, in my opinion, is somebody who affirms, if I'm understanding the philosophy correctly, it's like that Jeffersonian ideal of affirming certain inalienable rights of human beings via natural law.
Hold on.
That's a part of it. Yeah.
Can I
Jefferson
read the?
had slaves, one of those which he raped repeatedly and had children with. And you want to talk about humanity with Thomas Jefferson?
Well, I mean, look, let's be clear. Just because the man was a hypocrite doesn't have anything to do with his ideas. Like he could have been a serial killer and had good ideas. That's not really.
I think that isn't classical liberals people who talk about like, having less religious like stuff in kind of controlling our social and political life.
A lot of times, the classical liberals do tend to be big on separation of church and state, including religious classical liberals. John Locke is the one who actually
started
really
it, yeah.
put forward the
You
idea.
guys can hear me, right?
And I think
I can hear you. Yeah.
oh, what's the other
Okay.
guy?
I was just
contributed?
gonna
Adam Smith. There we go.
I was
Yeah,
just
and Adam
gonna
Smith as
read
well.
I was gonna read the dependable and probably correct, hopefully correct Wikipedia definition of liberalism, if that's okay.
Liberalism or classical liberalism?
Well, I'm assuming that this is liberalism in the political ideology of. Okay, so I'm going to read it. You guys tell me what you think. Liberalism is a political and moral philosophy based on liberty, consent of the governed, and equality before the law. Liberals espouse a wide array of views depending on their understanding of these principles, but they generally support free markets, free trade, limited government, individual rights, including civil rights and human rights, capitalism, democracy, secularism, gender equality, racial equality, internationalism, freedom of speech, freedom of the press, and freedom of religion.
Yeah, that would be the overarching
yes, that's
liberal.
true.
Yeah.
Right.
So you agree, CJ. So tell me which classical liberal that is vocal right now that actually upholds those ideals. Because even Dave Rubin, the gay man that he is against marriage equality, is against equality for gay people. And that's basically because he gets paid out the ass by the Koch brothers.
Why would he?
Well, hang on.
oppose
I have a
marriage?
question though, because I have, and now I'm not a Dave Rubin fan to be clear, so I totally could have missed it. But I have heard him explicitly say the opposite to Ben Shapiro, like that he does support homosexual marriage and that it should be legal. And actually,
he might. I will give you. He might say it every once in a while if it's convenient in a conversation. But then I can point out 10,000 instances. I can make a whole fucking hour-long montage of Dave Rubin denying gay rights.
Well,
such as
straight
what?
out. Straight the fuck out.
Dave Rubin is gay, but that doesn't mean he supports gay rights when it comes to other people talking about them.
Well, like what though? What's an example of him?
Do you
being
think Ben
against it?
Shapiro supports gay rights?
Well, Ben Shapiro does. Ben Shapiro has said he does support gay marriage, at least. I
Okay.
don't know what Ben Shapiro's opinions on like things like gay adoption.
Is
and
marriage
stuff
not
like
a right that is denied to someone based on their sexuality if they're gay?
that. Well, right, but what I was just saying is that Ben Shapiro, to the best of my knowledge, affirms that gay
I
people
think
do have
you
the right
are
to marry.
wrong about Ben Shapiro. I haven't like I stopped watching Ben Shapiro like maybe the first time I watched that douchebag. I'm not
Ben
interested in his like stupid ass opinion.
He's
But I
pretty
think you're
hetero,
wrong.
traditional. Yeah, like.
Oh man.
I
don't
think he is
believe
totally
that
against gay marriage. I think he's against it.
Well, right, but those are two different things, right? I'm against gay marriage, but I do think it should be legal.
Oh my god.
Right?
Yeah, you can be against something and still think that people should be allowed to do it, obviously within reason.
But I don't think Ben Shapiro is one of those people. I just don't. Maybe yours.
What do you mean by that you're against it, and at the same time, what else did you say that you're not against it?
No,
so I'm against it in the
and
sense
still
that I
let
believe.
people do it. So you can
Right,
say
exactly.
I disagree with gay marriage, but I'm not going to say they shouldn't be allowed to get married.
Exactly.
No,
It's the
thing
same way
is
I do
that,
things like.
when the left, or let's say liberals, talk about these rights like gay marriage, and then conservatives say it's against them or something, and I asked them, like, how is it against you? No one is forcing you to go into gay marriage. Like, if you don't like gay marriage, just don't
get gay married.
Don't get gay
Don't
married.
get married, right? It's like it's the right for others who want to do it. Let them do it. But no, they want to stop others from doing that. When they say I'm anti-abortion, so then don't get abortion. No, but I want to stop others from having it. That's
I
To be
personally,
fair, I'm not nearly as nuanced on that.
CJ,
I'm pretty far to the right on abortion. I'll just be straight up with you.
CJ, I as a person, I don't believe in marriage. I've never been married. I don't believe in like you own me, I own you. I don't like that. I'm not gonna give you any like way to get half of my shit. I don't want half of your shit. I want to be human beings with a person. I've never wanted to be married except for one time in my life, and it's only because she wanted that. I don't believe in marriage, right? Like I don't. But I have a firm belief that if one person can do a thing, another person should be able to do that thing despite any fucking reason whatsoever, right?
Like why? Yeah, like why would you not? Like why would you not support that? Like I don't
Yeah, I
understand.
just I don't get it.
Well, and so that's why I'm saying, right, like there is a separation, I think, between what we consider to be moral or immoral and what we consider to be legal or illegal, right? I mean,
Yes.
just as a perfect example, it's one of the quintessential examples because it's long been settled in American politics. But you can be totally anti-pornography and not think that it should be a crime to actually produce pornography, right? And I think there's a lot of instances of that. You know, I think the stuff that P. Mars says is repulsive. Right, going out there and just like trying to spam racism just to get people pissed. I don't even honestly think he's a racist. I just think he wants to get people mad, and that's even honestly a little bit more infuriating.
He's a troll. That was our whole conversation. I said that, CJ. I don't know if you were in the side chat, but I said like if CJ was here to argue these points, it would be a serious conversation. P. Mars is just a fucking troll.
Exactly, but to be fair, one thing I will say about P. Mars is I do think he has the right to be that stupid. I just don't think it's a good thing. I think in fact, I even think it's an immoral thing because of the fact that it ends up being dishonest and pushed towards, you know, a more racist narrative. But I definitely do think he has like the right to, right? And I think that's the huge separation that a lot of times people don't tend to realize. If I could give you a politician who explains my views better than any other, although it still wouldn't be perfect, of course, because nobody ever would, it would be Ron Paul, the congressman from Texas. I am a very firm constitutionalist in the originalist format. And you know, and as a result of that, I haven't really been pleased with a president in my lifetime. I got to be honest with you. So I'm not a Trump fan. I'm not a Bush fan. I wasn't a fan of Romney. Wasn't a fan of any of the Democrats that challenged him. And I have never voted for any party, any mainstream party as a result. But you get the idea, right? Like there can be a separation of what you consider to be legally okay and morally okay.
Yeah, legally permissible and moral or immoral, yeah.
Exactly. Now, obviously, sometimes that's not the case. And I think the basic rule of thumb is, are you actually causing somebody harm in a way that is not, you know, in some level fair? And what I mean by that is you could argue that, you know, for example, if you end up buying one of the properties on a certain block that you put a business in and somebody else was vying for that property also, where you negatively affected them. I mean, I guess that's true, but it wasn't really unfair, right? So if you are negatively impacting someone in a way that is unfair and uncalled for, then I think that would be a basic rule of thumb for it being illegal.
Yeah.
So here is classical liberalism. Classical liberalism is a political ideology and a branch of liberalism which advocates civil liberties under the rule of law with an emphasis on economic freedom. So I guess then we are all classical liberals.
I am not.
Well, sort of, because if not to, you know, rain on anybody who is a socialist, but if you are a socialist, technically you don't really believe in economic freedom in the same way that is describing. What that's describing is something that is a little bit more capitalistic in nature. Now, you may argue that the socialist economy is better for such and such a reason, but the socialist economy does take the opinion that certain crackdowns, if you will, on freedom are necessary for the greater good.
Like what?
Like, for example, in pure socialism and pure communism, you do actually get, because socialism, if we understand Marxian philosophy, was supposed to be the transitioning period into communism, gets rid of the idea of private property, abolishes any sort of an idea that you are the sole owner of your wages.
Not exactly. It would be more like farmland, where a farmer can't own land. The house, you can't just go in his house and take whatever you want, but the land would be collectively owned by the society and the farmer farms it. But like his actual stuff, yeah, he still owns that.
All right, so I stepped away for a brief moment. I didn't realize, like, once again, stating that I'm a socialist would lead to a conversation. So let me say this, CJ. I did state that I'm not ready to argue this position. And so from what I understand, is this, that socialism is the segue to communism, right? And I think that now we are starting to be prepared for worldwide socialism, which would lead to a worldwide communism.
Well,
but in the future, after I'm fucking dead, we have not seen communism on this world
It
yet.
doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be full communism either.
Well, like when I speak of communism, I mean a community without state. where people are equal, right? So I'm talking about a utopian communism. Again, I'm not really prepared to argue this point. I am a socialist because I am a slave to other people. And fucking Jill is going to caption that out and use that against me forever now. Thank you, CJ, you bastard.
I think like most of the people, they think that socialism is like, when you talk about socialism, they think it's not, it's against free market. While if you look at the definition, it says either it is owned by people, like for example, a corporation is collectively owned by people who work there. It's like nobody's sitting on his ass and just making billions every day without doing anything.
The problem is socialism is often conflated with statism, and I'm going to give the technical definitions of both and then a more colloquial definition. So socialism is the socio-economic ideology in which the means of production, distribution, and exchange are socially owned and democratically controlled by the working class. And because socialism is inherently democratic, there's no such thing as democratic socialism. The proper term there would be social democracy. Statism is a socio-political ideology in which the economy is owned by the centralized state. Those are two completely different ideologies. Socialism does not mean the government owns everything. It means that, say, if you work for Walmart, every employee becomes a shareholder of Walmart, and thus every employee can now vote on how Walmart is ran, i.e. Walmart would be owned
and they're
by
part of the profit
in a democratic manner. Now, if you did that with every, not company, but industry, to make it truly socialist here in the United States, take all of our major industries, transportation, education, agriculture, communications, all that stuff, make one company, one conglomerate corporation in that industry. Everybody who works in that industry works for that company. Everybody who works for that company owns shares in it and can vote on how the company is operated. That would be a truly socialistic society.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. We should have, if you work for something, you should have part ownership in it, and it should that would it would propel you to perform better every day, to have an interest in the success of that company, and to toe the line, and you would have a voice in what that line is. Right now,
and you also get profit and like it makes people more. It will make people happier, and they would like to work, and they will be sharing in the benefits instead of, the profits, instead of just making an hourly wage.
And that's one of the problems in our society today is the one, and like everybody says, the term, I always hear the term self-made billionaire is not, that's an oxymoron. You cannot be a self-made billionaire, and this is why. Wealth is never created in isolation. Let's do a thought experiment here. Amazon has about 1 million workers. Take away all of those, everybody but Jeff Bezos. Would Amazon still run the same way? Of course, we all know it wouldn't. Now take away only Jeff Bezos from Amazon, but leave everybody else. The company could still function pretty much the same. So,
well, it could, but it probably
hold on.
Pretty sure self-made billionaire refers to like you.
All right, let Leo finish, and then I got to talk about it myself.
Who really generates all the money that Jeff Bezos then takes for himself? It's not Jeff Bezos.
The workers.
It's his
the
workers.
fucking workers.
Why are they not sharing in an equitable amount of the profits gained from their labor?
I have seen a meme. I don't know how true this is. It's a fucking meme. I'm putting out a meme, but I literally have seen a meme circulating that if Jeff Bezos gave like $180,000
raise to his employees, he'd have only as much money as he had before the start of the fucking
pandemic. The start of the fucking pandemic. Yeah.
You could make $200,000 a year from the time that Jesus was born to the present day, and you still wouldn't even have, you would only have, I think, just under 2/3 of what Jeff Bezos is worth. Not even that, I think. You wouldn't even have what he is worth now. I don't think you really understand how much just $1 billion is, let alone 100 billion. But I'll get to explain that in a second.
He says he's a leftist, but he has all this money and does nothing for human beings.
Who says he's a leftist?
Bezos claims to be a leftist.
Listen.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Why are like people who have a lot of money like obligated to give it to other people? Like, listen, if you have money, it's your money. You know, you do what you want with it.
Can I answer? Can I answer?
I kind of just explain how Jeff Bezos' money doesn't actually belong to him because he didn't.
Is it your money?
The company would literally not exist without him.
That
So,
doesn't matter. He didn't.
The
generate
labor
the money.
does not
The
exist.
workers did.
The labor does not exist without him.
No, the
Well,
company.
see, I think the thing that
whoever
you
makes
guys
a
are kind of
company,
missing, where I think I would disagree
Well,
mainly, is like,
Utah. My boy X is making your point. EMC. I mean, as long as you have one scab willing to work for Jeff Bezos. Yeah, Jeff Bezos might have had a fucking idea, but does that mean that he can live better than any human being in the history of this fucking planet? Like how can we even have billionaires when we have people starving? We have children Dude, don't get me started.
Hold on.
On this shit.
You can't moralize with libertarians or conservatives. You can't give them a moral reason because they're gonna be like, no, it's their money. You die if you're starving, it's your fault, and the guy who's rich, he deserves it. That's their theory.
They're
You can't
rugged
give them
individuals.
that reason. Let me give you the reason that they might understand. Okay, it's like, let's say I have a plant and I make pencils, and I need some workers too. And after everything is done, I sell that pack of pencil for like, I don't know, $10. But the thing is that until the laborers put their value, like in their time and work in it, right? I couldn't have gotten the end product that made $10. So it's the work that the laborer put in it that made it.
Yeah, and they get paid for it.
Yes. So
Not
since
very
they
well.
are, yeah. So I can't get the end product and claim all of it as mine and profit is mine if I constantly like mooch off of their work, because they are adding value to the product.
Exactly. You don't own labor. Like, you don't personally own labor.
well, right, that's slavery, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about capitalism, and capitalism is a market where people freely decide whether they're going to work for a certain
But do
company.
they freely decide? Do they freely decide, or do they decide?
Yeah, they do freely decide to what go to work or not.
I mean, not really.
What do you mean, really? Yeah, you can just not go to work. You can just not go to work.
Stop.
Guys, let me speak.
Stop. No, if you don't freely decide to go to work, your children fucking starve and you die. That's not a fault.
I mean, can you give me any example of that actually happening in the United States? Because that just does not happen in first world countries.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
Yes, it does. There's
I am telling you, as somebody who has lived on a minimum wage job and food banks, that does not happen. We live in a first world country where people are not sitting on the streets.
I highly doubt you've been to a food bank if you had a minimum wage job. Like, I'm just sorry. Like, come on, dude.
Okay, CJ, can you tell me, like, why do you think that if people own the corporations or any collectively owned companies, why do you think there won't be a free market? Because you can have 2-3 companies all owned by different people and still compete with each other in the free market. Like, whoever makes the better product makes more money. It's still
because
free market.
quite frankly, if I don't get to have the fruits of my labor, I don't want to do it. Like, if I'm not going to actually have the fruits of writing these books and doing all this,
Do you think that like people who iPhones should get an iPhone?
Do not make me mute every motherfucker in this room. CJ, do you think you will ever be a millionaire, let alone a billionaire?
I mean, probably not, but I don't think it's complete.
All right, so let me tell you a story, dog. I work for the automotive industry, right? I worked for them for a very long time. I live in Michigan. That's what we do, right? So I work for a company called Denso. You might see some old videos. I have some shirts with the word Denso on them. And we make radiators. We make fucking VVACs. We make a lot of shit. And I was a star, right? Like, I was a star helium operator, which means I tested the parts as they came out. I tested the most parts. I tested them efficiently. My rate was the shit. And I made $16.50. While the CEO, who would come down there maybe once a year, usually for the Christmas break, because we get 2.5 weeks, would come down and shake my hand and tell me how great I am. Living in the lap of luxury, and I was starving. My child was starving. You know what I'm saying?
Let me just say something from my personal experience, though, because where I don't know anything, I guess, about the Michigan economy, but I can tell you right now, where I live on 1650, I could rent a house, buy the highest quality Wi-Fi, have Netflix, buy my own
good for you.
food. Go out, like,
1650.
Good for you.
CJ,
Are you
let me
single,
tell you,
CJ? Do you have kids?
CJ, let me tell you what
currently,
16.
no, I have a dog. And
CJ, let me tell you what 1650 is. 1650 is health insurance, right? So a very, very big chunk was coming out of every paycheck. 1650 was life insurance on my daughter, another really good chunk coming out of my everyday paycheck. 1650 was me on food stamps. 1650 was me finding out my daughter was diabetic, and how the fuck am I going to pay for this? And then, I mean, 1650 is not a living wage.
Yeah,
It's not.
CJ, you have to think about this shit. You have to think about how expensive shit is to exist as a person in America. Like, you can't just have 2 dogs and a cat. Like,
Also, like the minimum wage hasn't even kept up with the inflation. Like I was looking at some
productivity
studies, and it said that it should be, if we went by like when they made it $7, and if it kept up with the inflation, now it will be $22. Like that's how much it was worth back then when they made it $7 bucks.
Another
let me
really
just kinda
good
point
point
out,
is
like,
the minimum wage in 2017 was $7. So this would be what $7.25 was worth in 2017, which isn't much less than what it is now, but it is a little. In 1968, the minimum wage was $1.25 or $1.26 or something like that. In 2017 dollars, that was worth $8.54, meaning that at the time, the minimum wage 50 fucking years ago was worth more than the minimum wage at that current time.
Well, and there's certainly things that we need to talk about the economy for sure. Don't
Like
get me
raising the
wrong,
minimum
right?
wage.
However, let me make clear, right? I have experienced this myself, and if I were, like I said, if I were to get 1650, I mean, I would be able to have so many more things than I currently have.
I would be all
I am
right
the sole
here in Iowa.
income in my apartment.
CJ, that's anecdotal, like, but if
Okay,
you look
it's
at
anecdotal, but so was what I was just doing about rage.
Alright, so
Okay, if you're calling
CJ, let me
anecdotal,
tell
I'm
you the
calling
truth
anecdotal
of
on
it.
rage also.
CJ, let me tell you the truth of it. I dropped that job, right? I dropped that 1650 job, which ain't shit. I dropped that job, and I was the star, and they have begged me to come back ever since I left. And I went back to hustling tables and serving drinks. I don't have health insurance for myself. I have it for my daughter. I bring home more every week than I ever did for that shit.
Well, and to be fair, to an extent, that's the market, right? People value your service for what you're doing now more than they did before, and as a result, the people before lost a good employee, right? That's
yeah,
the way
but
the market works.
but us as fucking workers and parents and homeowners do not think that is valuable. Like,
Okay, but I just don't understand how it. Like, I'm gonna have to look into the economy of things because I just don't understand how 1650 at a full-time job could possibly be.
Have
like
you ever
that
been to
high.
San Francisco? Do you know what the
Do you
minimum
know what
wage in San Francisco
Y'all
would need to
do
be?
know that like
To
there's
be
like
fair, San
different
Francisco was
cities
run by
have
a bunch of
different like
people who are
rates.
not by anywhere
When you
near my
talk-
ideology, right?
When you talk, so CJ, when we're talking about a very few select human beings that have so much wealth that they own almost everything on a world we all share, right? Because what? They were born into it? Because it's old money. You want to talk
Depends on the
about
person for sure.
Do you want to
What is
talk
being
about
born
the
into that?
land grabs that's going around all across the world around freshwater sources by the extremely, extremely wealthy human beings on this planet?
Nestle?
So, like Nestle, yes.
Who,
So, I mean,
wasn't Nestle pumping millions of gallons of water out of California on a permit that was
You have
27 years
human
expired,
beings.
and they let them do it and only fined them $500 fucking dollars. This is a corporation
Yeah,
worth like 30-something
that's
billion
shit.
dollars. That's
It's-
wrong. Water shouldn't cost a damn thing. Electricity shouldn't cost a damn thing.
you
Internet
are
shouldn't cost a
arguing
damn
for
thing.
the oligarch.
Transportation shouldn't cost a damn thing.
CJ, you are
Which of those not
arguing
cost anything?
for the
I wanted
oligarch
to ask
you
you
will
something
never
about
be a part of. You will never be a part of it. You will never be rich. You will
Hey,
never
can I
be
ask you guys
wealthy.
something, though?
You
Because
will
this is a
not
genuine
be
question.
that thing, man. You will
This is a
not be
genuine
that thing
question,
unless
though.
you fucking take it. And you can't fucking take it if you're fucking sucking the dicks of people that's taking it from you.
All right, so let me ask you this. Here's a serious question, right? Why is it?
What are y'all doing about
Right,
it then?
let's look at this, right? Why is it that every example you guys give me, right?
Complaining.
There are people who support Democratic politicians who have billions and millions of dollars, or areas run by Democratic politicians like California, whereas where I'm at in Idaho, where it's very firmly red, we don't have that issue.
CJ,
What do you mean tell them to stop?
CJ, do you think that
Because they
leftists-
are right
Oh my
wing.
God.
They
Do
are
you
just
think-
not racist, xenophobic.
Exactly. Like, CJ, do you think that leftists really agree with like the Democrats in this party? Like, I don't want to be the one to break this to you, but leftists have separated from Democrats like since
Those are
Bernie.
not even the same thing. Those are not the same thing. The Democratic
that's-
Party is a political party of the United States of America.
Very
And that's not even really the point.
Yeah, but they're corporatists.
It's
They are.
the conservatives who are having results here. It's in the conservative states where you have
Democrat is not a political ideology. That's
where people are able to live off of things like $10 an hour. I'm telling you right now, I am living
Okay,
off of
CJ,
a
hold on. Stop
Yeah,
it.
with your
Because
do you live in
I
like
just,
Rhode
I just
Island?
saw
CJ
this
with his
report.
one cat. Sorry.
Can I ask y'all something? Can I ask y'all something?
Sure.
Go
Go for it.
Why do y'all listen? So like, I don't understand like how you say like transportation, electricity, and all that should be free when like they have to have people to produce that. You know, people work at power plants to make that electricity. People drive those modes of transport. People maintain those modes of transport.
Yeah.
They have to be paid to do it.
And
So
the
they have to cost simply money.
How do we pay teachers in the public education system?
The
How do we pay the USPS workers? It would be
Taxpayers pay it, and then they get paid.
It would be the same. And we could afford it if we tax the billionaires like Jeff
I'm not
Bezos.
gonna listen to y'all if y'all talk at the same time. If you talk at the same time, I'm not gonna listen. Talk at once.
Okay, EMC. Okay, EMC.
Stop talking at the same time.
I wanted to say something to CJ about the conservative states. So I actually just saw a recent study which said that the living
No moderation.
that the conservative states have lower standards of living, and that the people live longer in democratic run states than they live in the conservative. So all that like pollution and everything that they don't want to regulate, it costs people lives, and the healthcare that they don't want to pay for, it costs people lives. You know, they have lower life expectancy in conservative states than they do, and a higher living standard in the democratic states. And the democratic states pay more in federal taxes than they take, while most conservative, the poorest states are all red states. And you might say like, oh, they're living better, but they have worse
They're not
schools,
living better.
they have less innovation.
Yeah, they are. Sorry.
Yeah, and they're
Not
taking
here.
more in welfare than they're giving in to the government.
Exactly. And, I wanted to add to that by mentioning California, because California is the one that all the conservatives point to. We all know that California is the world's 5th largest economy. And I believe it was in either 2017 or 2018, it surpassed the United Kingdom for that spot. Oh, but that's because of the evil, destructive, terrible liberal policies.
No, where would you rather live, in California or Alabama? Tell me.
California.
I'd rather live in Alabama because that's where my boyfriend is.
There's a lot of nuance.
I'm from
That's not even a joke. That's not even a joke. That's not a joke.
They
It's
have
actually not
Hollywood
a
and
joke.
Valley, like Big Texas Valley. There's
That's
like
actually
a
not.
lot
I'm
to
actually
add.
100% serious. I'm actually fucking serious. I'm literally serious.
I didn't even hear what EMC said.
Also, the rent in California is really bad. So you have to know that.
Oh yeah, but that's because the cost of living.
Yeah, and the fucking water clarity.
It's also on fire. It's also like it's split in half. It's gonna split in half. It's on fire.
For context, I have to say this, right? So EMC, you're what, 17? You're from Will's channel. I kind of like you. I sometimes think that you're just a troll. So
I'm not. No. Listen, I don't troll anymore. That was like a while ago. I'll meme, but I'm not really like a troll anymore. You know, I don't do that.
I generally do not trust anybody. So there has been one person that I almost kind of trust, and that is Low. But I generally just don't trust anyone that comes from the Will Kincaid side of the
you see, I
YouTube.
don't really talk with. We used to not talk for that much. I mean, there was like a period of time where there was just a bunch of radio sounds, and sometimes they would talk. You know.
Are
All right, so
17? Like for real?
my point is this, right? Like, so do you think that you are ever going to be like this do you think it's okay that people can own so much of everything while people starve, while people cannot feed their children? Well, I mean, we are talking about 48% of America does not have $500 in the motherfucking bank right now. This is statistical fact, right?
Well,
People
Jeff Bezos
are
has
living
enough money to
in
end
the
world hunger
gutter.
4
How
times
long
over.
are we supposed to live in the fucking gutter while these people drink fucking champagne from fountains, getting themselves soaking wet in it, as they give no fucks about the people beneath them? How long does history say we should tolerate this? I'm going to take you back to the French Revolution, because they tolerated it, and they fucking tolerated it, and then they fucking started skinning people alive, right? So how long are we going to tolerate? If I lose my insurance, and I have to watch my daughter die because I cannot afford her insulin, what am I gonna do then?
You bring up a really good point, Rage, and I hurt my hand yesterday by punching a mirror. Yes, it was my own stupidity that did it in a fit of rage. That being said, that still doesn't mean that I shouldn't be able to get the stitches that I had to get. I don't have health care. I have to pay for this out of pocket. Is that right, or is that wrong?
Of course it's right. Somebody had to do that and go to schooling for that for like almost a decade.
So it's right.
They're liable to lawsuits.
I ended up losing my hand because I couldn't get the
It's
stitches.
right, CJ. Is it right that a person that wished to help the public, that wished to become a doctor and heal people, that they would go into fucking debt for trying to do so?
That is not right. But
right?
that was caused, and you should listen to guys like Ron Paul and Milton Friedman and people like that. That was caused by government intervention. Back in the day, it cost like $350 to deliver a baby, which is now a multi-$1,000 operation.
It should cost nothing. Their future taxpayers. It should cost nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah. Welcome, X from Utah Outcast. Welcome, Immutable Destiny. Yes,
Hi,
please.
Utah.
I'm gonna mute and let other people talk, because I'm getting a little fucking hot right now.
I just want to say one quick thing.
Go ahead, Sal. Let's let
Just a quickie.
Psychedelic Dream go. She hasn't talked in a while.
Just a quick thing. I think we're the only things on this planet that have to go through such intense processes just in order to live and to survive. Every other thing on this planet, uses the resources available to it, lives and dies, yes, by, sort of a rougher standard, but we're intelligent enough and are powerful enough to have the best of both worlds, I believe. To have those resources sort of given to us in a way that people still make the money that they need to make, and people on the level of the worker will still be a higher standard of life, and and we will have the medical care and such that we need if we adopt just our attitude about what we are. We're all alone, floating on basically a huge spaceship. Us, humanity, we can do whatever we want with this planet and with each other. So why not do all the good things? Why not just erase some of those things that we've put up as limitations and ideas about wealth and what wealth means and what is precious?
Why should we care more about an arbitrarily defined form of currency and how much of it people have and where we're going to get it from and how we're going to distribute it than we should actually taking care of our fellow human beings? That's why you want free healthcare. Who's going to pay for it? Why should that matter? These are human fucking beings who need help. And my question is, if those programs are such a failure, why is it that we're the only country not doing it?
Yeah, and we happen to be the largest economy in the world with the highest standards.
Yeah,
of
having
living.
nothing to do.
Not literally the highest.
We don't. Most other countries,
like America, is so far ahead of other countries. And in like luxuries we've produced for people, that's not even funny.
One at a time.
Can I?
All right, CJ, Leo, one at a time. I would like CJ respond to Leo, and then I would like for other people to jump into the conversation, please. So let some people jump in and give their input. And man, it's been a hell. We have covered a lot. So please, all right. So CJ, respond to Leo, and then let other people jump in.
Well, so yeah, the only thing I was saying is when it comes to like, you know, we're the only other country that doesn't do X, Y, and Z. Well, we're the only country that does a lot of things. We're the only country that triples our next closest competitor's GDP. We're the only country who literally exports our culture out to the entire world.
We don't have a culture.
We are the only country who has produced something like the Constitution, and indeed has gotten the entire world, including areas like the Middle East, where these kinds of things were thought impossible.
Let him talk. Just let him fucking talk.
Right, and so on and so forth. I mean, just look at something like China. China is a huge enemy of the United States, and yet China has adopted so many aspects of American culture, whether it's a slightly capitalistic system, whether it's things like McDonald's and movies from Hollywood, so on and so forth.
Capitalism isn't American, you know that, right?
Leo, I mean, it was certainly put forward in the way that we know it today by Americans first, and then the British very closely came through.
No, the British had
so real quick, hey guys,
Leo, please let him talk.
X is
I
trying
can't
to
help
come in.
correcting people who make.
I know, Leo.
I can talk to him about that. All of those
All right,
things,
guys. All right, don't. All right, so all right. CJ said a lot. X is my buddy. X is here. He wants to. I've heard him trying to jump in. Please, X. Please take your time. Come in. Say what you need to say, my man. And then we can go from there, and other people can jump in.
Just to make things short here, your idea of American exceptionalism is absolute horseshit. Everything that you just said. No, pardon me. I had the mic. Pardon me.
70 years.
Oh my. Yeah. CJ, let X talk, please. Let X say something, and then you can respond.
There are other constitutional republics out there. There are other countries that have constitutions. We also spend, I don't know, more than the first 63 other countries combined to make up what we spend on our military too. I mean, you want to talk about American exceptionalism? We excel at being fucking colonizers. We're trying to be a fucking world empire, but we're not doing it the way you should, which is you shouldn't do it at all. You know, everybody's talking about America first this, America first that. Okay, you guys brought up Ron Paul. Ron Paul wants you to get rid of any kind of foreign donations going to other countries, which is in my world known as soft power.
Well, and I would agree with that. To be fair, I don't want us to be involved in other.
Okay.
Well,
here's
however,
here's the thing. Stop. Hang on. You said that part. If you don't have soft power, what is the alternative?
I think America is in such a position economically that we would have a cultural hegemony, regardless of if we had our troops in other places.
We don't have a culture.
Yeah. What is America?
That's just false. That's just incorrect.
What is America?
Go to California, go to New York, and go to Michigan, and go to Mississippi, and come here to Iowa. People are not the same. America doesn't have.
Yeah, we have multiple cultures. We have multiple cultures.
We export Hollywood culture, whatever which is extremely liberal, which is not a correct. Like I'll tell you, I come from another country. When I came first to America, since I've only seen the TV serials and movies, I thought it was gonna be like that, but I ended up in Texas, and it's not at all. Let's just say not just like anything that I imagined. So.
Damn, girl, go to Oregon.
You're Chinese are different than Britain, therefore China has no culture.
No, but it does have culture. It's just that a lot of it's not the same culture that we export. We export the West Coast culture.
We export a fantasy, is what we.
Yeah, we export a
fantasy. X is right. Yes. Oh my God.
Also, like the economy stuff, United States became the superpower that it was because of after World War II. We were the only industrialized nation, right, that was exporting stuff.
Yeah, it was the United Kingdom prior that was top of the world, I believe.
Yeah, and then also we had very, very progressive policies that were taken out. I think it started under Reagan, and it still continues under Obama and everybody, right?
Reagan was
so they took off the top marginal tax rate. I think it was like I read somewhere about this top marginal tax rate. It used to be $3 million cap. So, and they used to tax 90% over that. So that was the time our economy was thriving, when they were making policies.
When we had a robust middle class.
Yeah. For middle class, they were making policies for middle class. There were regulations which they started chipping away one after the other.
With Reagan and all the other Republicans that followed him, like Bush.
Yeah, even I don't even recall which Like Democrats, even in the 60s and 70s, their next step they thought was gonna be a universal health care. That was always the thing that was
Well,
gonna
that's
happen,
what
and it never
Medicare was
happened.
supposed to be when Truman passed it. It was supposed to
because they
expand
don't have
to
the
cover
Medicare.
everybody. And then Nixon got into office and, pun intended, nixed that idea.
Yes, and I
So
just
that's
I
a
just
fact.
think like when we talk about those same things now that even in the 70s we had both kind of colleges, we had universities that if you got into those universities you didn't have to pay anything. The government would pay for your education. And now boomers, well, when they got into office, they took away everything which they benefited from. So now when we go into college, we have huge debt, fake fake degrees that they made because they wanted to just make money, and there are literally no regulations, and they let them do this to the population. So they should not let them do this. There should be regulations. And we have to see, like, as a community, what do we want. Now if one person makes billions of dollars and there are 3 billionaires and everybody else makes less than 50,000, if you divide the GDP, it's gonna be like, it will give you an idea that we have a very high GDP, but then some people are homeless. A lot of people are homeless. A lot of people are living paycheck to paycheck. 66 or some percent of wealthy people inherited their money. So they're not even self-made. Most of the rich people are not self-made.
All
This
GDP
is
really
what's going
tells
on.
you is how much a country produces. It doesn't tell you the state of its economy. And the stock market represents only, I believe, anywhere between 10 to 15% of the U.S. economy. So
Well,
stock market
yeah,
performance is not a
don't
good.
believe-
And my aunt has her PhD in economics and is a professor of economics at Iowa State University. And I've had some discussions with her. If you want to know what an economy is doing, you need to look at things like consumer purchasing power, velocity of money, standard of living, things like
Poverty,
that. Looking at the
housing.
looking at the GDP doesn't really tell you shit. It tells you what we make and what it's worth. That's about it.
All right, yeah, I want X to jump in, and then I have a couple things to say myself.
So if you want to get rid of crime, you want the happiness index to go up, you take care of your citizens, right?
Yeah.
What are we not getting right now? That like right now, if you were to look at what crimes are mainly happening for, it's because either people are A, hungry, B, on drugs, C, don't have anywhere they could possibly live. You know, there are very simple things that we can fix instead of cutting fucking taxes to rich motherfuckers year in, year out for like the last 20, 30, 40, 50 fucking years. And I'm talking about liberals too, guys. The fucking left has done this shit too, you know?
Yeah.
And I'm talking
Joe Biden's
political
the
left.
only
I'm
one
not talking about
to take the
leftist. I'm
top
talking
28 from 21, not back up to what was it before that? 39.6, I think.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
no, 35 was corporate. My bad.
My whole point
It
is
was 35. They cut it to
Yeah,
21, and now
yeah.
Biden says he will
He
raise
only
it
wants
to
to take it up
28.
to 28.
Yeah,
doesn't
he
want
won't
to go
raise it back to 35. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
What are
don't
you
get me wrong. I didn't like Obama for a lot of the shit that he did, but at least my reasons for not liking him were real fucking reasons, and not that he's some sort of satanic pedophile or something like that.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like,
And
there
the
are
thing is,
real
I'm
reasons
voting
not
for
like
Biden in a couple of months,
am
and
I.
I sincerely hope everybody is at least going to fucking vote this time. You know,
I mean,
me too.
Yeah.
even if you're in a state where you think it doesn't matter, because yeah, the electoral college is complete bullshit. But the thing is, you need to make sure you exercise your right to vote, because the choices right now, and this might get the hair up on or the blood up on some people, is you're facing a fucking neolib versus a fucking fascist, guys.
A fucking fascist. We can talk about
I
that
agree.
two-party
And I used
problem
to laugh
after
at
we
that.
got
I never thought.
Whoa, slow down.
All
Sorry.
right, yeah, everybody, yeah, chill.
I'm only
I
voting
forgot my
because
point. Just go.
it's an anti-fascist vote. It's not a vote for Biden. The only reason
No, because I'm going to hold him to the fucking fire for everything that he says and does or does wrong as well.
Are
so.
you?
Yep.
Yeah, I am.
Oh yeah, I will too. I swear to that. Like,
and if he doesn't do it, I'll burn his feet.
Like
he
Joe
said he's
Biden.
gonna raise the minimum wage to 15.
The promising thing that we have is that you do see people like AOC getting in there. You have Rashida Tlaib getting in there. You have people that are actually progressives trying to push the country forward again.
Yeah.
It's a very small caucus right now. Very small.
No.
Nina
only
Turner
direct
is
action.
Nina
Only
Turner
direct
is
action.
pushing.
But it's growing. That's what I'm trying to get to, is that
Yeah.
it started out with a couple of seats in the House, but it is growing. But also at the same time, you have to realize that the other side is hedging their bets as well. Look at all the fucking QAnon people that are coming into Congress this next time around.
Oh yeah.
That should scare the living shit out of everybody.
All the what?
The what?
When you said look at all the something on the
The QAnon.
Okay, yeah, okay, I got you now. Sorry, I got stitches the other day, and I just
But it scares the shit out of me that we have essentially the leftovers from the satanic panic that happened in the 80s. That didn't go away. It just went dormant, and now it's back with a fucking vengeance, and it's anti-Jewish people now.
Why
You
does
know?
it scare you?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Why does it scare you? Like it's always been. We should always
Nope.
fight against it. It
So, but,
has
like,
been
I
since the 80s.
Why
The
is
bottom
it
line with
anti-Semitic?
QAnon is always to protect Trump. You'll notice that their narrative never strays into territory that would make him responsible for anything that he would actually have to be accountable for.
Right. And the reason
Just
I'm
like
worried
the
about it
satanic panic
is that these people went from being just shit posters on 8kun. And I remember being a person that used to browse 4chan, 8chan and stuff all the time and laughing at the people that were posting fascist shit. But look where we are now. We have QAnon people that are actually talking about action, like actual direct action that's happening.
Newsflash. America has always been fascist.
I think am I like super quiet?
But they're a minority, though. Like, okay, there are going to be people who are fascist, but I mean, they should not have power. That's the this is the first time I realized how strong they are. Like, it's widespread.
Am I like super quiet and nobody ever?
No, I can hear you. I can hear you, Rach. Just people got their blood up. That's all it is.
X's voice is so soothing. I just had to say that.
Oh, thank you.
All right. So
I work really hard at it.
what X is saying right now is exactly the fucking truth, and this what like I've said through this entire fucking conversation about like cuties and all of this shit. Like QAnon is a real serious fucking threat, and it's not because the shit they say has any legitimacy at all.
No, it's absolutely all false.
Yeah, it's because they're actually winning fucking power in our government, guys. I mean, what X is saying is right now, like is fucking truth.
Yeah,
let me hop in. Let me hop in real quick. You remember back
X.
when we laughed at the Tea Party? Do you remember when we laughed at the Tea Party,
no
guys?
one fucking laughed at the Tea Party. We all thought it was shit.
And now look where
I'm
we
gonna
are.
be honest. I laughed when the very first Trump sign I saw. I was like, "Wow, somebody takes this guy seriously." He's
Right.
not even gonna make it.
I
And
started.
he's
I started my channel, my show in 2015. And I thought for sure, like fucking day one, like whenever the primary started, I'm like, God, there is no way. Look at this clown car full of people that we've got going on here. There's absolutely no way that guy's going to win.
I mean, they were talking about dick sizes in the Republican debate, for Christ's sake. Seriously, it was a fucking joke.
Yeah, and
That's funny, but I mean, how many candidates just won power with the QAnon? I mean, they're like, no, I'm QAnon. Like,
I can think of like two off the top of my head, but I know there's more.
Maybe three, maybe four. I mean, what is happening right now is fucking scary. It's scary.
Dude, we've been assassinating We've been assassinating and genociding motherfuckers for like over 500 years. Like, this is not new.
That's what America was founded on.
Not debating that.
Yeah, I know, but that's kind of the point you're making right now.
Well, no, you sold me.
The point I'm making is that we've done something bad. We deserve this. Is that what I'm making?
It seems like
No, please tell me what my point is. Sorry.
No, wait, let me answer. Let me
Stop
fucking
talking
answer.
at the same time.
Let me fucking answer. Yeah, it's the continuation of the point we've been fucking making for 500 years. It's not new shit. It's the same shit we've been doing, and we should call it out for that.
You want to tell me that the Whigs are the same thing as QAnon?
Oh my fucking god. Oh, here we go. So,
You know why QAnon is so dangerous? It's because it makes people question the very fabric and definition of reality.
Yep.
And
What?
no, it's the same fucking
What even
shit.
is it?
When
What even
people,
are you
when
talking
people are
about?
in that mode, they can be pushed to believe any information.
Oh my god.
And they won't
It's
require
almost
real
like
evidence.
Zoolander, right? That movie Zoolander, the first one.
Yeah.
Just like
What are we even
Zoolander.
talking about?
I just wonder, like, how many people have actually looked into what QAnon actually says in this room?
What? What is
A little bit, yeah.
Would you like to? I have a great video that breaks it down.
Maybe we should, because I just don't think people understand what QAnon represents.
No, people think QAnon is some new fucking shit. It's really not some new shit.
Yeah, I read actually an article.
No.
She's right.
It's a
Tioga,
very
she's right. It's the same from the Elders of the Zion. That book. It was written in the early 19th century.
I totally agree.
What was that movie? What was that book?
No, I totally agree.
Elders of the Zion. I forgot the full name, but the same conspiracy theory that's presented in that book. Q is the same theory with the addition of Trump. Like that's the only addition.
It mirrors. It mirrors. Yeah.
What I'm saying is this has always been a fabric of society, but right now, for the first time, these fabrics are actually gaining power. Like they're getting real power. Like
they
real
always have been had power.
Yeah, the protocols of the elders. The protocols of the elders of Zion. That's the book that they have. This Q is from that book.
But I just posted the link in case you.
Y'all are. I'm just gonna say it. Y'all are seriously on some Dwayne Burke shit right now. Just saying it.
Well, who the fuck is Dwayne Burke? Like,
just go find the guy and you'll know what I'm talking about.
what are you talking about? Well, like, yeah, America has been racist for fucking ever.
Y'all are on some Colonel Sanders shit right now.
Not
Yeah,
Dwayne
of
Burke.
course,
Ronnie,
Ronnie. Illuminati, conspiracy theories.
Yeah, but the KKK was marching in front of the White House, so obviously they can't just unless they have support from the government or people in the government and the military and everybody, they can't just walk out in front with a terrorist organization like that. But they did it in front of the White House. So imagine, they obviously they have held power positions to be able to do that.
Does that matter?
Well, I mean, are we talking
They're the same people.
or shadow governments? Because I mean, I think those are two different conversations.
Okay, for
Here
sure.
we go.
If we start talking shadow governments, I'm going to peace out.
So
I mean, that's kind of where I'm at myself.
What do you think of?
Wait, stop. Can I talk? Can I talk? Like, what do you mean if you're talking about shadow governments, you're gonna peace out?
I mean, we're totally into some really. I don't know. We're into grounds that just really can't be verified at that point.
Yeah, you're getting into loose change and zeitgeist territory.
But basically, they're saying that there's two shadow governments.
Talk for 5 seconds. Okay, so what do you mean besides shadow government? You mean the government that literally upheld slavery? What are you talking about? What are you talking about when you say shadow government?
I mean, so when you talk about a government that upholds slavery, it wasn't in shadow. It was a government.
I can't fucking hear you.
So let me respond. So when you talk about a government that upheld slavery, it wasn't a shadow government. It was out in the open, and we upheld slavery.
Okay.
What I'm speaking about is a shadow government, is the Dwayne Burke shit, Illuminati, fucking Freemasons taking over the world. They're fucking goats and sacred ceremonies. I mean, that's what I'm asking. I mean, because we have gotten into some very conspiratorial.
No, I don't know how you think that. QAnon is actual conspiracy theory that people believe in who are being elected into the Congress.
Exactly. That's mine and X's point here is QAnon is crazy ass conspiracy shit, but now that's been linked to just every day. That's just normal history bullshit, and it's not.
I think we're all talking about different shit right now. I don't think we're talking about the same shit right now.
Yeah, real quick, I'm just gonna jump in and say I got to peace out.
Agree.
I did appreciate this conversation.
Do you guys want to see that
Take it
video?
easy, TJ.
Yeah, you too, Leo.
It's
I'm not sure
put
where
up in the thing. But
Hey, somebody in the chat did ask if I have a channel. Yes, I have a channel. It's quite extensive.
And how the fuck do you not know the Utah podcast? Come on.
coolness. Is it just your name? The channel
It's
name?
Utah Outcasts.
It's literally
Oh,
Utah
wow.
Outcast.
Okay, cool.
Oh, yeah, check it out. Subscribe. It's good shit. You'll enjoy
New
it.
stuff every day.
Okay, I'm gonna have to watch this video because it looks good. Candace Owens blames Satan for trans acceptance. Fuck. I'm only saying this because I'm mixed and I can say it. Candace Owen is an Auntie Tom. I can't say uncle because I mean she's not. If you want, and again I'm mixed. I can say this. And a buddy of mine who is actually like full on black. I'm only part black. Straight up said that. So the Congressional Black Caucus endorsed pretty much everybody that was not a progressive in the races that have been happening. So Jamal Bowman, they endorsed his opponent who was white. Jamal Bowman is black. When Charles Booker was going against Amy McGrath to run against McConnell, they went with Amy McGrath, who was white. Charles Booker was black. He said, and these were his words, he said, the Congressional Black Caucus is the largest organization of house niggers that's ever existed in this country. And I agree with that. I'm sorry, I agree with that.
No, I mean, I've called Jesse Lee Peterson Uncle Ruckus before, so I mean,
Yes.
I'm not afraid of it. So.
And that's I used to call Candace Owens. Well, I didn't use the word black, but I'll use it here, Black Tommy, because she's literally Tommy Lahren but black.
I mean, I've covered.
She was standing Hitler. I mean,
you literally.
But isn't she from like Dominican Republic? Like her dad was from somewhere over there. Like she's not even like she doesn't have the same roots as people over here.
Who? Candace?
Yeah, like isn't she like
I don't know.
Dominican or something?
I really don't know.
well, in the eyes of the average American, that doesn't mean anything. They had the one drop policy, so I mean,
Well, she's black and she supports Trump, so let's use her.
token.
Yeah. Can I
Yeah,
ask,
literally.
like Utah, like, are you from Utah?
Yep. Currently living and working right now.
All right.
Oh my God! In the chat, James Henry, Candace Owens isn't black; she's mauve.
Well, I'm just now noticing like the private chat is crazy. I have covered Candace Owens since she was red pill black. I have been offended by this woman for 4 years, maybe, since her first Colin Kaepernick bullshit video and her whole Myth of the Coon series. I shit you not, that was the name of her vlog for a long time. This woman is a grifter of the highest order. Her soul is for sale. She used to be a liberal. She had this doxing scheme to try to out fucking right-wing conservatives. It backfired against her. The Koch brothers was like, hey, we like her, gave her a shit ton of money. And now I think she's working for, whatever that white douchebag.
Turning Point.
Yeah, Turning Point.
Oh, yeah, Turning Point.
No, she's not Turning Point anymore. She's the Blaze. She's
Oh,
with the Blaze.
She must replace Tommy because they fired her because she wasn't an ideological purist because she actually is pro-choice.
Tommy Lauren was pretty liberal. I saw her like somebody put up on YouTube her. She used to do a show when she was in college, and it was all about climate change, and she was pretty liberal. I
There's
don't know
been
what
a lot of information that says that Tommy's just an actor. She's just a pretty
Yeah,
blonde.
she's
She's
money.
what you call
I
a
guess.
conservative darling.
You can't blame the girl for wanting some money. She knows like she's pretty, so they'll buy up shit if she sells them.
Her name isn't Tommy. It's neo-Nazi Barbie.
Nazi. Oh my God.
I call her Tabitha. Tabitha Lawrence.
Oh shit, guys. All right, so I have been going for 5 hours and 19 minutes. I think it's time to close it out. And I want everybody to have a last word, and feel free to do so for as long as you fucking want. I'm going to mute. Go.
Cool. Well, I don't know. Are you going off air right now? Is that what you're doing?
No. Everybody gets a last word. I'm assuming we all see everybody in the same position on the screen.
We have until midnight.
Okay. Well, you guys go ahead. I might go later.
So I just want to know: does everybody see everybody
Like a
in the same place?
big game
on
of
the screen?
chicken right now.
So does everybody else see Immutable Destiny in the middle?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's go. Let's start with should we? I don't know how we should do this. I don't know if we should go down or if we should.
No,
go
that's fine. I'll go
across.
ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Don't have anything last word to say about any of that, but if you want to catch more of the stuff that we've talked about here a little bit, and just mainly a bunch of humor, come check me out on Utah Outcasts. I will be doing a live stream tonight just because I'm trying to get those hours in on Twitch because that's how the game works. So come and join me there. Join me in chat and keep me entertained because I'm probably just gonna be playing Minecraft. So And every Saturday we record. Come find us. It's a lot of fun.
Right on. I'm assuming let's have Jake 4D go next if he's not AFK. Maybe oh nope, there he is.
I don't have any last words.
Alrighty. Tioga.
Yeah, I don't have a YouTube channel. Just don't fuck around. Be nice to each other, and use your fucking common sense. All right, love you guys.
Immutable. These will also be your first words if you're there. I think.
I know. First and last. Yeah.
I drink what?
Yeah, this conversation, I mean, I've been watching for a while, but this has been a good conversation. Just the interruption and lack of moderation towards the end was kind of irritating. But overall, fun times. Good to see everybody here.
Rach, he just called you out. You need to work on those moderator skills.
I know. We all get passionate, but that's okay. This is now my second word.
I suck at moderating. John left way too early.
I'm just sad that CJ left. He was the only one outside of our bubble. So it is good to see the people, it is good to see people with different ideas and just like sometimes outside of our bubble. And I will just say, don't fall into conspiracy theories. Well, if there is a simpler explanation, believe that. And, just don't fall into that paranoid mindset.
Okay, Psychedelic Dream, you go next, then EMC, I'll go last.
All right. I think that the person that I may have gotten the link from this from was indirectly through Doubting Thomas. So I'm going to have to thank him because this is a really cool little group. I'm glad to have been part of it today.
EMC. Any last words? I don't know if he's there.
3, 2, 1.
EMC is doing that damn troll thing. It's beautiful sometimes. It really is.
Okay, so I'm assuming EMC is not there. So first thing I want to do is I do get a little passionate in discussions, and I do much love and respect to him because I do love the guy. I say that I often go R and raw on people. So I do need to apologize for that. I do have a YouTube channel. I have no content yet because I don't have a laptop that I can actually do at least semi-professional editing on. Feel free to subscribe because once I do get it, there's going to be a lot of videos coming out on science education, science communication, and correcting pseudoscientific misinformation. You can also find me on Twitter at Leophilius, spelled the same way as you see on the screen. And last but not least, Stan Amelia Clark.
And Leo has a lot of passion. Has Tioga went?
Everybody's went except you now.
Hey, Leo.
All right. So,
can I give you one
right.
sage word of advice from a creator to another?
Yes.
Don't wait for gear. Start producing shit now.
I don't have the gear to produce it.
You're on something now that can record video.
But I can't. I'm not jumping in this half-assed. I do not do things half-assed. I am not doing a fly-by-night channel. When
I started with a webcam and nothing else.
I'm just saying that for me,
I would like to, and I've thought about it. I've thought about a lot of stuff. Live streams because you don't really need to do editing. I might do a couple live streams before it comes, but in terms of like actual videos, I'm waiting until I know I have everything I need to make good content because I do not do things half-assed.
Listen to X has a little bit of experience, my man.
I appreciate that. I'm just saying. Create.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it.
Even if you got a shitty guitar, create. Even if what you have is not the best gear that you could possibly get, create. Even like you just said, live streams. You can do live streams. You can do just talking head videos where you talk about a topic. As long as you start building your base, building your patronage, the gear is gonna come. But if you keep waiting for the gear, you're probably never going to hear what you need.
Let me tell you, Leo, my personal experience is this. Like, I sat around and I watched people talk, and I was like, I could do that. I literally just started doing it with, like, the shittiest webcam you could fucking have. And it was me and my Christian buddy just arguing with each other. And we got better, and then he didn't show up, and I just had to start making shit on my own. and I got better. And then I started using like Power Director 13, like some really shitty program, and I got better, and I got better, and I got better.
What do
Windows
you
Movie
use
Maker,
for
man.
video editing?
Yeah, man, you know.
Okay, for right now, anybody that wants a good piece of free software that you can get that I use to do professional shit,
Yeah.
Resolve, DaVinci Resolve.
Okay.
Is that
completely
I used that I used that shit for a while. Yes.
completely free. You can export
editing?
up to 4K, like with no time limits, no watermarks, none of that stuff. It's made by the same company called Blackmagic that puts out the really, oh my god, that's an expensive camera company.
Is it compatible? Excuse me. Is it compatible with Chrome OS?
Probably not.
Nope, it's not. Operating systems, Mac OS, Windows, Linux. And
Yep.
see, that's another problem I have. I would
Yeah,
have
but-
to do pretty much all streams.
But
which
Chrome
I have
OS
no
is just a
problem
fork of Android, so just get yourself a Linux distro. It's cheap.
I
You know,
don't
it's
wanna
free.
have to download
Put it on a
Linux
stick.
on this fucking laptop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But anyway,
well,
free advice for everybody out there. Use Kakos Reaper is a good audio system that I use. I pay for the license, but you can use it for free for just about forever. And it's one of the best DAWs I've ever worked with. I still use it to this day. I know a lot of people say Audacity, but I learned on that one because it was more visual based. But yeah, for everybody out there that might be a want to be a content producer, my advice is the same I just gave to Leo here. You can do it. I'm living proof. Rage is living proof.
Yeah. I mean, you can do it. Like, all you have to do really is get in front of that camera. Like so if you're gonna have issues editing videos, Leo, just stream. You know, I mean, streaming is the easiest thing.
I'll get a hold of you, Rage, on Twitter to set up a stream for the Game of Thrones talk.
All right, cool.
Yo,
Real quick,
what up, y'all?
tips. You are coming in at the very end. Say what up and go ahead and plug Ginger Nation, because that's the only reason I brought you in.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you guys are talking about creating content. I am living proof that if a cringy person like I can make 110 subs join my channel and then 40 more join another channel I'm in, anybody can do it. Ginger Nation is a YouTube channel.
Body.
You are
That
already
this one guy and I created
good.
for the Good Morning Ginger Nation show. Yep. How about now? Am I good?
Yep, you're good.
Yep, you're good.
Basically what I was saying is the Good Morning Ginger Nation.
Oh, now you're bad. All right, we tried. Okay, so I'm gonna plug you. I'm gonna plug for you. So Quentin Phipps runs the Good Morning Ginger Nation show, and you can catch him. They start about 11 a.m. every day. Go catch it out. They do crazy shit. Every once in a while, if I'm not, streaming, I'll come on there and create a dumpster fire. Check it out. You'll enjoy it. So this has been a great conversation. 5 hours and 5.5 hours. We have went from the racism and trolling of PMARS. Driving out came in and he tried to have a serious conversation about it. He's like, "Yep, this dude's a troll." Skylar tried to have a serious conversation about it. He's like, "Yep, this dude is a troll." And then we went into politics. It was great. I want to thank everybody for coming and watching. And as soon as we went to politics, the viewership went down because everybody wants to see me talk shit about Smokey Saint. It's coming back, I promise. You guys have a great night. We'll see you soon.
What?